When I was young, my family lived overseas. I lived in Indonesia for a few years. And my mother, she didn't have the money to send me where all the American kids went to school. But she thought it was important for me to keep up with an American education. So she decided to teach me extra lessons herself, Monday through Friday. But because she had to go to work, the only time she could do it was at 4:30 in the morning. But whenever I'd complain, my mother would just give me one of those looks and she'd say, "This is no picnic for me either, Buster." So I know that some of you are still adjusting to being back at school, but I'm here today because I have something important to discuss with you. My father left my family when I was 2 years old, and I was raised by a single mom who had to work and who struggled at times to pay the bills and wasn't always able to give us the things that other kids had. There were times when I missed having a father in my life. There were times when I was lonely and I felt like I didn't fit in. So I wasn't always as focused as I should have been on school. And I did some things that I'm not proud of. And I got in more trouble than I should have. And my life could have easily taken a turn for the worse. But I was lucky. I got a lot of second chances. And I had the opportunity to go to college and law school and follow my dreams. My wife, our First Lady, Michelle Obama, she has a similar story. Neither of her parents had gone to college, and they didn't have a lot of money. But they worked hard, and she worked hard so that she could go to the best schools in this country. Some of you might not have those advantages. Maybe you don't have adults in your life who give you the support that you need. Maybe someone in your family has lost their job, and there's not enough money to go around. Maybe you live in a neighborhood where you don't feel safe, or have friends who are pressuring you to do things you know aren't right. Maybe you could be a great writer, maybe even good enough to write a book or articles in a newspaper, but you might not know it until you write that English paper, that English class paper that's assigned to you. Maybe you could be an innovator or an inventor, maybe even good enough to come up with the next iPhone or the new medicine or vaccine, but you might not know it until you do your project for your science class. Maybe you could be a mayor or a senator or a Supreme Court justice, but you might not know that until you join student government or the debate team. And no matter what you want to do with your life, I guarantee that you'll need an education to do it. You want to be a doctor or a teacher or a police officer? You want to be a nurse or an architect, a lawyer or a member of our military? You're going to need a good education for every single one of those careers. You cannot drop out of school and just drop into a good job. You've got to train for it and work for it and learn for it. And this isn't just important for your own life and your own future. What you make of your education will decide nothing less than the future of this country. The future of America depends on you. What you're learning in school today will determine whether we as a nation can meet our greatest challenges in the future. You'll need the knowledge and problem-solving skills you learn in science and math to cure diseases like cancer and AIDS, and to develop new energy technologies and protect our environment. You'll need the insights and critical thinking skills you gain in history and social studies to fight poverty and homelessness, crime and discrimination, and make our nation more fair and more free. You'll need the creativity and ingenuity you develop in all your classes to build new companies that will create new jobs and boost our economy. We need every single one of you to develop your talents and your skills and your intellect so you can help us old folks solve our most difficult problems. If you don't do that, if you quit on school, you're not just quitting on yourself, you're quitting on your country. Now, I know it's not always easy to do well in school. I know a lot of you have challenges in your lives right now that can make it hard to focus on your schoolwork. I get it. I know what it's like. But at the end of the day, the circumstances of your life, what you look like, where you come from, how much money you have, what you've got going on at home, none of that is an excuse for neglecting your homework or having a bad attitude in school. That's no excuse for talking back to your teacher or cutting class or dropping out of school. There is no excuse for not trying. Where you are right now doesn't have to determine where you'll end up. No one's written your destiny for you. Because here in America, you write your own destiny. You make your own future. That's what young people like you are doing every day all across America. And that's why today I'm calling on each of you to set your own goals for your education and do everything you can to meet them. Your goal can be something as simple as doing all your homework, paying attention in class, or spending some time each day reading a book. Maybe you'll decide to get involved in an extracurricular activity or volunteer in your community. Maybe you'll decide to stand up for kids who are being teased or bullied because of who they are or how they look. Because you believe, like I do, that all young people deserve a safe environment to study and learn. Maybe you'll decide to take better care of yourself so you can be more ready to learn. But whatever you resolve to do, I want you to commit to it. I want you to really work at it. I know that sometimes you get that sense from TV that you can be rich and successful without any hard work. That your ticket to success is through rapping or basketball or being a reality TV star. Chances are you're not going to be any of those things. The truth is, being successful is hard. You won't love every subject that you study. You won't click with every teacher that you have. Not every homework assignment will seem completely relevant to your life right at this minute. And you won't necessarily succeed at everything the first time you try. That's okay. Some of the most successful people in the world are the ones who've had the most failures. J.K. Rowling, who wrote Harry Potter. Her first Harry Potter book was rejected 12 times before it was finally published. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. He lost hundreds of games and missed thousands of shots during his career. But he once said, "I have failed over and over and over again in my life, and that's why I succeed." These people succeeded because they understood that you can't let your failures define you. You have to let your failures teach you. You have to let them show you what to do differently the next time. So if you get into trouble, that doesn't mean you're a troublemaker. It means you need to try harder to act right. If you get a bad grade, that doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means you need to spend more time studying. No one's born being good at all things. You become good at things through hard work. You're not a varsity athlete the first time you play a new sport. You don't hit every note the first time you sing a song. You've got to practice. The same principle applies to your schoolwork. You might have to do a math problem a few times before you get it right. You might have to read something a few times before you understand it. You definitely have to do a few drafts of a paper before it's good enough to hand in. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. I do that every day. Asking for help isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength. Because it shows you have the courage to admit when you don't know something, and that then allows you to learn something new. So find an adult that you trust, a parent, a grandparent, or a teacher, a coach, or a counselor, and ask them to help you stay on track to meet your goals. And even when you're struggling, even when you're discouraged, and you feel like other people have given up on you, don't ever give up on yourself. Because when you give up on yourself, you give up on your country. The story of America isn't about people who quit when things got tough. It's about people who kept going, who tried harder, who loved their country too much to do anything less than their best. It's the story of students who sat where you sit 250 years ago and went on to wage a revolution, and they founded this nation. Young people. Students who sat where you sit 75 years ago, who overcame a depression and won a world war, who fought for civil rights and put a man on the moon. Students who sat where you sit 20 years ago, who founded Google and Twitter and Facebook and changed the way we communicate with each other. So today, I want to ask all of you, what's your contribution going to be? What problems are you going to solve? What discoveries will you make? What will a president who comes here in 20 or 50 or 100 years say about what all of you did for this country? You know, your families, your teachers, and I are doing everything we can to make sure you have the education you need to answer these questions. I'm working hard to fix up your classrooms and get you the books and the equipment and the computers. What will a president who comes? But you've got to do your part too. So I expect all of you to get serious this year. I expect you to put your best effort into everything you do. I expect great things from each of you. So don't let us down. Don't let your family down or your country down. Most of all, don't let yourself down. Make us all proud.
Get everything.
I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Nelson Mandela said, "There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living." Now, I have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Without consistency, you'll never finish. So do what you feel passionate about. Take chances. Don't be afraid to fail. There's an old IQ test, was 9 dots, and you had to draw 5 lines with a pencil within these 9 dots without lifting the pencil. The only way to do it was to go outside the box. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams. Reggie Jackson struck out 2,600 times in his career, the most in the history of baseball. But you don't hear about the strikeouts. People remember the home runs. Fall forward. Thomas Edison conducted 1,000 failed experiments. Did you know that? I didn't know that. Because the 1,001st was the light bulb. Fall forward. Every failed experiment is one step closer to success. You've got to take risks, and I'm sure you've probably heard that before, but I want to talk to you about why that's so important. You will fail at some point in your life. Accept it. You will lose. You will embarrass yourself. You will suck at something. There's no doubt about it. And I know that's probably not a traditional message for a graduation ceremony, but hey, I'm telling you, embrace it, because it's inevitable. In the acting business, you fail all the time. Early on in my career, I auditioned for a part in a Broadway musical. Perfect role for me, I thought, except for the fact that I can't sing. I didn't get the job. But here's the thing. I didn't quit. I didn't fall back. I walked out of there to prepare for the next audition, and the next audition, and the next audition. I prayed. I prayed. And I prayed. But I continued to fail, and fail, and fail. But it didn't matter, because you know what? There's an old saying, you hang around the barbershop long enough, sooner or later you're going to get a haircut. So you will catch a break, and I did catch a break. Last year, I did a play called Fences on Broadway. But here's the kicker. It was at the Court Theater. It was at the same theater that I failed that first audition 30 years prior. The point is, every graduate here today has the training and the talent to succeed. But do you have the guts to fail? If you don't fail, you're not even trying. I'll say it again. If you don't fail, you're not even trying. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. So imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. They say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, how many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes? I just got back from South Africa. It's a beautiful country, but there are places there with terrible poverty that need help. And Africa is just the tip of the iceberg. The Middle East needs your help. Japan needs your help. Alabama needs your help. Tennessee needs your help. Louisiana needs your help. Philadelphia needs your help. The world needs a lot, and we need it from you. We really do. We need it from you young people. I mean, I'm not speaking for the rest of us up here, but I know I'm getting a little grayer. We need it from you, the young people, because remember this. You got to get out there. You got to give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, your prayers, or your treasures. What are you going to do with what you have? I'm not talking about how much you have. Some of you are business majors, some of you are theologians, nurses, sociologists. Some of you have money, some of you have patience, some of you have kindness, some of you have love. Some of you have the gift of long suffering, whatever it is, whatever your gift is. What are you going to do with what you have? All right, now here's my last point about failure. Sometimes it's the best way to figure out where you're going. Your life will never be a straight path. I began at Fordham University as a pre-med student. I took a course called cardiac morphogenesis. I couldn't read it, I couldn't say it, I sure couldn't pass it. So then I decided to go into pre-law, then journalism. And with no academic focus, my grades took off in their own direction. I was a 1.8 GPA. And the university very politely suggested that it might be better to take some time off. I was 20 years old. I was at my lowest point. And then one day, and I remember the exact day, March 27th, 1975, I was helping my mother in her beauty shop. My mother owned a beauty shop up in Mount Vernon. And there was this older woman who was considered one of the elders in the town. And I didn't know her personally, but I was looking in the mirror, and every time I looked at the mirror, I could see her behind me, and she was staring at me. She just kept looking at me. Every time I looked at her, she kept giving me these strange looks. So she finally took the dryer off her head and she said something I'll never forget. She said, "Young boy, I have a prophecy, a spiritual prophecy." She said, "You are going to travel the world and speak to millions of people." And in the years that followed, just as that woman prophesied, I have traveled the world and I have spoken to millions of people through my movies. Millions who up till this day couldn't see me, who up till this day I couldn't see while I was talking to them, and they couldn't see me. They could only see the movie. They couldn't see the real me. But I see you today, and I'm encouraged by what I see, and I'm strengthened by what I see. Because taking risk is not just about going for a job. It's also about knowing what you know and what you don't know. It's about being open to people and to ideas. The chances you take, the people you meet, the people you love, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Never be discouraged. Never hold back. Give everything you got. And when you fall throughout life, remember this: fall forward. I found that nothing in life is worthwhile unless you take risks. Nothing. Do what you feel passionate about. Take chances. Don't be afraid to fail. There's an old IQ test, was 9 dots, and you had to draw 5 lines with a pencil within these 9 dots without lifting the pencil. The only way to do it was to go outside the box. So don't be afraid to go outside the box. Don't be afraid to think outside the box. Don't be afraid to fail big, to dream big. But remember, dreams without goals are just dreams, and they ultimately fuel disappointment. So have dreams, but have goals. There is no passion to be found playing small and settling for a life that's less than the one you're capable of living. Now, I'm sure in your experiences in school and applying to college and picking your major and deciding what you want to do with life, I'm sure people have told you to make sure you have something to fall back on. Make sure you got something to fall back on, honey. But I never understood that concept, having something to fall back on. If I'm going to fall, I don't want to fall back on anything except my faith. I want to fall forward. I figure at least this way I'll see what I'm going to hit. Fall forward.
Society is forcing success down our throat, comparative success down our throat. You know, I don't know if the Bible says it, but it's somewhere it says in the last days we'll become lovers of ourselves. The number one photograph now is a selfie. So we all want to be followed. We all want to lead, I should say. We're willing to do anything to be influential. You know, the universal stems from the specific. Where's your soul? Where's your heart? Where does it start? Do you want credit for it, or do you want to see the other person do well? It's the most selfish thing I've done in my life is give.
If you don't fail, you're not even trying. To get something you never had, you have to do something you never did. And understand that to achieve these goals, you must apply discipline and consistency. In order to achieve your goals, you must apply discipline, which you have already done, and consistency every day, not just on Tuesday and miss a few days. You have to work at it every day. You have to plan every day. You've heard the saying, we don't plan to fail, we fail to plan. Hard work works. Working really hard is what successful people do.
You know, but fame is a monster. you know, and we all have these ladders of battles, roads we have to walk in our given lives. Be you famous or whoever's out there listening, we all have our individual challenges. Fame just magnifies the problems and the opportunities. I never looked at things as problems. I look at them as opportunities. Maybe that's something I could say. You know, someone, but she did this, and I was, well, what an opportunity you had to make a difference. Because you never know who's watching.
Imagine you're on your deathbed, and standing around your deathbed are the ghosts representing your unfulfilled potential. The ghost of the ideas you never acted on. The ghost of the talents you didn't use. And they're standing around your bed, angry, disappointed, and upset. They say, we came to you because you could have brought us to life, they say. And now we have to go to the grave together. So I ask you today, how many ghosts are going to be around your bed when your time comes?
True desire in the heart, that itch that you have, whatever it is you want to do, that thing that you want to do to help others and to grow and to make money, that desire, that itch, that's God's proof to you, sent beforehand already to indicate that it's yours. And anything you want good, you can have. So claim it. Work hard to get it. When you get it, reach back. Pull someone else up. Don't just aspire to make a living. Aspire to make a difference.
So you got to get out there. You got to give it everything you got, whether it's your time, your talent, your prayers, or your treasures. Because remember this, you will never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. You will never see a U-Haul behind a hearse. You can't take it with you. The Egyptians tried it. What are you going to do with what you have?
40 years ago, March 27th, 1975, it was 40 years ago, I was flunking out of college. I had a 1.7 grade point average. I was sitting in my mother's beauty shop, and I'm looking in the mirror, and I see behind me this woman under the dryer. And every time I looked up, she was looking at me, just looking me in the eye. And I didn't know who she was, and I said, she said, somebody give me a pen, give me a pencil, I have a prophecy. March 27, 1975, she said, boy, you are gonna travel the world and speak to millions of people. Well, I have traveled the world. And I have spoke to millions of people. But that's not the most important thing, the success that I had. The most important thing is that what she taught me and what she told me that day has stayed with me since. I've kept God in my life and has kept me humble. I didn't always stick with him, but he always stuck with me. So stick with him in everything you do. If you think you want to do what you think I've done, then do what I've done. Without commitment, you'll never start. But more importantly, without consistency, you'll never finish. Keep striving, never give up, fall down 7 times, get up 8. Ease is a greater threat to progress than hardship. The chances you take, the people you meet, the faith that you have, that's what's going to define you. Never hold back. Give everything you got. And when you fall throughout life, remember this: fall forward.
You ever wonder why some people seem to have it all together while others are constantly struggling to keep up? It's not luck, it's not talent. It's not even about having more opportunities. It all comes down to one simple thing: control. Control over what you say, control over what you think, control over how you feel, and control over how you manage your resources. Let me tell you something: if you can master your mouth, your mind, your mood, and your money, you can master your life. Most people don't realize that the power to change everything is already inside them, just waiting to be tapped into. But if you don't control these things, they'll control you. These things shape your world. They influence every decision you make, every relationship you build, and every opportunity you either take or miss. Control them, and you control your life. Let them run wild, and you'll find yourself in a place you never wanted to be. So today we're going to dive into this. We're going to break it down. And when I'm done, you'll walk out of here with a new sense of focus and responsibility over your life. Let's talk about your mouth. When I say control your mouth, I'm not just telling you to hold your tongue when you're angry, although that's important. I'm talking about realizing the power that comes with every word you say. The words you speak are like arrows. You can't take them back once they leave your lips. So many people don't realize this. They talk without thinking, spit out negativity, or gossip without considering the impact. But the truth is, the words that come out of your mouth have the power to shape your life, your relationships, and your future. When you speak, you're not just describing the world around you, you're creating it. The words you use build the foundation of your reality. If you constantly speak about how hard life is, how unfair things are, or how impossible your dreams seem, you are literally creating an environment that reflects those very words. You're putting that energy out into the world, and the world responds. On the flip side, if you speak with faith, if you declare possibility, if you encourage others, you're creating an environment where success and positivity can flourish. Think about the people who inspire you. Do they speak doubt? Do they tear others down? Or do they use their words to uplift, to push forward, and to open doors for themselves and others? That's the kind of power you hold. The power to speak life into any situation. But that power can also do damage if you're reckless. You've got to be deliberate about the words you use. So the next time you're about to speak, stop for a second. Ask yourself, is this going to help the situation or make it worse? Is what I'm about to say based in truth? Or is it based on emotion or frustration? Too often, people let their emotions control their words and they say things they regret. But once it's out there, it's out there. You can apologize, you can try to make things right, but the damage is done. That's why you've got to be intentional about what you say. And here's the thing, this isn't just about how you talk to others, it's about how you talk to yourself. Self-talk is real. The way you speak to yourself, the words you choose, when you think about your own life, your own capabilities, your own future, those words are shaping your reality. If you constantly tell yourself, I can't do this, or I'm not good enough, or it's too hard, guess what? You're going to start believing it. You'll limit yourself because you're feeding your mind the wrong message. You'll begin to act as if those limitations are real, when in fact, they're just a reflection of the negativity you've been speaking. But when you flip the script and start speaking positive, affirming words to yourself, everything changes. When you wake up in the morning and tell yourself, I can handle whatever comes my way, I am more than capable, I deserve success. That's when you begin to build the confidence and mindset you need to move forward. You speak yourself into strength, you speak yourself into courage, and before long, those words become actions, and those actions turn into habits that shape your future. You see, controlling your mouth isn't about silence, it's about being intentional. It's about understanding that every word that leaves your lips is either contributing to your success or setting you back. It's about recognizing that your words have power over your relationships, your opportunities, and even your own self-perception. Look, life will throw challenges at you, that's a guarantee. But when you choose your words carefully, you can navigate those challenges with a sense of control and purpose. When you speak words of wisdom, positivity, and truth, you attract those things into your life. People will start to see you differently. They'll respect you more. They'll come to you for advice because they know you're someone who speaks with intention, someone who uses words as tools for building, not for tearing down. Think of your words as seeds. If you plant seeds of doubt, fear, and negativity, that's what you'll harvest. But if you plant seeds of faith, determination, and positivity, that's what will grow in your life. So be mindful of the seeds you're planting. because you're going to have to live in the garden you create. Too many people spend their time talking about what's wrong, what's missing, or what they don't have. They complain about their circumstances, their jobs, their relationships, and they wonder why things aren't changing. But they're not using the power they already have. They're not speaking life into their situations. They're not taking control of the one thing they can control, their words. If you want to see change in your life, it starts with what you say. Let me give you an example. Think about someone who always talks about how hard life is. Every time you see them, they're complaining about something. What kind of energy are they putting out into the world? What kind of opportunities are they attracting? Not the good kind, that's for sure. Now think about someone who always speaks with hope. Someone who talks about solutions instead of problems. You can feel the difference, can't you? That's the power of words. That's the power of controlling your mouth. If you want to be successful, if you want to be a leader, if you want to make a difference in this world, you've got to get your words in check. Stop speaking defeat into your life. Stop saying I can't and start saying I will. Stop talking about what's going wrong and start talking about what's possible. And don't just do this for yourself, do it for the people around you. When you control your mouth, you become a source of strength for others. Your words can lift someone up when they're feeling down. Your words can inspire someone to keep going when they're ready to give up. But if you're reckless with your words, if you're constantly criticizing, complaining, or speaking in anger, you're going to push people away. You're going to create an environment where negativity thrives. And that's not the kind of legacy you want to leave behind. So let's bring it back to this idea of control. You can't control everything in life. You can't control other people's actions. You can't control the circumstances you're born into. And you can't always control the challenges that come your way. But what you can control is your mouth. You can control what you say. You can choose to speak words that empower, uplift, and inspire. You can choose to be deliberate with your words, understanding the power they hold. This isn't just about success, it's about living a life of purpose. It's about recognizing the power you have to create your own reality, to shape the world around you, and to leave a positive impact on the people you meet. Words are a tool. If you use them wisely, they will build a life that reflects your true potential. If you use them carelessly, they will destroy opportunities before they even have a chance to bloom. So the next time you open your mouth, remember this: your words have power, control them, speak with intention, speak life into your future, into your relationships, and into your own self-worth. And watch how the world changes around you. Let's get real about your mind. Your mind is the most powerful tool you have. It's where everything begins. Every action, every decision, every habit you build, it's all rooted in your thoughts. Your mind is where battles are won or lost long before they ever manifest in your life. You've got to understand this, because if you don't control your mind, it will control you. And when you let that happen, you end up living a life that's reactive instead of proactive, driven by fears and doubts instead of purpose and intention. Think about it. Everything you've ever done, good or bad, started with a thought. Whether it was deciding to go after a dream, hitting the gym to get in shape, or even making a mistake, it all started in your head. That's why the saying, as a man thinketh, so is he, is so powerful. It means that your life is shaped by the thoughts you allow to take root in your mind. What you focus on expands. So if your mind is filled with negativity, fear, or doubt, that's the direction your life will head in. But if you fill it with thoughts of growth, possibility, and determination, you'll start moving toward those things instead. Too many people let their minds run wild, letting fear and doubt take control. They worry about what might go wrong, about what people think, or about whether they're good enough. And once those thoughts take hold, they start to spiral. One negative thought turns into another. And pretty soon they're stuck in a cycle of self-doubt and anxiety, paralyzed by the very thoughts they allowed to control them. But here's the thing, you don't have to live like that. You can change the narrative playing out in your mind. You can choose to control your thoughts. And when you do, you take control of your life. Let me break it down for you. Controlling your mind isn't about ignoring the hard stuff or pretending that fear doesn't exist. Fear is real. Doubt is real. But what you do with those feelings, that's what makes the difference. Are you going to let fear stop you? Or are you going to acknowledge it and keep moving forward anyway? That's the choice you get to make every single day. When you control your mind, you don't eliminate fear or doubt, you rise above it. You learn how to manage it, how to push through it,
and how to keep going even when it feels like the odds are stacked against you. This is where discipline comes in. You've got to train your mind the same way an athlete trains their body. You don't just wake up one day with mental strength. It's built over time with intentionality and effort. You've got to be deliberate about what you allow into your mind. Too many people feed their minds with garbage, negative news, toxic social media, drama, and wonder why they feel so stressed and overwhelmed. But what you consume mentally is just as important as what you consume physically. If you're constantly feeding your mind with negativity, it's no wonder you're struggling to stay positive and focused. So what do? You guard your mind like it's the most valuable thing you own, because it is. You've got to be selective about what you expose yourself to. If it doesn't feed your spirit, if it doesn't align with your goals or your values, let it go. Instead, fill your mind with things that challenge you, that push you to grow, that inspire you to be better. Read books that make you think, that open your mind to new ideas and possibilities. Listen to people who motivate you, who've walked the path you want to walk, and who've overcome the obstacles you're facing. And here's another thing: surround yourself with people who lift you up. The company you keep has a huge impact on your mindset. If you're hanging around people who are always negative, always complaining, always doubting, that energy is going to rub off on you. But if you're around people who are driven, focused, and positive, that energy is contagious too. The more you expose yourself to positivity and success, the more your mind will start to reflect that. You'll start to believe in yourself more, to see opportunities where others see obstacles, and to push through challenges with confidence instead of fear. Controlling your mind also means being intentional about your thoughts. When a negative thought creeps in, you've got to catch it, challenge it, and replace it with something better. You can't just let negative thoughts sit there and fester. They'll take root and grow into something bigger than they ever needed to be. Instead, when you catch yourself thinking, "I can't do this," stop and ask yourself, is that really true? What evidence do I have that I can't? Most of the time, you'll realize that those negative thoughts aren't based in reality. They're just your fear talking. So challenge them, flip the script, and replace them with thoughts that serve you. Another powerful tool for controlling your mind is visualization. When you visualize your goals, your dreams, and your success, you train your mind to focus on what you want rather than what you're afraid of. When you can see it in your mind, you can start to believe it's possible. And once you believe it's possible, you'll start taking the actions necessary to make it a reality. Visualization isn't just daydreaming, it's a way of programming your mind for success. It's about creating a mental picture of where you're headed and letting that picture guide your actions. Every morning when you wake up, you have a choice. Are you going to let the world dictate your thoughts, or are you going to take control of your mind? It's easy to get swept up in the chaos of life, to let stress, fear, or negativity take over. But you have the power to choose a different path. You have the power to focus on what you can control, to think positively, and to approach every situation with a mindset that says, "I can handle this, I've got this." When you start your day with that kind of intention, everything else falls into place. Meditation and prayer are also powerful ways to control your mind. When you take time each day to quiet your thoughts, to center yourself, and to connect with something bigger than yourself, you give your mind the space it needs to recharge and refocus. Meditation helps you become more aware of your thoughts so you can catch the negative ones before they spiral out of control. Prayer reminds you that you're not in this alone, that you're part of something greater, and that you have the strength to overcome whatever comes your way. The bottom line is this: controlling your mind is a daily practice. It's not something you do once and then forget about. It's a commitment to yourself, to your goals, and to your future. It's about taking responsibility for your thoughts and understanding that they have the power to shape your life. When you control your mind, You take back control of your destiny. You're no longer at the mercy of fear, doubt, or negativity. You're in the driver's seat, steering your life in the direction you want to go. So start today. Start by being mindful of your thoughts. Start by feeding your mind with the kind of information, people, and experiences that will push you towards success. Challenge the negative thoughts when they arise and replace them with thoughts that serve you. Visualize your goals, meditate, pray, and take control of your mind, because when you do that, you take control of your life. And once you're in control of your mind, there's nothing you can't achieve. Now let's dive into something that people often overlook but plays a huge role in how their lives unfold: your mood. Your mood is like the lens through which you see the world, and if you don't control it, that lens can distort everything around you. Think about it. You've probably seen it happen before. Someone wakes up on the wrong side of the bed, and all day they carry that bad energy with them. Every interaction is negative. Every obstacle feels like a catastrophe. They're walking around like the whole world is against them, when in reality, it's their mood that's the problem. They've let a fleeting emotion take over and dictate how they experience their day. But here's what you need to realize: your mood doesn't just happen to you. You have more control over it than you think. Your mood is not some external force that you're powerless against. It's not something you have to surrender to. Your mood is a choice. It's something you can regulate, something you can manage no matter what's happening around you. And when you understand that, when you realize that you have the power to control your emotional state, everything starts to change. Now, let's be clear about something: emotions are real. I'm not saying you should ignore how you feel. If you're angry, you're angry. If you're sad, you're sad. Those are legitimate emotions, and they deserve to be acknowledged. But here's the thing: just because you feel something doesn't mean you have to let it control you. Feelings are like waves. They rise, they fall, they come, they go. But you don't have to be swept away by them. You can learn to ride the wave instead of drowning in it. One of the biggest mistakes people make is thinking that their feelings are facts. They wake up feeling stressed or anxious, and they start to believe that their entire day is doomed. But feelings are not facts. Just because you feel something in the moment doesn't mean it's the absolute truth. It doesn't mean your day is ruined or that your life is off track. It's just an emotion. It's temporary. And the moment you start to recognize that, the moment you understand that your mood is fluid and can be changed, you take back control. Here's where you start awareness. Most people go through their day on autopilot, completely unaware of how their mood is affecting them. They let their emotions dictate their actions without even realizing it. They're reacting instead of responding. But when you become aware of your mood, when you check in with yourself and say, wait a minute, how am I feeling right now? You give yourself the power to shift that energy. You become the one in the driver's seat rather than letting your emotions steer the car. Think about it. How many times have you let something small set the tone for your whole day? Maybe you got stuck in traffic, or someone said something that rubbed you the wrong way. Before you know it, you're carrying that frustration with you all day, snapping at people, getting irritated over things that don't really matter. You let that one small thing snowball into something much bigger than it needed to be. But when you control your mood, you can stop that snowball before it gets rolling. You can pause, take a breath, and decide how you want to respond. You can choose to let it go, to not let that moment define your entire day. And that's the key choice. You always have a choice when it comes to your mood. You may not be able to control what happens to you,
but you can always control how you respond. You can choose to dwell on the negative, or you can choose to focus on the positive. You can choose to let a bad moment ruin your day, or you can choose to move on and make the best of it. It's all up to you. And when you start to see your mood as something you can control, you stop being a victim of your circumstances. You become empowered. Now, controlling your mood doesn't mean putting on a fake smile and pretending everything is okay when it's not. It's not about suppressing your emotions or ignoring how you feel. It's about managing your emotions in a way that serves you rather than letting them run the show. It's about finding healthy outlets for your feelings and making sure that they don't dictate your actions in a negative way. Let's talk about gratitude for a minute. Gratitude is one of the most powerful tools you have for controlling your mood. When you focus on what you're grateful for, when you make a conscious effort to shift your attention to the good things in your life, it's almost impossible to stay in a negative state. Gratitude forces you to recognize that no matter what's going wrong, there's still something going right. It changes your perspective. It shifts your focus from what you don't have to what you do have, from what's lacking to what's abundant. So when you find yourself in a bad mood, when things aren't going your way, take a moment to stop and reflect on what you're grateful for. It doesn't have to be something big. It could be as simple as the fact that you woke up this morning, that you have a roof over your head, or that you have people in your life who care about you. Whatever it is, focus on it. Let it fill you up. Let it remind you that even in the midst of challenges, there's still something to be thankful for. Gratitude changes everything. Another powerful tool for controlling your mood is your mindset. You see, your mood is directly tied to how you think. If you're constantly thinking negative thoughts, if you're always focused on what's wrong, it's going to be hard to stay in a positive mood. But if you train your mind to focus on the good, to see challenges as opportunities and setbacks as lessons, your mood will follow. Your mood is a reflection of your thoughts. So if you want to control your mood, start by controlling your mind. Meditation and mindfulness are great ways to do this. When you take time each day to quiet your mind, to center yourself, you create space for positive energy to flow in. You become more aware of your thoughts, and that awareness allows you to shift your mood when it starts to go off track. Instead of reacting to every little thing that happens, you learn to respond with intention. You learn to choose how you feel rather than letting your emotions choose for you. And let's not forget about your energy. Your mood is contagious. The energy you put out into the world will come back to you. If you're walking around with a negative attitude, constantly complaining, constantly focusing on what's wrong, you're going to attract more negativity into your life. But if you're positive, if you're optimistic, if you're grateful, that energy will attract more of the same. People will want to be around you. Opportunities will start to open up. Success will start to come your way. So take control of your mood. Don't let it control you. Don't let a bad morning turn into a bad day, or a bad day turn into a bad week. Recognize that you have the power to shift your energy at any moment. You can choose to be positive. You can choose to be grateful. You can choose to see the good, even in the midst of challenges. And when you do that, you'll start to notice that your life begins to change. Your mood matters. It affects everything you do, from your relationships to your career to your overall happiness. So don't take it lightly. Pay attention to how you're feeling. Check in with yourself regularly. And when you notice that your mood is starting to go off track, take steps to shift it. Breathe, reflect, focus on what's good. Choose gratitude. Choose positivity. Choose to control your mood, because when you do, you take control of your life. And finally, let's talk about money. This one's big, and I don't mean just in terms of dollars and cents. I'm talking about the mindset you have toward money. Money can either be a tool that gives you freedom, or it can be a shackle that ties you down, weighs you down, and keeps you up at night. Too many people are controlled by their money or by the lack of it. They're out here living paycheck to paycheck, wondering how they're going to make ends meet. They're drowning in debt, feeling like they'll never catch a break. They don't have a plan, and because they don't have a plan, they feel powerless. But here's the truth, money, just like anything else in your life, is something you can control. You've just got to be intentional about it. You've got to make the decision to control it instead of letting it control you. First off, let me make something clear. Money is not the root of all evil. You've heard that before, right? People like to throw that around, but they're misquoting it. It's not the money itself that's the problem, it's the love of money. It's when you become obsessed with it, when you start chasing it at all costs, when you're willing to do anything and everything just to get more of it, that's when you get into trouble. But money itself, money is neutral. It's a tool. And how you use that tool, that's what makes the difference. You can use it to build something beautiful, something lasting, something that benefits not the people around you. Or you can use it recklessly, carelessly, and find yourself in a deeper hole than when you started. The choice is yours. So how do you control your money? How do you take the reins and stop letting it control you? It starts with a plan. You've got to create a plan for your money. You've got to know where every dollar is going before it even gets there. Too many people out here are just spending without thinking, without planning. They're reacting to every sale, every impulse, every fleeting desire. But if you want to control your money, you've got to be proactive. That means budgeting. That means saving. That means investing in your future. It's about being intentional with every dollar that comes into your hands. Now, budgeting might not sound like the most exciting thing in the world, but let me tell you something, budgeting is freedom. When you have a budget, you know exactly where your money is going. You're not guessing, you're not stressing. You're in control. You're telling your money what to do instead of wondering where it went. And when you're in control, when you're intentional, you stop letting your emotions drive your spending. Let's talk about that for a second. Emotions and money, they don't mix well. How many times have you had a bad day and decided to go out and spend money just to feel better? How many times have you told yourself, I deserve this, and bought something you knew you couldn't afford? Listen, I get it, but here's the thing. Just because you feel like you deserve something doesn't mean you should buy it. Just because you had a bad day doesn't mean you should spend money that's going to set you back financially. That kind of emotional spending is a trap. And if you're not careful, it'll keep you stuck in a cycle of debt and stress. You've got to be smart with your money. You've got to think long term. Don't just focus on the here and now. Think about where you want to be 5 years from now, 10 years from now. Think about what kind of life you want to create for yourself and your family. And then start making decisions that will help you get there. That means saving. That means investing. That means living below your means, even when it feels like everyone else is out there living it up. Let's talk about saving for a second, because a lot of people out here are not saving nearly enough. They're living for today, spending every dime they make and hoping that tomorrow will take care of itself. But tomorrow's coming whether you're ready or not. You've got to prepare for it. You've got to save for it. Start by building an emergency fund, something to cover those unexpected expenses that life throws your way. Because let me tell you something, life is going to throw you some curveballs. The car is going to break down. The roof is going to leak. You're going to have medical bills. If you don't have money set aside for those emergencies, you're going to find yourself in a hole that's hard to climb out of. Once you've got your emergency fund in place, start thinking about your future. Start thinking about retirement, about investments, about building wealth that will last. And here's the thing about wealth. It's not about how much you make, it's about how much you keep. It's about building something that lasts. Too many people are focused on making more money, but they're not paying attention to how much they're spending. They're making six figures, but they're living paycheck to paycheck because they're spending it all as soon as it comes in. That's not wealth. Wealth is when you've got something that lasts. Wealth is when you're building a legacy, when you're creating financial freedom for yourself and for the generations that come after you. And let me say this, financial freedom doesn't mean having millions of dollars in the bank. It means being in control of your money controlling you. It means living within your means. It means having a plan. It means being intentional about where your money is going and making sure it's working for you, not against you. When you've got financial freedom, you've got options. You can live life on your own terms. You can pursue your passions. You can give back to your community in meaningful ways. You can invest in the things that matter to you. But you'll never get there if you're letting your money run the show. If you're letting your emotions drive your spending. If you're spending more than you're earning, if you don't have a plan. So here's what you need to do. Start by getting clear about where your money is going. Track your spending. Look at every dollar that's coming in and every dollar that's going out. And then create a budget that reflects your priorities. Make sure you're saving. Make sure you're investing. Make sure you're thinking long-term, not just about today. And here's the thing, it's never too late to start. I don't care if you're 25 or 55, if you're just starting your career or getting ready to retire. It's never too late to take control of your money. It might take some time. It might take some sacrifice, but it's worth it. Because when you control your money, you're not just building wealth, you're building freedom. Your terms, to pursue your passions, to give back in ways that are meaningful to you. So control your money. Don't let it control you. Be intentional. Be disciplined. Make a plan and stick to it. Because when you do that, you're not just securing your financial future, you're securing your freedom. You're giving yourself options. You're creating a life that's not defined by stress, by limitations, by debt. You're creating a life that's defined by possibility, by opportunity, by abundance. And that's a life worth living. So take control. It's your money. It's your life. Don't let either one slip through your fingers. Let's bring it all together now. Control your mouth, control your mind, control your mood, control your money. These are the pillars that will determine the quality of your life. You can't control everything that happens to you, but you can control how you respond to it. And that's where your true power lies. You're not a victim of circumstance. You're not at the mercy of life's ups and downs. You have the power to shape your reality, to create your future, and to live a life that's full of purpose, meaning, and success. But it all starts with taking control. Let's talk about your mouth. The words you speak are more powerful than you realize. You can speak life, or you can speak destruction. Every time you open your mouth, you're making a choice. You're either building something up or you're tearing it down. You can build your relationships, your career, your self-esteem with the words you use, or you can sabotage them. When you're intentional about your words, when you speak with purpose, you'll see how much smoother your life runs. You'll notice people respond to you differently. You'll notice doors open for you that would have stayed shut if you were reckless with your words. And it's not just about speaking kindly to others, it's about speaking kindly to yourself. The way you talk to yourself matters. If you keep telling yourself you can't do it, you're not good enough, you'll never succeed, guess what? You'll start believing it. And once you believe it, you'll act on it. So control your mouth, because your words will create the world you live in. Next, control your mind. It's a battlefield, and the war is won or lost up here. Every action you take starts with a thought. Every habit, every decision, every goal you set, it all begins in your mind. If you don't take control of your thoughts, they'll run wild. Doubt, fear, negativity, they'll creep in and take over if you let them. But you don't have to let them. You can choose what you focus on. You can choose to fill your mind with positive, empowering thoughts. You can choose to feed it with knowledge, with inspiration, with faith. And when you do that, you'll find that your actions follow suit. You'll start making better decisions. You'll start pushing yourself harder, reaching higher. going further than you ever thought possible. Because when you control your mind, you control your destiny. Now, control your mood. Too many of us let our emotions dictate how we show up in the world. We let a bad day ruin everything. We let one small setback turn into a big problem. But your mood is your responsibility. You can't always control what happens to you, but you can control how you respond to it. You can choose to shift your perspective. You can choose gratitude over frustration, optimism over despair. And when you make that choice, you'll notice your energy shifts. People are drawn to positive energy. Opportunities are drawn to positive energy. Success is drawn to positive energy. So don't let your emotions run the show. You're the one in control here. And finally, control your money. Money is a tool. It's not something to chase after endlessly, and it's not something to fear. It's something to manage wisely. When you're intentional about how you use it, when you budget, when you save, when you invest, you're setting yourself up for freedom. Financial freedom isn't about being rich, it's about having options. It's about being able to make choices that align with your values and your goals instead of being trapped by debt or limited by a lack of resources. When you control your money, you're not just building wealth, you're building a life. A life that gives you the freedom to pursue your passions, to help others, to live without constant worry. But let me say this, none of this happens overnight. You don't just wake up one day and suddenly have control over everything. It takes time. It takes effort. It takes discipline. And you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have it all figured out right now. But you do have to start. Start today. Start with one thing. Maybe it's watching what you say. Maybe it's taking control of your thoughts. Maybe it's choosing to be positive even when things aren't going your way. Or maybe it's creating a budget and sticking to it. Whatever it is, take that first step. And then take another. And before you know it, you'll have built a life that's intentional, a life that's meaningful, a life that's yours. And as you do that, as you start taking control of these 4 areas, your mouth, your mind, your mood, and your money, you'll begin to see a shift. You'll notice that you're not just living day to day, reacting to whatever life throws at you. You're creating your life. You're in the driver's seat. And that's a powerful place to be. But here's the thing, it's not just about you. When you take control of your life, you're also creating a ripple effect. You're inspiring the people around you. You're showing them what's possible. You're lifting them up. Whether it's your family, your friends, your community, when you live with intention, when you take control, you become a leader. You become a light in a world that desperately needs it. So don't wait. Don't sit back and let life happen to you. Take control. Control your mouth, your mind, your mood, and your money. It's not going to be easy, but it will be worth it. And when you look back one day, you'll see that you didn't just live your life, you created it. You shaped it. You owned it. And in doing that, you'll have built something that no one can take away from you. A legacy, a life full of purpose, of meaning, of success. So start today. Take that first step. Control your life because nobody else is going to do it for you. You have the power. The control is in your hands. So what are you going to do with it? Imagine a life where every day you become better than you were yesterday, a life where you're constantly growing, evolving, and reaching new heights. That's not just a dream, my friends. It's a reality that you have the power to create. You see, success isn't about a single moment of triumph. It's not about reaching one goal and then resting on your laurels. No, true success is about continuous improvement. It's about waking up every single day with a burning desire to be better than you were the day before. Now, I want you to lean in close and listen carefully, because what I'm about to share with you could change the entire trajectory of your life. I'm going to reveal 10 things you must improve daily if you want to unlock your full potential and live the extraordinary life you were born to live. 1, mindset.
Let's start with the foundation of all success, your mindset. Your mind is like a garden. Whatever you plant in it will grow. So I ask you, what are you planting in your mind each day? Are you sowing seeds of doubt, fear, and limitation? Or are you planting seeds of possibility, courage, and abundance? Every day you must consciously work on improving your mindset. Challenge those negative thoughts that creep in.
Replace I can't with how can I? Replace that's impossible with what if it were possible?
The human mind is the most powerful tool you possess. It can be your greatest ally or your worst enemy. The choice is yours. Will you let your mind hold you back, or will you train it to propel you forward? I remember a young man who came to me, beaten down by life's challenges. He believed he was destined for mediocrity, but day by day we worked on his mindset. We planted new seeds of belief, and within a year, that same young man had started his own business and was impacting lives in ways he never thought possible. That's the power of improving your mindset daily. It's not about grand gestures, it's about small, consistent shifts in how you think. Choose empowering thoughts over limiting ones, day after day. 2, skills. In this rapidly changing world, if you're not growing, you're dying. That's why the third thing you must improve daily is your skills. Now, I'm not talking about becoming a jack of all trades. I'm talking about honing the skills that are crucial to your success. What are the skills that will take you to the next level in your career? What are the skills that will help you solve problems more effectively? What are the skills that will make you indispensable? Identify those skills and commit to improving them every single day. Maybe it's public speaking, maybe it's writing, maybe it's coding. Whatever it is, make a plan to get better at it day by day. Read books, take courses, practice, seek feedback. Even just 15 minutes a day can make a world of difference over time. Excellence is not an act, but a habit. You become excellent by consistently doing excellent things. I once worked with a young entrepreneur who would grow his business. He had the passion, he had the idea, but he lacked certain skills. So he made a plan. Every day he would spend time improving his marketing skills, his financial literacy, his leadership abilities. It wasn't easy, but he stuck with it. And within years, his business had tripled in size, all because he committed to improving his skills daily. 3, health. Now let's talk about your health. Your body is the vehicle through which you experience life. If that vehicle is broken down, how can you expect to go anywhere? Improving your health doesn't mean you need to run a marathon every morning. It's about making small, consistent choices that add up over time. Maybe it's choosing water instead of that sugary drink. Maybe it's going to bed 15 minutes earlier to get more rest. Your health isn't just about your physical body, it's about your energy levels, your mood, your ability to focus and perform. When you improve your health, you improve every aspect of your life. I once met a woman who was struggling in her career. She was always tired, always stressed, always one step behind. We started working on her health, small changes day by day. She started eating better, moving more, and sleeping well. And you know what? Her career took off. She had more energy, more clarity, and more drive, all because she committed to improving her health. Remember, you only get one body in this life. Treat it like the precious gift it is. Nourish it, move it, rest it. Your future self will thank you. 4, relationships. Human beings are social creatures. We thrive on connection. That's why the 4th thing you must improve daily is your relationships. Now, when I say relationships, I'm not just talking about romantic partnerships. I'm talking about all your relationships with your family, your friends, your colleagues, your clients, and even your relationship with yourself. Ask yourself, how can I add value to someone's life today? How can I be a better listener? How can I show more appreciation? How can I resolve conflicts more effectively? Success is not a solo journey. The higher you want to go, the more you need a strong support system. And that support system is built one interaction at a time, one day at a time. I remember working with a CEO who was brilliant at strategy, but struggled with team morale. His company was successful on paper, but turnover was high and innovation was low. We worked on improving his relationships daily, showing more empathy, giving more recognition, fostering more collaboration. The transformation was remarkable. Not only did team morale skyrocket, but the company's performance reached new heights, all because he committed to improving his relationships daily. Life, it won't be your bank balance or your job title that matters most. It will be the lives you've touched, the relationships you've nurtured. So invest in them daily. 5, focus. In today's world, focus is a superpower. We're constantly bombarded with distractions, notifications, and information overload. That's why the 5th thing you must improve daily is your focus. Think of your focus like a muscle. The more you exercise it, the stronger it becomes. Every day, practice concentrating one task at a time. Start with just 5 minutes if you need to. Then gradually increase the duration. Turn off notifications when you're working. Create a distraction-free environment. Use techniques like the Pomodoro method to structure your work time. Train your mind to stay present and engaged. Your ability to focus directly impacts your productivity, creativity, and the quality of your work. When you can focus deeply, what might take others days. I once coached a writer who was struggling to finish her novel. She had the talent, but she couldn't seem to make progress. We worked on improving her focus daily. She started with 15-minute focused writing sessions, gradually increasing to an hour. Around her writing time to signal to her brain that it was time to focus. And you know what? Within 6 months, she had completed her novel, all because she committed to improving her focus daily. In a world of constant distraction, the ability to focus deeply is a rare and valuable skill. Cultivate it daily and watch how it transforms your life and work. 6, habits. Your life today is essentially the sum of your habits. How you spend your days is how you spend your life. That's why the 6th thing you must improve daily is your habits. When I say habits, I'm not just talking about the big, obvious ones like exercising or eating healthy. I'm talking about all the behaviors that make up your day, how you start your morning, how you approach your work, how you interact with others, how you wind down in the evening. Every day, take a look at your habits. Which ones are serving you well? Which ones are holding you back? Choose one habit to focus on improving. Maybe it's waking up earlier. Maybe it's expressing gratitude. Maybe it's reading for 30 minutes before bed. Habits are formed through repetition. It's not about making drastic changes overnight. It's about making small, consistent improvements day after day. I once worked with a struggling student who couldn't seem to keep up with his studies. We didn't try to overhaul his entire life. Instead, we focused on improving one habit at a time. First, it was creating a consistent study schedule. Then, it was improving his note-taking technique. Then, it was implementing active recall strategies. Day by day, habit by habit, his academic performance transformed. By the end of the year, he was at the top of his class, all because he committed to improving his habits daily. Your habits shape your life. Choose them wisely, improve consistently, and watch how they elevate every aspect of your existence. 7, knowledge. In the age of information, ignorance is a choice. That's why the 7th thing you must improve daily is your knowledge. I'm not talking about accumulating facts. I'm talking about gaining deep, meaningful knowledge that enhances your understanding of the world and your ability to navigate it successfully. Every day, commit to learning something new. Read books, listen to podcasts, engage in thoughtful discussions, stay curious about the world around you. Ask questions, seek out diverse perspectives. Knowledge is power. The more you know, the more you can do. The more you understand, the better decisions you can make. The broader your knowledge base, the more creative solutions you can devise. I remember mentoring a young professional once, someone who was ambitious but felt stuck in her career. She was good at her job, no doubt about that, but there was no growth. She felt like she had hit a ceiling, not because of lack of talent, but because she hadn't yet tapped into her potential for daily improvement. We sat down and crafted a plan, a simple, powerful one that would change everything for her. She needed to expand her knowledge every single day. This wasn't about making giant leaps overnight. It was about the power of consistent daily growth. She committed to reading industry publications, taking online courses, and attending webinars. It didn't happen overnight, but you know what? Within a year, she not only earned herself a promotion, but she also identified a new market opportunity for her company. And it all started with that commitment to improve a little each day. Just like that, she unlocked doors she hadn't even realized were there. 8, resilience. Your mind, you see, is like a parachute. It only works when it's open. Every day you have to open it, feed it new ideas, new concepts, new understandings. The world is vast and there's so much to learn. Never let yourself become stagnant. Always seek to grow. But growth isn't just intellectual. It's about resilience too. Life, there will be storms, setbacks, and failure. Resilience is your ability to bounce back from adversity, to adapt to change, and to persevere when things get tough. And just like any other skill, resilience can be developed and strengthened over time. Everything that challenges you. Step out of your comfort zone, face your fears. And when you encounter setbacks, don't see them as failures. See them as lessons, as opportunities to learn and grow. Instead of asking, why me, ask, what can I learn from this? Instead of dwelling on what went wrong, focus on what you can do to make things right. I worked with an athlete once, someone who had suffered a major injury. He was devastated, ready to give up on his dreams. But we didn't focus on what he had lost. We focused on what he could control: his attitude, his rehabilitation, his mental preparation. Day by day, we worked on building his resilience. And you know what? Not only did he return to his sport, but he came back stronger physically and mentally. That's the power of resilience. And it all starts with daily commitment. 9. Creativity. Let's talk about creativity. In a world that's becoming more automated by the day, creativity is more valuable than ever. Creativity isn't just about painting or writing or some other form of. It's about thinking outside the box. It's about innovation, about seeing connections where others see chaos. That's why improving your creativity daily is essential. Creativity doesn't just happen by accident. To nurture. Every day, do something that sparks your creativity. Try a new approach to a familiar task. Look at problems from different angles. Engage in activities that stimulate your imagination, whether it's drawing, writing, brainstorming, or even just daydreaming. I worked with a business owner once, someone struggling to stand out in a crowded market. We focused on improving his creativity daily. He started keeping an idea journal, engaging in regular brainstorming sessions, even taking up painting as a hobby to stimulate his mind. And within months, he came up with a product offering that revolutionized his industry. That's the power of creativity unlocked through consistent daily effort. Your creativity is limitless. Tap into it every day and watch how it transforms not just your work, but your life. 10, your contribution. At the end of the day, it's not about what you get, it's about what you give. That's why the final thing you need to improve daily is your contribution to the world. Ask yourself, how can I add value today? It doesn't have to be a grand gesture. Sometimes it's the small things, a kind word to someone who's struggling, volunteering your time, mentoring someone who's just starting out. True fulfillment doesn't come from accumulating wealth or status. It comes from making a difference in the lives of others. And when you focus on improving your contribution daily, you not only enrich the world around you, you enrich your own life in ways you never imagined. I once worked with a successful executive. He had everything he thought he wanted, wealth, power, status, but he felt empty. So he shifted his focus. He started mentoring young professionals, getting involved in community projects, using his influence to advocate for important causes. And you know what? He found a sense of fulfillment that all his previous achievements had never given him. Your contribution matters. Your experiences, your skills, your unique perspectives, they are all valuable. Don't underestimate the impact you can have. Commit to making a difference every single day. Now take a moment, let these things sink in. Your mindset, your health, your skills, your relationships, your focus, your habits, your knowledge, your resilience, your creativity, and your contribution, these are the pillars of an extraordinary life. Imagine where you could be if you committed to improving just a little in each of these areas every single day. Think about where you'd be in a month, a year, 5 years. The growth would be exponential. The transformation, unbelievable. But here's the thing, it's not about making drastic changes overnight. It's about small, consistent choices. It's about progress, not perfection. Every single step you take moves you closer to the person you're meant to be. Success isn't a destination, it's a journey. It's made up of the daily choices you make every single day. So I challenge you, start today. Choose one area to improve and commit to it. Then tomorrow, do it again. And the next day, and the next, keep going. It's within you. You have the power to shape your destiny to create an extraordinary life. But that power is only activated through your daily choices and actions. What will you choose? Will you settle for mediocrity? Or will you strive for greatness? Will you let life happen to you? Or will you happen to life? I believe in you. I believe in your potential. I believe in your ability to create a life beyond your wildest dreams. But it starts with a decision. A move to grow, to evolve. As you walk this path of growth and evolution, you begin to generate a positive energy. An energy so contagious that it encourages others to start their own journeys of self-improvement. But remember, this journey is uniquely yours. Don't fall into the trap of comparison. Everyone's path is different, each shaped by their own experiences, challenges, and aspirations. Focus on your growth. Celebrate your progress and learn from your setbacks. As you move forward, understand that while striving for growth is admirable, balance is key. It's essential to appreciate where you are right now. Practice gratitude for the blessings you currently have, even as you work towards your future goals. This balance of contentment and ambition is what will fuel your long-term, sustainable growth. On this journey, seek out mentors and role models who embody the qualities you wish to develop. Learn from their experiences, seek their guidance, and allow their wisdom to light your path. But at the same time, be open to becoming a mentor yourself. Sharing your experiences and insights can reinforce your own learning while creating meaningful connections. As you grow daily, your definition of success will evolve. What once seemed like the pinnacle of achievement might, in time, reveal itself to be just another milestone on your journey. Embrace this evolution. Let your goals grow and shift as you do. This flexibility will ensure that you are always stretching, always reaching for new heights. And remember, the goal isn't perfection, it's progress. Don't let the pursuit of flawlessness paralyze you. Focus instead on consistent, incremental improvement. Celebrate the small wins. Learn from the missteps. And above all, keep moving forward. Every step, no matter how small, is a step in the right direction. As you continue on this path of daily improvement, you will uncover strengths and resilience you never knew you had. You'll discover talents and passions that may have been dormant within you. You'll forge connections and create opportunities that once seemed out of reach. This journey of self-improvement isn't merely about achieving external markers of success. It's about becoming the best version of yourself mentally, emotionally, physically, and spiritually. It's about aligning your actions with your values and living a life filled with purpose and fulfillment. Through daily improvement, your capacity to handle life's challenges will grow. What once felt overwhelming will become manageable. Your problem-solving skills will sharpen, your emotional intelligence will deepen, and your ability to navigate complex situations will improve. This growth will open up new possibilities in every area of your life. In your career, you'll be better equipped to take on new responsibilities and pursue ambitious goals. In your personal life, you'll be able to build deeper, more meaningful relationships and contribute more significantly to your community. But perhaps the most profound impact of your commitment to self-improvement will be on your inner world. As you choose growth over stagnation, you'll develop a deep sense of self-respect and self-trust. You'll know without question that you have the strength to handle whatever life throws your way. This inner confidence is priceless. It gives you the courage to step outside your comfort zone, pursue dreams you once thought impossible, and live in alignment with your deepest values. And as you walk this path, always remember self-improvement is not a destination, it's a lifelong process. There will always be new skills to master, new challenges to face, new ways to grow. Embrace this ongoing journey with enthusiasm and curiosity. Stay open to new ideas and perspectives. The world is constantly changing, and your ability to adapt and grow with it will be key to your success and fulfillment. Read widely. Engage in meaningful conversations. Seek out diversity in thought and experience. These will provide valuable insights and spark new areas of growth. And as you improve daily, your influence will naturally grow. People are drawn to those who actively work on bettering themselves. Use this influence wisely. Let your journey inspire others, but always remember that their paths are unique. Encourage them to find their own way to discover what self-improvement means for them. Self-improvement isn't always about adding new things to your life. Sometimes it's about letting go. As you grow, you may need to release old habits, limiting beliefs, or even relationships that no longer serve you. Letting go can be challenging, but it's often necessary to make space for new growth. Throughout this journey, be kind to yourself. Growth isn't always comfortable. There will be times when you stumble, when you fall short of your expectations. In these moments, practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding you would offer a close friend. As you continue daily, your resilience will strengthen. You'll become better at bouncing back from setbacks, at finding the lessons hidden in each challenge. This resilience will serve you well, not just on your personal journey, but in every aspect of your life. It doesn't happen in isolation. As you grow and evolve, you impact the lives of those around you. Your commitment to daily improvement will inspire your family, motivate your colleagues, and positively influence your community. Embrace this ripple effect. Your personal growth contributes to the betterment of the world around you. As you continue to move forward, stay connected to your why. Why did you start this journey? What drives you to become better each day? Keeping this purpose at the forefront of your mind will keep you motivated, especially during tough times. Remember, the power to shape your life lies within you. Each day presents a new opportunity to take one more step towards becoming the person you want to be. Embrace these opportunities. Choose growth. Choose improvement. Choose to become the best version of yourself. Your journey of daily improvement is not just a gift to yourself, it's a gift to the world. As you grow and evolve, you expand what's possible, not just for you, but for everyone whose life you touch. So step forward with courage. Step forward with determination. Know that you have the power to create an extraordinary life. The path of daily improvement isn't always easy, but it's always worth it. It's a path that leads to personal fulfillment, to meaningful achievement, to a life lived with purpose and passion. It's a path that allows you to maximize your unique gifts and talents, to reach your full potential, and to leave your mark on the world. Embrace this journey. Commit to improving every single day. Trust in your ability to grow, to learn, to write, full of possibility waiting for you to shape it. Your extraordinary life is calling. Answer that call with enthusiasm, with determination, with a commitment to daily improvement. Remember, the journey of 1,000 single step. Take that step today. And tomorrow, take another. And the day after that, yet another. Soon, you'll look back and be amazed how far you've come. Your potential is limitless. Your capacity for growth is boundless. Your ability to impact the world is immeasurable. Believe in yourself. Commit to daily improvement and watch as your life transforms in ways you never imagined. The world is waiting for the unique gifts only you can offer. So step forward with confidence, with purpose, and with a relentless commitment to becoming better each day. Your journey of daily improvement starts now. Embrace it. Enjoy it. And let it lead you to the extraordinary life you were always meant to live. So go forward, my friends. Embrace the journey of daily improvement. Every day is an opportunity to get closer to your goals, to shape your future, to become the best version of yourself. Your extraordinary life is waiting for you.
Ladies and gentlemen, today I want to talk to you about one of the most powerful journeys you can take, the journey of rebuilding yourself. Life often throws unexpected challenges our way, and we may find ourselves in places we never planned to be. It's during these moments that we need to pause, reflect, and recognize the need for change. Rebuilding yourself starts with the vital, though often difficult step of acknowledging that change is necessary. This is a turning point in life that calls for honest self-reflection and a clear look at where you are versus where you want to be. It's about stepping back to evaluate your current situation and understanding the gap between your present and your goals. In a world full of distractions, responsibilities, and pressures, it's easy to lose touch with who we really are. We often convince ourselves that things are fine or that we can endure our discomfort. But real transformation begins when we have the courage to look inward and face the feelings we've been avoiding. Acknowledging the need for change isn't just about identifying what's wrong. It's about understanding the deeper reasons behind those feelings. Maybe you're unhappy at work, dissatisfied in a relationship, or caught in negative thought patterns. The first step in rebuilding yourself is admitting these feelings are valid and signal the need for change. It's okay to feel lost or unsatisfied. What matters is how you respond to those feelings. Self-awareness is key. It's the starting point for growth and progress. To reach this awareness, take time for self-reflection. This might include journaling, meditating, or having conversations with a trusted friend or therapist. Ask yourself questions like, what am I avoiding? What patterns do I see in my life? How have past experiences shaped my present? Give yourself space to explore these questions without judgment. The answers may take time to surface, but they will come with patience. Recognizing the need for change also takes courage. Holding on to what's familiar, even if it's not helping us, can feel safer than stepping into the unknown. You might wonder, what if I fail? Or, what if things get worse? But what if things could get better? Real growth happens when we step out of our comfort zones and embrace the possibility of improvement. Rebuilding yourself will come with ups and downs, but the struggles will teach you the most about who you are. As you consider the need for change, look at your relationships. Are they supportive and uplifting, or do they drain your energy? Sometimes, acknowledging the need for change means recognizing and releasing toxic relationships. Surround yourself with people who encourage your growth and dreams. Let go of those who don't contribute positively to your life. They may not understand your journey, and that's okay. Your growth is your responsibility. Another key part of this process is understanding that change is not a one-time event, but a continuous journey. Many people want immediate results, but rebuilding takes time. Change is filled with lessons, setbacks, and achievements. Remember, setbacks aren't failures. They are chances to learn and grow. When challenges arise, reflect on what they teach you about yourself and your path. Every obstacle can help you build the resilience you need for your transformation. It's also important to take action. Recognizing the need for change is only the beginning. Progress comes from the steps you take toward that change. Start with small, achievable goals that align with what you want to improve. Celebrate your progress, no matter how small it seems, because each step brings you closer to becoming the person you want to be. Be kind to yourself during this journey. It's easy to criticize yourself, but remember that growth isn't a straight line. Some days you'll feel like you're moving forward, and other days you might feel stuck. That's normal. Treat yourself with compassion and acknowledge that you're doing your best with what you know and have right now. Acknowledging the need for change is the spark that sets your transformation in motion. As you embark on this journey, remember that rebuilding yourself is not only about personal transformation, but also about the positive impact you can have on others. When you commit to growth, you become a source of inspiration and strength for those around you. Your courage to face challenges, embrace change, and strive for a better version of yourself encourages others to do the same. By leading with authenticity and purpose, you create a ripple effect of positivity, showing that it's never too late to redefine your path and build a life aligned with your true potential. It requires the courage to face uncomfortable truths about yourself, your life, and your relationships. This process lays a strong foundation for the journey of rebuilding ahead, serving as a transformative step in itself. Once you acknowledge the need for change, you can move forward with clarity and purpose, ready to take the steps needed to become the person you are meant to be. See this acknowledgement as the first bold move on a path of renewal, growth, and empowerment. Your journey has begun, and it holds the promise of a brighter, more fulfilling future. Embracing the process of transformation is an essential part of rebuilding yourself, and it's important to recognize that this journey is neither quick nor straightforward. Life is a complex blend of experiences, emotions, and lessons that shape who we are. When you commit to changing your life, you are embarking on a gradual process that requires patience, resilience, and a genuine commitment to self-discovery. Each small step you take plays a vital role in shaping the person you strive to become. The first step in this journey is understanding that transformation takes time. In a world that often values instant results, it's easy to feel pressured to achieve change quickly. However, the most meaningful growth happens slowly, through consistent effort and dedication. It's important to focus on the journey itself, rather than fixating on the end goal. Each day presents an opportunity to learn and grow, no matter how small the progress may seem. Celebrate these small wins. They are the building blocks of your transformation. Resilience is another cornerstone of this process. The path to rebuilding yourself will include obstacles and setbacks. These moments of difficulty are when your commitment to change will be tested most. It's important to remember that failure is not the opposite of success. It is a crucial part of the journey. Every setback carries a lesson that can guide your future actions and decisions. When challenges arise, lean into your resilience, draw on your inner strength, and keep moving forward with determination. Through this journey, you'll also discover the incredible strength that lies within you. As you navigate each step, you'll realize that the power to transform your life has always been in your hands. This process not only reshapes your outlook, but also enhances your sense of self-worth and confidence. The more you commit to rebuilding yourself, the more you'll find that challenges become stepping stones, and fears lose their grip on you. Trust in the process, stay committed, and remember that every effort you make is leading you closer to the best version of yourself. The journey of transformation also calls for a willingness to embrace discomfort. Change often challenges your sense of familiarity and pushes you beyond your comfort zone. You might face fear, uncertainty, and self-doubt as you venture into uncharted territory. Instead of letting these feelings control your actions, confront them directly. See the discomfort as a signal of growth. Each time you face the unknown, you broaden your perspective and move closer to becoming the person you aspire to be. The more you address and work through these emotions, the more capable and confident you'll feel in tackling future challenges. Self-reflection is a key tool throughout this process. Take time to pause and evaluate your progress regularly. Reflect on your growth, the obstacles you've overcome, and the areas still needing attention. Journaling can be a helpful practice to organize your thoughts and gain clarity as you move forward. Consider asking yourself meaningful questions. What milestones have I reached? What difficulties have I encountered, and how did I handle them? What aspects still need improvement? This practice not only tracks your progress, but also strengthens your commitment to transformation. Setting clear intentions is another vital step in embracing change. Start by envisioning the person you want to become and the traits you wish to develop. Write down your intentions and the actions required to bring them to life. Clear goals serve as a compass, keeping you focused through the highs and lows of your journey. Revisit and refine these intentions regularly to ensure they align with your personal growth and evolving aspirations. Support plays an indispensable role and encourage you. A positive network can uplift you during challenging times and celebrate your achievements along the way. Share your vision and goals with trusted friends or family members who can hold you accountable, offer guidance, and provide valuable perspectives as you move forward. The journey of transformation also benefits greatly from moments of gratitude. Practicing gratitude allows you to focus on the positives in your life, even amidst challenges. Take time each day to reflect on what you are thankful for, whether it's the support of loved ones, personal achievements, or small moments of joy. Gratitude shifts your mindset from what is lacking to what is abundant, fostering a sense of contentment and motivation. This positive perspective can be a powerful anchor, helping you stay grounded and resilient as you navigate the inevitable ups and downs of your journey. By embracing gratitude, you reinforce your commitment to growth and nurture a sense of hope for the future. Remember, you are not alone in this process. Building a community of supportive, like-minded individuals can make your journey more meaningful and provide encouragement during challenging times. Part of embracing transformation is staying open to change. As you rebuild, you will uncover new passions, values, and interests. Welcome these discoveries without self-criticism. This openness to exploring your evolving identity leads to greater self-awareness and allows you to redefine your path as you grow. Understand that transformation is a dynamic and ongoing process, and it's okay to shift your direction if something no longer aligns with your goals or values. Show yourself kindness along the way. Rebuilding yourself is a monumental task, and it's important to practice self-compassion. Moments of frustration or doubt are natural. Instead of focusing on perceived failures, acknowledge your efforts and progress. Treat yourself with patience during the tough times, remembering that growth is not a fixed endpoint, but an ongoing journey. Rebuilding yourself is an empowering process that brings growth and fulfillment. It demands patience, resilience, and a deep commitment to self-reflection and self-discovery. Recognizing that meaningful change takes time allows you to navigate this journey with intention. Celebrate each step forward. Embrace discomfort as part of growth. Reflect on your progress and set clear goals. Seek support, remain adaptable, practice self-compassion, and take pride in the uniqueness of your journey. Each step brings you closer to your authentic self, proving that the transformation you seek is within your reach. One of the most transformative steps in rebuilding yourself is creating a clear vision for your future. This vision serves as a compass, guiding you toward your goals and reminding you of your purpose. It's not merely about dreaming, but crafting a realistic framework that fuels your motivation and drives your actions. With a clear vision, you gain focus and the determination needed to stay on track, even when faced with obstacles. This vision becomes the foundation upon which you build the life you've envisioned, providing clarity and inspiration every step of the way. As you move forward, remember to celebrate your growth, no matter how small it may seem. Each step you take, whether it's learning something new, overcoming a fear, or simply persevering through a tough day, is a victory worth acknowledging. These moments of progress build momentum, fueling your
How much do you earn? if you're gonna quit, quit when it's going well. If you're gonna quit, quit when it's easy. If you're gonna give up at the top of the mountain, not at the bottom of the mountain, not on the side of the mountain, not in the middle of the mountain. Give up when you get to the top of the mountain. If you're gonna quit, quit after you make it work in grand fashion. Quit after you build and sell a successful business. Don't quit on the journey. I'm gonna share with you why I don't quit when it's working, why I keep working when it's not working for me. Are y'all ready for this? This is so mind-blowing. I'm gonna read something to you from Ecclesiastes chapter 10. I would venture to guess, if I were a betting man, and I'm not, but were I a betting man, I would venture to bet that you have probably never heard a sermon on this passage in your life. You've never heard anybody teach on it, probably. I know I've never heard anybody teach on it. Okay, Ecclesiastes chapter 10, starting with verse 5. We're gonna read down to verse number 9. Here's what it says. There is an evil which I have seen under the sun, as an error which proceedeth from the ruler. Folly is set in great dignity, and the rich sit in low place. I have seen servants upon horses, and princes walking as servants upon the earth. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. Whoso breaketh a hedge, a serpent shall bite him. Whoso removeth stones shall be hurt therewith, and he that cleaveth wood shall be endangered thereby. What? Let's go. Here's the problem. People will start working on something because they have this grand vision in their mind. And they think, when this happens, it's gonna be great. And it doesn't happen as fast or as smoothly as they thought it should happen, and then they quit. The reason I keep working when things aren't working, and I'm using that tongue-in-cheek, aren't working, when they seem to not be working, is because I understand how it really works. Yes, there's danger involved, there's risks involved. But even though there are risks involved, I'm gonna work when it looks like it might not work, if when it does work, it's worth it. See, if the downside is limited and the upside is unlimited, that is a chance I'm always willing to take. And see, there are people who are not willing to take a chance on an unlimited upside because they're so afraid of the limited downside. Now, if something has a limited upside and an unlimited downside, I'm just gonna ignore it. It's not even worth looking at. For me, if something has the potential to make me go back to ground zero and start over from scratch, I'm not even gonna look at it. Unless I'm already at ground zero. Then it doesn't matter. See, it's interesting. You remember the parable about the talents, right? The master comes to his talent, we're gonna call him an employee. The employee comes to his employees. He says, I'm going on a long journey, I need you to manage my money while I'm gone. He gave one 5 talents. He gave another 2 to another, he gave 1. He went, came back. This is in Matthew chapter 25 for those of you who want to go read it later. He went away, came back. When he came back, the one he gave 5 to said, you know, while you were gone, I gave your money to the exchangers and I've turned your 5 into 10. Here's your 10. The one that got 2 said, oh, you remember that talent you gave, the 2 talents you gave me? Yeah, I took it, I put it in the exchange and I traded it, and when it came back, I've got 4 for you. Would like to have done more, but I got these 4. The guy that received 1 came to his boss and said, you know, I know you're a hard man, and you gather where you haven't reaped, and you reap where you haven't sown, and you gather where you haven't strawed. So I made sure I didn't lose it. And because I was afraid, I buried it in the earth. And here, you can have your talent back. He said, wait, time out. You knew I reap where I haven't sown? You knew I gather where I haven't strawn? You should have then taken my money and given it to the exchanger so that when I came back, I might have received mine own with usury. Why? Because God loves multiplication. Now here's what's interesting about that whole story. Who had the most to lose, the guy with 5 talents or the guy with 1? The guy with 5. I am telling you, this is one of the most strange phenomena in the world. Phenomena in the world. Phenomena. Don't do it, Myron, don't do it. I just started thinking of these little children's cartoons that I used to watch when I was a kid. I'm like, what's going on? Okay, so here's what's amazing. The people that have the most to lose are the least afraid to lose it. And the people that have the least to lose are the most afraid to lose it. It's just like that today. Yeah, man, that seems like a scam. Bro, I got some bad news for you. You grown and broke. You already been scammed. You're a full-grown adult and broke. And you worried about somebody scamming you? What they gonna get? And so Solomon said, I've seen an evil on the earth. What's the evil? I've seen an evil which I've seen under the sun, and an error that proceeded from the ruler. Folly is set in great dignity. There are people who are more successful than you, who are less talented than you. There are people who are more successful than you that are not as smart as you. There are people that are more successful than you who are less skillful than you. The difference is servants upon horses, princes walking as servants upon the earth. Why? Well, I believe the next verse tells us, he that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. The risk associated with preparing to build something scares people away. It says, he that breaketh the hedge, a serpent shall bite him. This is really fast. This whole story is really fascinating to me. He that diggeth a pit shall fall into it. Whoso breaketh the hedge, a serpent shall bite him. Whoso removeth stones shall be hurt therewith, and he that cleaveth wood shall be endangered thereby. So let's talk about, okay, you're digging a pit. If you fall into the pit, what could happen? Well, you could break your neck. You could break your arm, you could break your leg, depending on how deep the ditch is, right? So it's like, I don't want to dig a ditch that might end up causing me to fall into it and break my neck. And digging a ditch is really an interesting analogy to make. So if you read King Solomon, so if you go read 1 Kings chapter 3, you will see that Solomon asked God for an understanding heart to discern judgment. God gave Solomon wisdom and understanding greater than all the kings that were before him, greater than all the kings that came after him. And the next chapter says that Solomon wrote 3,000 proverbs and his songs were 1,005. 3,000 proverbs. I want you to think about that. So in our modern day vernacular, that would be like Instagram posts, Facebook posts, Twitter posts. Do you have 3,000 Instagram posts, Twitter posts, right? And you wonder why nobody knows about you. Because the wisdom that you have, you're not putting out into the marketplace for the world to find. I'm telling you, okay, so our business has done millions and millions of dollars in sales. And guess what? This year, we spent $0 on advertising. Why? Because we've written 3,000 proverbs and our songs are 1,005. Are you tracking? All I do is put content out that helps people. I don't have to go look for them. They come looking for me. Do you have any more? Do you have any more? Do you have any more? And anybody can do that. But see, unfortunately, because we were programmed in a Western society where some previous historical business moguls didn't understand that winning is not a zero-sum game, they built manufacturing plants to make the stuff that they were going to sell to the consumers, and then they built manufacturing plants for the workers to come work in their factories, and they call them schools. Oh, that's a historic fact. That's why the Rockefeller Foundation, the Carnegie Foundation, they contribute so much money to the educational system. so they can produce exactly the person they want for the jobs that need to be filled in their factories. That was their original intent. That's not, oh, I thought that was common knowledge. Okay. And so here's the problem though. Because we've been programmed to have a job, we think that the 11th commandment was thou shalt have a job with benefits. Right? That's what we think. But the reality is, there's nothing wrong with having a job, but it does creates some issues inside of us. We become dependent on someone we don't know to make sure that we and our families are provided for. That's one. But the other problem is we get addicted to a paycheck. And we become so addicted to a paycheck that if it doesn't make us money instantly, we don't want to do it. And so when you're doing your writing your 3,000 proverbs and your 1,005 songs, maybe you don't make any money at all until that 1,005th song comes out, right? And see, we want to sow today and reap today. That's not the law of the farm. The farm don't work like that. We got drive-through restaurants, drive-through banking, drive-through dry cleaners. We got instant microwavable meals, instant this, instant that. Everything's instant, drive-through, and microwavable. So we want instant, drive-through, microwavable success. It doesn't work like that. This ain't that, y'all. And so the reason I keep working when it's not working for me is because I know that I'm bigger than it. And I know that if I'm not afraid of the risk and I keep on going, like when I was broke, you lose everything, that's okay. I haven't had anything most of my life, I'll be all right. Right? And I did, for the most part, went from being really, really rich to being really, really poor for a number of years. But the reason I became poor is because I lost perspective. It wasn't because, and I didn't become poor, I became broke. I didn't have any money for a short period of time. I was in transition. I was transitioning from not having no money to having some money. Okay, so the interesting thing about that is, I just lost perspective. I lost perspective of truth. And I started getting meaning from circumstance instead of giving meaning to circumstance. Are you figuring out what I'm putting down? And the whole word circumstance is really fascinating anyway, isn't it? Because the scripture says, a wise man's eyes are in his head. Think about that. A wise man's eyes are in his head. What can we ascertain from that? Well, we don't see with our eyes. We see with our mind. Our eyes are just one of the tools our mind uses to see. And what's interesting is there are two types of animals on the earth. What are they? Predators and prey. Now, what's interesting is most prey, just basically eats grass and berries and nuts and stuff, and most predators eat other animals, right? Well, here's what's interesting. In order for the prey to stay alive, it has to starve the predator. In order for the predator to stay alive, it has to eat the prey. Here's what that means. Somebody got to go. Okay, now you can tell when you look at an animal, you can tell by looking at them at a glance whether they're predator or whether they're prey. How can you tell? Where their eyes are located. Where their eyes are located. Predators have their eyes in front of their head so they can see what they're pursuing. Prey have their eyes on the side of their head so they can see what's pursuing them. So if you take your hands, if you take your fingers, everybody take your fingers like this. Take your fingers like this. Even on YouTube, take your fingers like this. I'm watching you. I'm not really watching you on YouTube, but I'm pretending I am. Okay, take your fingers like this. I want you to look at both fingers. Keep your eye on both fingers as you move your arms farther apart. So we have, that's about it right there. I'm gonna say, based on my understanding of geometry, that's about a radius of 172%. Not quite 180. 180, I can't see either one. Okay, I even got to 177%. Okay, 177% radius. Why? Because my eyes are in front of my head. But imagine this. If one eye's on this side and one eye's on this side, I can see halfway around this way and halfway around this way. I can see what's around me. So think about this. The word circumstance comes from the word circle and stand. What is a circumstance? A circumstance is the situation that surrounds me while I'm standing still. So if you're going to change your circumstance, stop standing. It's called a circumrun. It ain't called a circumcharge. It ain't called a circummarch. What's it called? A circumstance. Stop standing. And so the prey has its eyes on the side of its head. The predator has the eyes in front of her head. The wise man's eyes are in his head. So I get to decide every day when I wake up, am I going to be a predator who passionately pursues my purpose? Or am I going to be a prey who's paralyzed by all the circumstances that surround me? And so many people are so paralyzed by looking at all the things that could go wrong if they do this thing that's in them. They were made for it. But if they do it, they ask the most expensive question in world history. But what if it doesn't work? Do you realize that it's hard to get the answer to the question you don't ask?
Effective speaking in spontaneous situations. I thank you all for joining us, even though the title of my talk is grammatically incorrect.
Hello, everybody. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. All right, everybody go ahead and have a seat. How's everybody doing today? How about Tim Spicer? I am here with students at Wakefield High School in Arlington, Virginia. And we've got students tuning in from all across America, from kindergarten through 12th grade. And I am just so glad that all could join us today. And I want to thank Wakefield for being such an outstanding host. Give yourselves a big round of applause. Now, I know that for many of you, today is the first day of school. And for those of you in kindergarten or starting middle or high school, it's your first day in a new school. So it's understandable if you're a little nervous. I imagine there's some seniors out there who are feeling pretty good right now, with just one more year to go. And no matter what grade you're in, some of you are probably wishing it were still summer, and you could have stayed in bed just a little bit longer this morning. I know that feeling. When I was young, my family lived overseas. I lived in Indonesia for a few years. And my mother, she didn't have the money to send me where all the American kids went to school. But she thought it was important for me to keep up with an American education. So she decided to teach me extra lessons herself, Monday through Friday. But because she had to go to work, the only time she could do it was at 4:30 in the morning. Now, as you might imagine, I wasn't too happy about getting up that early. And a lot of times I'd fall asleep right there at the kitchen table. But whenever I'd complain, my mother would just give me one of those looks and she'd say, "This is no picnic for me either, Buster." So I know that some of you are still adjusting to being back at school, but I'm here today because I have something important to discuss with you. I'm here because I want to talk with you about your education and what's expected of all of you in this new school year. Now, I've given a lot of speeches about education, and I've talked about responsibility a lot. I've talked about teachers' responsibility for inspiring students and pushing you to learn. I've talked about your parents' responsibility for making sure you stay on track and you get your homework done and don't spend every waking hour in front of the TV or with the Xbox. I've talked a lot about your government's responsibility for setting high standards and supporting teachers and principals and turning around schools that aren't working, where students aren't getting the opportunities that they deserve. But at the end of the day, we can have the most dedicated teachers, the most supportive parents, the best schools in the world, and none of it will make a difference. None of it will matter unless all of you fulfill your responsibilities. Unless you show up to those schools, unless you pay attention to those teachers, unless you listen to your parents and grandparents and other adults and put in the hard work it takes to succeed. And that's what I want to focus on today. The responsibility each of you has for your education. I want to start with the responsibility you have to yourself. Every single one of you has something that you're good at. Every single one of you has something to offer. And you have a responsibility to yourself to discover what that is. That's the opportunity an education can provide. Maybe you could be a great writer, maybe even good enough to write a book or articles in a newspaper, but you might not know it until you write that English paper, that English class paper that's assigned to you. Maybe you could be an innovator or an inventor, maybe even good enough to come up with the next iPhone or the new medicine or vaccine, but you might not know it until you do your project for your science class. Maybe you could be a mayor or a senator or a Supreme Court justice, but you might not know that until you join student government or the debate team. And no matter what you want to do with your life, I guarantee that you'll need an education to do it. You want to be a doctor or a teacher or a police officer? You want to be a nurse or an architect, a lawyer or a member of our military? You're going to need a good education for every single one of those careers. You cannot drop out of school and just drop into a good job. You've got to train for it and work for it and learn for it. And this isn't just important for your own life and your own future. What you make of your education will decide nothing less than the future of this country. The future of America depends on you. What you're learning in school today will determine whether we as a nation can meet our greatest challenges in the future. You'll need the knowledge and problem-solving skills you learn in science and math to cure diseases like cancer and AIDS, and to develop new energy technologies and protect our environment. You'll need the insights and critical thinking skills you gain in history and social studies to fight poverty and homelessness, crime and discrimination, and make our nation more fair and more free. You'll need the creativity and ingenuity you develop in all your classes to build new companies that will create new jobs and boost our economy. We need every single one of you to develop your talents and your skills and your intellect so you can help us old folks solve our most difficult problems. If you don't do that, if you quit on school, you're not just quitting on yourself, you're quitting on your country. Now, I know it's not always easy to do well in school. I know a lot of you have challenges in your lives right now that can make it hard to focus on your schoolwork. I get it. I know what it's like. My father left my family when I was 2 years old, and I was raised by a single mom who had to work and who struggled at times to pay the bills and wasn't always able to give us the things that other kids had. There were times when I missed having a father in my life. There were times when I was lonely and I felt like I didn't fit in. So I wasn't always as focused as I should have been on school, and I did some things that I'm not proud of, and I got in more trouble than I should have. And my life could have easily taken a turn for the worse. But I was lucky. I got a lot of second chances, and I had the opportunity to go to college and law school and follow my dreams. My wife, our First Lady, Michelle Obama, she has a similar story. Neither of her parents had gone to college, and they didn't have a lot of money. But they worked hard, and she worked hard so that she could go to the best schools in this country. So some of you might not have those advantages. Maybe you don't have adults in your life who give you the support that you need. Maybe someone in your family has lost their job and there's not enough money to go around. Maybe you live in a neighborhood where you don't feel safe or have friends who are pressuring you to do things you know aren't right. But at the end of the day, the circumstances of your life, what you look like, where you come from, how much money you have, what you've got going on at home, none of that is an excuse for neglecting your homework or having a bad attitude in school. That's no excuse for talking back to your teacher or cutting class or dropping out of school. There is no excuse for not trying. Where you are right now doesn't have to determine where you'll end up. No one's written your destiny for you, because here in America, you write your own destiny. You make your own future. That's what young people like you are doing every day all across America. Young people like Jasmine Perez from Roma, Texas. Jasmine didn't speak English when she first started school. Neither of her parents had gone to college, but she worked hard, earned good grades, and got a scholarship to Brown University, as now in graduate school studying public health, on her way to becoming Dr. Jasmine Perez. I'm thinking about Andoni Schultz from Los Altos, California, who's fought brain cancer since he was 3. He's had to endure all sorts of treatments and surgeries, one of which affected his memory, so it took him much longer, hundreds of extra hours to do his schoolwork. But he never fell behind. He's headed to college this fall. And then there's Chantel Steve from my hometown of Chicago, Illinois. Even when bouncing from foster home to foster home in the toughest neighborhoods in the city, she managed to get a job at a local health care center, start a program to keep young people out of gangs, and she's on track to graduate high school with honors and go on to college. And Jasmine, Andoni, and Chantel aren't any different from any of you. They face challenges in their lives just like you do. In some cases, they've got it a lot worse off than many of you. But they refuse to give up. They chose to take responsibility for their lives, for their education, and set goals for themselves. And I expect all of you to do the same. And that's why today I'm calling on each of you to set your own goals for your education and do everything you can to meet them. Your goal can be something as simple as doing all your homework, paying attention in class, or spending some time each day reading a book. Maybe you'll decide to get involved in an extracurricular activity or volunteer in your community. Maybe you'll decide to stand up for kids who are being teased or bullied because of who they are or how they look. Because you believe, like I do, that all young people deserve a safe environment to study and learn. Maybe you'll decide to take better care of yourself so you can be more ready to learn. And along those lines, by the way, I hope all of you are washing your hands a lot and that you stay home from school when you don't feel well so we can keep people from getting the flu this fall and winter. But whatever you resolve to do, I want you to commit to it. I want you to really work at it. I know that sometimes you get that sense from TV that you can be rich and successful without any hard work, that your ticket to success is through rapping or basketball or being a reality TV star. Chances are you're not going to be any of those things. The truth is, being successful is hard. You won't love every subject that you study. You won't click with every teacher that you have. Not every homework assignment will seem completely relevant to your life right at this minute. And you won't necessarily succeed at everything the first time you try. That's okay. Some of the most successful people in the world are the ones who've had the most failures. J.K. Rowling, who wrote Harry Potter, her first Harry Potter book was rejected 12 times before it was finally published. Michael Jordan was cut from his high school basketball team. He lost hundreds of games and missed thousands of shots during his career. But he once said, "I have failed over and over and over again in my life, and that's why I succeed." These people succeeded because they understood that you can't let your failures define you. You have to let your failures teach you. You have to let them show you what to do differently the next time. So if you get into trouble, that doesn't mean you're a troublemaker. It means you need to try harder to act right. If you get a bad grade, that doesn't mean you're stupid. It just means you need to spend more time studying. No one's born being good at all things. You become good at things through hard work. You're not a varsity athlete the first time you play a new sport. You don't hit every note the first time you sing a song. You've got to practice. The same principle applies to your schoolwork. You might have to do a math problem a few times before you get it right. You might have to read something a few times before you understand it. You definitely have to do a few drafts of a paper before it's good enough to hand in. Don't be afraid to ask questions. Don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. I do that every day. Asking for help isn't a sign of weakness, it's a sign of strength, because it shows you have the courage to admit when you don't know something, and that then allows you to learn something new. So find an adult that you trust, a parent, a grandparent, or a teacher, a coach, or a counselor, and ask them to help you stay on track to meet your goals. And even when you're struggling, even when you're discouraged, and you feel like other people have given up on you, don't ever give up on yourself. Because when you give up on yourself, you give up on your country. The story of America isn't about people who quit when things got tough. It's about people who kept going, who tried harder, who loved their country too much to do anything less than their best. It's the story of students who sat where you sit 250 years ago and went on to wage a revolution, and they founded this nation. Young people. Students who sat where you sit 75 years ago, who overcame a depression and won a world war, who fought for civil rights and put a man on the moon. Students who sat where you sit 20 years ago, who founded Google and Twitter and Facebook and changed the way we communicate with each other. So today, I want to ask all of you, what's your contribution going to be? What problems are you going to solve? What discoveries will you make? What will a president who comes here in 20 or 50 or 100 years say about what all of you did for this country? You know, your families, your teachers, and I are doing everything we can to make sure you have the education you need to answer these questions. I'm working hard to fix up your classrooms and get you the books and the equipment and the computers you need to learn. But you've got to do your part too. So I expect all of you to get serious this year. I expect you to put your best effort into everything you do. I expect great things from each of you. So don't let us down. Don't let your family down or your country down. Most of all, don't let yourself down. Make us all proud. Thank you very much, everybody. God bless you. God bless America. Thank you. 3 years ago in our state of Wisconsin, back in the United States, a man went into a Sikh temple and in a terrible act of violence killed 6 innocent people, Americans and Indians. And in that moment of shared grief, our two countries reaffirmed a basic truth, as we must again today, that every person has the right to practice their faith how they choose, or to practice no faith at all, and to do so free of persecution and fear and discrimination. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Neha, for what a wonderful introduction. Everybody, please have a seat. Nothing fills me with more hope than when I hear incredible young people like Neha and all the outstanding work that she's doing on behalf of India's youth and for representing this nation's energy and its optimism and its idealism. She makes me very, very proud. and I'm sure, I think that may be her. Is that somebody related to you? Okay, because we just had a chance to meet, and she's beaming with pride right now, sitting next to you. Give Neha a big round of applause once again. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to all the students and young people who are here today, to the people of India watching and listening across this vast nation, I bring the friendship and the greetings of the American people. On behalf of myself and Michelle, thank you so much for welcoming us back to India. Bahut dhanyavad. It has been a great honor to be the first American president to join you for Republic Day. With the tricolor waving above us, we celebrated the strength of your Constitution. We paid tribute to India's fallen heroes. In yesterday's parade, we saw the pride and the diversity of this nation, including the daredevils on their Royal Enfields, which was very impressive. Secret Service does not let me ride motorcycles, especially not on my head. I realize that the sight of an American president as your chief guest on Republic Day would once have seemed unimaginable, but my visit reflects the possibilities of a new moment. As I've said many times, I believe that the relationship between India and the United States can be one of the defining partnerships of the century. When I spoke to your parliament on my last visit, I laid out my vision for how our two nations can build that partnership. And today I want to speak directly to you, the people of India, about what I believe we can achieve together and how we can do it. And my commitment to a new chapter between our countries flows from the deep friendship between our people. And Michelle and I have felt it ourselves. I recognized India with the first state visit of my presidency, where we also danced to some pretty good Bhangra. For the first time, we brought Diwali to the White House. On our last celebration here, we celebrated the Festival of Lights in Mumbai. We danced with some children. Unfortunately, we were not able to schedule any dancing this visit. Señorita, bude, desho me. You know what I mean. So, everybody said, by the way, how much better a dancer Michelle was than me, which hurt my feelings a little bit. On a more personal level, India represents an intersection of two men who've always inspired me. When Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. was protesting racial segregation in the United States, he said that his guiding light was Mahatma Gandhi. When Dr. King came to India, he said that being here in Gandhi's land reaffirmed his conviction that in the struggle for justice and human dignity, the most potent weapon of all is nonviolent resistance. And those two great souls are why we can gather here today, Indians and Americans, equal and free. And there's another link that binds us. More than 100 years ago, America welcomed a son of India, Swami Vivekananda. And Swami Vivekananda helped bring Hinduism and yoga to our country. And he came to my hometown of Chicago. And there, at a great gathering of religious leaders, he spoke of his faith and the divinity in every soul and the purity of love. And he began his speech with a simple greeting: sisters and brothers of America. So today, let me say, sisters and brothers of India. My confidence in what our nations can achieve together is rooted in the values that we share. For we may have our different histories and speak different languages, but when we look at each other, we see a reflection of ourselves. Having thrown off colonialism, we created constitutions that began with the three same words: we the people. As societies that celebrate knowledge and innovation, we transformed ourselves into high-tech hubs of the global economy. Together, we unlocked new discoveries, from the particles of creation to outer space. And we are among the few nations to have gone to both the moon and to Mars. And here in India, this dynamism has resulted in a stunning achievement. You've lifted countless millions from poverty and built one of the world's largest middle classes. And nobody embodies this progress and this sense of possibility more than our young people. Empowered by technology, you are connecting and collaborating like never before on Facebook and WhatsApp and Twitter. And chances are you're talking to someone in America, your friends or your cousins. The United States has the largest Indian diaspora in the world, including some 3 million proud Indian Americans. And they make America stronger, and they tie us together. Bonds of family and friendship that allow us to share in each other's success. So for all these reasons, India and the United States are not just natural partners. I believe America can be India's best partner. I believe that. Of course, only Indians can decide India's role in the world, but I'm here because I'm absolutely convinced that both our peoples will have more jobs and opportunity, and our nations will be more secure, and the world will be safer and a more just place when our two democracies, the world's largest democracy and the world's oldest democracy, stand together. I believe that. So here in New Delhi, Prime Minister Modi and I have begun this work anew, and here's what I think we can do together. America wants to be your partner as you lift up the lives of the Indian people and provide greater opportunity. So working together, we're giving farmers new techniques and data, from our satellites to their cell phones, to increase yields and boost incomes. We're joining you in your effort to empower every Indian with a bank account. And with the breakthroughs we achieved on this visit, we can finally move toward fully implementing our civil nuclear agreement, which will mean more reliable electricity for Indians and cleaner non-carbon energy that helps fight climate change. And I don't have to describe for you what more electricity means. Students being able to study at night, businesses being able to stay open longer and hire more workers, farmers being able to use mechanized tools that increase their productivity, whole communities seeing more prosperity. In recent years, India has lifted more people out of poverty than any other country. And now we have a historic opportunity, with India leading the way, to end the injustice of extreme poverty all around the world. America wants to be your partner as you protect the health of your people and the beauty of this land. From the backwaters of Kerala to the banks of Ganga. As we deliver more energy, more electricity, let's do it with clean, renewable energy like solar and wind. And let's put cleaner vehicles on the road and more filtration systems on farms and villages. Because every child should be able to drink clean water, and every child should be able to breathe clean air. We need our young people healthy for their futures, and we can do it. We have the technology to do it. America wants to be your partner in igniting the next wave of Indian growth. As India pursues more trade and investment, we want to be first in line. We're ready to join you in building new infrastructure, the roads and the airports, the ports, the bullet trains to propel India into the future. We're ready to help design smart cities that serve citizens better, and we want to develop more advanced technologies with India as we do with our closest allies. We believe we can be even closer partners in ensuring our mutual security. Now, both our nations have known the anguish of terrorism, and we stand united in the defense of our people. And now we're deepening our defense cooperation against new challenges. The United States welcomes a greater role for India in the Asia-Pacific, where the freedom of navigation must be upheld and disputes must be resolved peacefully. And even as we acknowledge the world as it is, we must never stop working for the world as it should be, a world without nuclear weapons. That should be a goal for all of us. I believe if we're going to be true global partners, then our two nations must do more around the world together. So to ensure international security and peace, multilateral institutions created in the 20th century have to be updated for the 21st. And that's why I support a reformed United Nations Security Council that includes India as a permanent member. Of course, as I've said before, with power comes responsibility. In this region, India can play a positive role in helping countries forge a better future. From Burma to Sri Lanka, where today there's new hope for democracy. With your experience in elections, you can help other countries with theirs. With your expertise in science and medicine, India can do more around the world to fight disease and develop new vaccines, and help us end the moral outrage of even a single child dying from a preventable disease. Together, we can stand up against human trafficking and work to end the scourge of modern-day slavery. And being global partners means confronting the urgent global challenge of climate change. With rising seas, melting Himalayan glaciers, more unpredictable monsoons, cyclones getting stronger, few countries will be more affected by a warmer planet than India. Now, the United States recognizes our part in creating this problem, so we're leading the global effort to combat it. And today I can say that America's carbon pollution is near its lowest level in almost 2 decades. I know the argument made by some that it's unfair for countries like the United States to ask developing nations and emerging economies like India to reduce your dependence on the same fossil fuels that help power our growth for more than a century. But here's the truth. Even if countries like the United States curb our emissions, if countries that are growing rapidly like India, with soaring energy needs, don't also embrace cleaner fuels, then we don't stand a chance against climate change. So we welcome India's ambitious targets for generating more clean energy. We'll continue to help India deal with the impacts of climate change, because you shouldn't have to bear that burden alone. And as we keep working for a strong global agreement on climate change, it's young people like you who have to speak up so we can protect this planet for your generation. I'll be gone when the worst effects happen. It's your generation and your children that are going to be impacted. And that's why it's urgent that we begin this work right now. Development that lifts up the lives and health of our people, trade and economic partnerships that reduce poverty and create opportunity, leadership in the world that defends our security and advances human dignity and protects our planet. That's what I believe India and America can do together. So with the rest of my time, I want to discuss how we can do it. Because in big and diverse societies like ours, progress ultimately depends on something more basic, and that is how we see each other. And we know from experience what makes nations strong. Neha, I think, did a great job of describing the essence of what's important here. We are strongest when we see the inherent dignity in every human being, Look at our countries, the incredible diversity, even here in this hall. India is defined by countless languages and dialects in every color and caste and creed, gender and orientations. And likewise in America, we're black and white and Latino and Asian and Indian American and Native American. Your Constitution begins with the pledge to uphold the dignity of the individual. And our Declaration of Independence proclaims that all men are created equal. In both our countries, generations have worked to live up to these ideals. And when he came to India, Martin Luther King Jr. was introduced to some school children as a fellow untouchable. My grandfather was a cook for the British Army in Kenya. The distant branches of Michelle's family tree include both slaves and slave owners. When we were born, people who looked like us still couldn't vote in some parts of the country. Even as America has blessed us with extraordinary opportunities, there were moments in my life where I've been treated differently because of the color of my skin. Many countries, including the United States, grapple with questions of identity and inequality and how we treat each other, people who are different than us, how we deal with diversity of beliefs and of faiths. And right now, in crowded neighborhoods not far from here, a man is driving an auto rickshaw or washing somebody else's clothes or doing the hard work no one else will do. And a woman is cleaning somebody else's house. And a young man is on a bicycle delivering lunch. A little girl is hauling a heavy bucket of water. And I believe their dreams, their hopes, are just as important, just as beautiful, just as worthy as ours. And so even as we live in a world of terrible inequality, we're also proud to live in countries where even the grandson of a cook can become president, or even a Dalit can help write a constitution, and even a tea seller can become prime minister. The point is that the aim of our work must be not to just have a few do well, but to have everybody have a chance. Everybody who's willing to work for it have the ability to dream big and then reach those dreams. Our nations are strongest when we uphold the equality of all our people, and that includes our women. Now, you may have noticed I am married to a very strong and talented woman. Michelle is not afraid to speak her mind or tell me when I'm wrong, which happens frequently. And we have two beautiful daughters, so I'm surrounded by smart, strong women. And in raising our girls, we've tried to instill in them basic values. A sense of compassion for others and respect for themselves and the confidence that they can go as far as their imaginations and abilities will carry them. And as part of Michelle's work as First Lady, she's met with women and girls around the world, including here in India, to let them know that America believes in them too. In the United States, we're still working to make sure that women and girls have all the opportunities they deserve and that they're treated equally. And we have some great role models, including here today, the former Speaker of our House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, who was the first woman Speaker of the House and my great partner. And here in India, it's the wives and the mothers who so often hold families and communities together. Indian women have shown that they can succeed in every field, including government, where many of your leaders are women. And the young women who are here today are part of a new generation that is making your voice heard and standing up and determined to play your part in India's progress. And here's what we know. We know from experience that nations are more successful when their women are successful. When girls go to school, this is one of the most direct measures of whether a nation is going to develop effectively is how it treats its women. When a girl goes to school, it doesn't just open up her young mind, it benefits all of us because maybe someday she'll start her own business or invent a new technology or cure a disease. And when women are able to work, families are healthier and communities are wealthier and entire countries are more prosperous. And when young women are educated, then their children are going to be well educated and have more opportunity. So if nations really want to succeed in today's global economy, they can't simply ignore the talents of half their people. And as husbands and fathers and brothers, we have to step up because every girl's life matters. Every daughter deserves the same chance as our sons. Every woman should be able to go about her day, to walk the streets or ride the bus and be safe and be treated with respect and dignity. She deserves that. And one of the favorite things about this trip for me has been to see all these incredible Indian women in the armed forces, including the person who commanded the guard that greeted me when I arrived. It's remarkable, and it's a sign of great strength and great progress. Our nations are strongest when we see that we are all God's children, all equal in His eyes and worthy of His love. Across our two great countries, we have Hindus and Muslims, Christians and Sikhs and Jews and Buddhists and Jains and so many faiths. And we remember the wisdom of Gandhiji, who said, "For me, the different religions are beautiful flowers from the same garden, or they are branches of the same majestic tree." Branches of the same majestic tree. Our freedom of religion is written into our founding documents. It's part of America's very first amendment. Your Article 25 says that all people are equally entitled to freedom of conscience and the right freely to profess, practice, and propagate religion. In both our countries, in all countries, upholding this fundamental freedom is the responsibility of government, but it's also the responsibility of every person. In our lives, Michelle and I have been strengthened by our Christian faith. But there have been times where my faith's been questioned by people who don't know me, or they've said I adhere to a different religion, as if that were somehow a bad thing. Around the world, we've seen intolerance and violence and terror perpetrated by those who profess to be standing up for their faith, but in fact are betraying it. No society is immune from the darkest impulses of man. And too often, religion has been used to tap into those darker impulses as opposed to the light of God. 3 years ago in our state of Wisconsin, back in the United States, a man went into a Sikh temple and in a terrible act of violence killed 6 innocent people, Americans and Indians. And in that moment of shared grief, our two countries reaffirmed a basic truth, as we must again today, that every person has the right to practice their faith how they choose, or to practice no faith at all, and to do so free of persecution and fear and discrimination. The peace we seek in the world begins in human hearts. And it finds its glorious expression when we look beyond any differences in religion or tribe and rejoice in the beauty of every soul. And nowhere is that more important than India. Nowhere is it going to be more necessary for that foundational value to be upheld. India will succeed so long as it is not splintered along the lines of religious faith, so long it's not splintered along any lines and is unified as one nation. And it's when all Indians, whatever your faith, go to the movies and applaud actors like Shah Khan, and when you celebrate athletes like Milkha Singh or Mary Kom, and every Indian can take pride in the courage of a humanitarian who liberates boys and girls from forced labor and exploitation, who's here today. Kailash Suryati, our most recent winner of the Nobel Prize for Peace. So that's what unifies us. Do we act with compassion and empathy? Are we measured by our efforts, by what Dr. King called the content of our character, rather than the color of our skin or the manner in which we worship our God? In both our countries, in India and in America, our diversity is our strength, and we have to guard against any efforts to divide ourselves along sectarian lines or any other lines. And if we do that well, if America shows itself as an example of its diversity and yet the capacity to live together and work together in common effort, in common purpose, if India, as massive as it is, with so much diversity, so many differences, is able to continually affirm its democracy, that is an example for every other country on earth. That's what makes us world leaders. Not just the size of our economy or the number of weapons we have, but our ability to show the way in how we work together and how much respect we show each other. And finally, our nations are strongest when we empower our young people. Because ultimately, you're the one who has to break down these old stereotypes and these old barriers, these old ways of thinking. You know, prejudices and stereotypes and assumptions, those are what happens to old minds like mine. You know, I'm getting gray hair now. I was more youthful when I first started this office. And that's why young people are so important in these efforts. You know, here in India, most people are under 35 years old. And India is on track to become the world's most populous country. So young Indians like you aren't just going to define the future of this nation, you're going to shape the world. Like young people everywhere, you want to get an education and find a good job and make your mark, and it's not easy. But in our two countries, it's possible. Remember, Michelle and I don't come from wealthy backgrounds or famous families. Our families didn't have a lot of money. We did have parents and teachers and communities that cared about us, and with the help of scholarships and student loans, we were able to attend some of the best schools in the world. Without that education, we wouldn't be here today. So whether it's in America or here in India or around the world, we believe young people like you ought to have every chance to pursue your dreams as well. So as India builds new community colleges, we'll link you with our own, so more young people graduate with the skills and training to succeed. We'll increase collaborations between our colleges and universities and help create the next Indian Institute of Technology. And we'll encourage young entrepreneurs who want to start a business. And we'll increase exchanges because I want more American students coming to India and more Indian students coming to America. And that way we can learn from each other and we can go further. Because one other thing we have in common, Indians and Americans are some of the hardest working people on earth. And I've seen that. Michelle and I have seen that in a family here in India. I just want to tell you a quick story. On our last visit here, we visited Humayun's tomb. And while we were there, we met some of the laborers who are the backbone of this nation's progress. We met their children and their families as well. And some wonderful young children with bright smiles, sparks in their eyes. And one of the children we met was a boy named Vishal. And today Vishal is 16 years old, and he and his family live in South Delhi in the village of Murbun. This is Vishal. And his mother works hard in their modest home, and his sister is now in university. She wants to become a teacher. His brother is a construction worker earning his daily wage, and his father works as a stone layer farther away, but sends home what little he makes so Vishal can go to school. And Vishal loves math, and mostly he studies. And when he's not studying, he likes watching Kubudi. And he dreams of someday joining the Indian Armed Forces. And we're grateful that Vishal and his family joined us today. We're very proud of him because he's an example of the talent that's here. And then Vishal's dreams are as important as Malia and Sasha's dreams, our daughters. And we want him to have the same opportunities. Sisters and brothers of India. Now, we are not perfect countries, and we've known tragedy and we've known triumph. We're home to glittering skyscrapers, but also terrible poverty, and new wealth, but also rising inequality. We have many challenges in front of us. But the reason I stand here today, and I'm so optimistic about our future together, is that despite our imperfections, our two nations possess the keys to progress in the century ahead. We vote in free elections. We work and we build and we innovate. We lift up the least among us. We reach for heights previous generations could not even imagine. We respect human rights and human dignity, and it is recorded in our constitutions. And we keep striving to live up to those ideals put to paper all those years ago. And we do these things because they make our lives better and safer and more prosperous, but we also do them because our moral imaginations extend beyond the limits of our own lives. And we believe that the circumstances of our birth need not dictate the arc of our lives. We believe in the father working far from home, sending money back so his family might have a better life. We believe in the mother who goes without so that her children might have something more. We believe in the laborer earning his daily wage and the student pursuing her degree. And we believe in a young boy who knows that if he just keeps studying, if he's just given the chance, his hopes might be realized too. We are all beautiful flowers from the same garden, branches of the same majestic tree. And I'm the first American president to come to your country twice, but I predict I will not be the last, because as Americans, we believe in the promise of India. We believe in the people of India. We are proud to be your friend. We are proud to be your partner as you build the country of your dreams. Jai Hind. Thank you. Point number one. When you hear someone longing for the good old days, take it with a grain of salt. Take it with a grain of salt. We live in a great nation, and we are rightly proud of our history. We are beneficiaries of the labor and the grit and the courage of generations who came before. But I guess it's part of human nature, especially in times of change and uncertainty, to want to look backwards and long for some imaginary past when everything worked and the economy hummed and all politicians were wise and every child was well-mannered and America pretty much did whatever it wanted around the world. Guess what? It ain't so. The good old days weren't all that good. Yes, there have been some stretches in our history where the economy grew much faster, or when government ran more smoothly. There were moments when, immediately after World War II, for example, or at the end of the Cold War, when the world bent more easily to our will. But those are sporadic, those moments, those episodes. In fact, by almost every measure, America is better and the world is better than it was 50 years ago, or 30 years ago, or even 8 years ago. And by the way, I'm not set aside 150 years ago, pre-Civil War. There's a whole bunch of stuff there we could talk about. Set aside life in the 50s, when women and people of color were systematically excluded from big chunks of American life. Since I graduated in 1983, which isn't that long ago, I'm just saying. Since I graduated, crime rates, teenage pregnancy, the share of Americans living in poverty, they're all down. The share of Americans with college educations have gone way up. Our life expectancy has as well. Blacks and Latinos have risen up the ranks in business and politics. More women are in the workforce. They're earning more money. Although it's long past time that we pass laws to make sure that women are getting the same pay for the same work as men. Meanwhile, in the 8 years since most of you started high school, we're also better off. You and your fellow graduates are entering the job market with better prospects than any time since 2007. 20 million more Americans know the financial security of health insurance. We're less dependent on foreign oil. We've doubled the production of clean energy. We have cut the high school dropout rate. We've cut the deficit by 2/3. Marriage equality is the law of the land. And just as America's better, the world is better than when I graduated. Since I graduated, an iron curtain fell. Apartheid ended. There's more democracy. We virtually eliminated certain diseases like polio. We've cut extreme poverty drastically. We've cut infant mortality by an enormous amount. Now, I say all these things not to make you complacent. We got a bunch of big problems to solve. But I say it to point out that change has been a constant in our history, and the reason America's better is because we didn't look backwards. We didn't fear the future. We seized the future and made it our own. And that's exactly why it's always been young people like you that have brought about big change. Because you don't fear the future. And that leads me to my second point. The world is more interconnected than ever before, and it's becoming more connected every day. Building walls won't change that. Look, as president, my first responsibility is always the security and prosperity of the United States. And as citizens, we all rightly put our country first. But if the past 2 decades have taught us anything, it's that the biggest challenges we face cannot be solved in isolation. When overseas states start falling apart, they become breeding grounds for terrorists and ideologies of nihilism and despair that ultimately can reach our shores. When developing countries don't have functioning health systems, epidemics like Zika or Ebola can spread and threaten Americans too, and a wall won't stop that. If we want to close loopholes that allow large corporations and wealthy individuals to avoid paying their fair share of taxes, we've got to have the cooperation of other countries in a global financial system to help enforce financial laws. The point is, to help ourselves, we got to help others. Not pull up the drawbridge and try to keep the world out. And engagement does not just mean deploying our military. There are times where we must take military action to protect ourselves and our allies. And we are in awe of, and we are grateful for the men and women who make up the finest fighting force the world has ever known. But I worry if we think that the entire burden of our engagement with the world is up to the 1% who serve in our military. And the rest of us can just sit back and do nothing. They can't shoulder the entire burden. Engagement means using all the levers of our national power and rallying the world to take on our shared challenges. You look at something like trade, for example. We live in an age of global supply chains and cargo ships that crisscross oceans and online commerce that can render borders obsolete. And a lot of folks have legitimate concerns with the way globalization has progressed. That's one of the changes that's been taking place. Jobs shipped overseas, trade deals that sometimes put workers and businesses at a disadvantage. But the answer isn't to stop trading with other countries. In this global economy, that's not even possible. The answer is to do trade the right way by negotiating with other countries so that they raise their labor standards and their environmental standards. And we make sure they don't impose unfair tariffs on American goods or steal American intellectual property. That's how we make sure that international rules are consistent with our values, including human rights. And ultimately, that's how we help raise wages here in America. That's how we help our workers compete on a level playing field. Building walls won't do that. It won't boost our economy, and it won't enhance our security either. Isolating or disparaging Muslims, suggesting that they should be treated differently when it comes to entering this country, that is not just a betrayal of our values. That's not just a betrayal of who we are. It would alienate the very communities at home and abroad who are our most important partners in the fight against violent extremism. Suggesting that we can build an endless wall along our borders and blame our challenges on immigrants. That doesn't just run counter to our history as the world's melting pot. It contradicts the evidence that our growth and our innovation and our dynamism has always been spurred by our ability to attract strivers from every corner of the globe. That's how we became America. Why would we want to stop it now? Can't do it. Which brings me to my third point. Facts, evidence, reason, logic, an understanding of science, these are good things. These are qualities you want in people making policy. These are qualities you want to continue to cultivate in yourselves as citizens. That might seem obvious. You know, that's why we honor Bill Moyers or Dr. Burnell. traditionally have valued those things, but if you were listening to today's political debate, you might wonder where this strain of anti-intellectualism came from. So class of 2016, let me be as clear as I can be. In politics and in life, ignorance is not a virtue. It's not cool to not know what you're talking about. That's not keeping it real or telling it like it is. That's not challenging political correctness. That's just not knowing what you're talking about. And yet we've become confused about this. Look, our nation's founders, Franklin, Madison, Hamilton, Jefferson, they were born of the Enlightenment. They sought to escape superstition and sectarianism and tribalism and know-nothingness. They believed in rational thought and experimentation and the capacity of informed citizens to master our own fates. That is embedded in our constitutional design. That spirit informed our inventors and our explorers, the Edisons and the Wright brothers, and the George Washington Carvers and the Grace Hoppers, and the Norman Borlaugs and the Steve Jobs. That's what built this country. And today, in every phone in one of your pockets, we have access to more information than at any time in human history at a touch of a button. But ironically, the flood of information hasn't made us more discerning of the truth. In some ways, it's just made us more confident in our ignorance. We assume whatever's on the web must be true. We search for sites that just reinforce our own predispositions. Opinions masquerade as facts. The wildest conspiracy theories are taken for gospel. Now understand, I am sure you've learned during your years of college, and if not, you will learn soon, that there are a whole lot of folks who are book smart and have no common sense. That's the truth. You'll meet them if you haven't already. So the fact that they got a fancy degree, you got to talk to them to see whether they know what they're talking about. Qualities like kindness and compassion, honesty, hard work, they often matter more than technical skills or know-how. But when our leaders express a disdain for facts, when they're not held accountable for repeating falsehoods and just making stuff up, while actual experts are dismissed as elitists, then we've got a problem. It's interesting that if we get sick, we actually want to make sure the doctors, like going to medical school, they know what they're talking about. If we get on a plane, we say we really want a pilot to be able to pilot the plane. And yet in our public lives, we suddenly think, I don't want somebody who's done it before. Look, the rejection of facts, the rejection of reason and science, that is the path to decline. It calls to mind the words of Carl Sagan, who graduated high school here in New Jersey. He said, "We can judge our progress by the courage of our questions and the depths of our answers, our willingness to embrace what is true rather than what feels good." The debate around climate change is a perfect example of this. Now, I recognize it doesn't feel like the planet's warmer right now. I understand. There was hail when I landed in Newark. But think about the climate change issue. Every day, there are officials in high office with responsibilities who mock the overwhelming consensus of the world's scientists that human activities and the release of carbon dioxide and methane and other substances are altering our climate in profound and dangerous ways. A while back, you may have seen a United States senator trotted out a snowball during a floor speech in the middle of winter as proof that the world was not warming. I mean, listen, climate change is not something subject to political spin. There is evidence. There are facts. We can see it happening right now. If we don't act, if we don't follow through on the progress we made in Paris, the progress we've been making here at home, your generation will feel the brunt of this catastrophe. So it's up to you to insist upon and shape an informed debate. Imagine if Benjamin Franklin had seen that senator with the snowball, what he would think. Imagine if your 5th grade science teacher had seen that. He'd get a D. And he's a senator. Look, I'm not suggesting that cold analysis and hard data are ultimately more important in life than passion or faith or love or loyalty. I am suggesting that those highest expressions of our humanity can only flourish when our economy functions well, and proposed budgets add up, and our environment is protected. And to accomplish those things, to make collective decisions on behalf of a common good, we have to use our heads. We have to agree that facts and evidence matter. And we got to hold our leaders and ourselves accountable to know what the heck they're talking about. All right. I only have 2 more points. I know it's getting cold and you guys have to graduate. Point 4, have faith in democracy. Look, I know it's not always pretty. I know. I've been living it. But it's how, bit by bit, generation by generation, we have made progress in this nation. That's how we banned child labor. That's how we cleaned up our air and our water. That's how we passed programs like Social Security and Medicare that lifted millions of seniors out of poverty. None of these changes happened overnight. They didn't happen because some charismatic leader got everybody suddenly to agree on everything. It didn't happen because of some massive political revolution occurred. It actually happened over the course of years of advocacy and organizing and alliance building and deal making and the changing of public opinion. It happened because ordinary Americans who cared participated in the political process. So, well, that's nice. I mean, I helped. But look, if you want to change this country for the better, you better start participating. I'll give you an example on a lot of people's minds right now, and that's the growing inequality in our economy. Over much of the last century, we've unleashed the strongest economic engine the world has ever seen, but over the past few decades, our economy's become more and more unequal. The top 10% of earners now take in half of all income in the U.S. In the past, it used to be a top CEO made 20 or 30 times the income of the average worker. Today it's 300 times more. And wages aren't rising fast enough for millions of hard-working families. Now, if we want to reverse those trends, there are a bunch of policies that would make a real difference. We could raise the minimum wage. We could modernize our infrastructure. We could invest in early childhood education. We could make college more affordable. We could close tax loopholes on hedge fund managers and take that money and give tax breaks to help families with child care or retirement. And if we did these things, then we'd help to restore the sense that hard work is rewarded, and we could build an economy that truly works for everybody. Now, the reason some of these things have not happened, even though the majority of people approve them, is really simple. It's not because I wasn't proposing them. It wasn't because the facts and the evidence showed they wouldn't work. It was because a huge chunk of Americans, especially young people, do not vote. In 2014, voter turnout was the lowest since World War II. Fewer than 1 in 5 young people showed up to vote. 2014. And the 4 who stayed home determined the course of this country just as much as the single one who voted, because apathy has consequences. It determines who our Congress is. It determines what policies they prioritize. It even, for example, determines whether a really highly qualified Supreme Court nominee receives the courtesy of a hearing and a vote in the United States Senate. And yes, big money in politics is a huge problem. We've got to reduce its influence. Yes, special interests and lobbyists have disproportionate access to the corridors of power. But contrary to what we hear sometimes from both the left as well as the right, the system isn't as rigged as you think, and it certainly is not as hopeless as you think. Politicians care about being elected, and they especially care about being re-elected. And if you vote and you elect a majority that represents your views, you will get what you want. And if you opt out or stop paying attention, you won't. It's that simple. It's not that complicated. Now, one of the reasons that people don't vote is because they don't see the changes they were looking for right away. Well, guess what? None of the great strides in our history happened right away. It took Thurgood Marshall and the NAACP decades to win Brown versus Board of Education, and then another decade after that to secure the Civil Rights Act and the Voting Rights Act. And it took more time after that for it to start working. It took a proud daughter in New Jersey, Alice Paul, years of organizing marches and hunger strikes and protests and drafting hundreds of pieces of legislation and writing letters and giving speeches and working with congressional leaders before she and other suffragists finally helped win women the right to vote. Each stage along the way required compromise. Sometimes you took half a loaf. You forged allies. Sometimes you lost on an issue and then you came back to fight another day. That's how democracy works. So you've got to be committed to participating, not just if you get immediate gratification, but you got to be a citizen full-time all the time. And if participation means voting, and it means compromise and organizing and advocacy, it also means listening to those who don't agree with you. I know a couple of years ago, some folks on this campus got upset that Condoleezza Rice was supposed to speak at a commencement. Now, I don't think it's a secret that I disagree with many of the foreign policies of Dr. Rice and the previous administration. But the notion that this community or the country would be better served by not hearing from a former Secretary of State or shutting out what she had to say, I believe that's misguided. I don't think that's how democracy works best, when we're not even willing to listen to each other. I believe that's misguided. If you disagree with somebody, bring them in and ask them tough questions. Hold their feet to the fire. Make them defend their positions. If somebody's got a bad or offensive idea, prove it wrong. Engage it, debate it, stand up for what you believe in. Don't be scared to take somebody on. Don't feel like you gotta shut your ears off because you're too fragile and somebody might offend your sensibilities. Go at them if they're not making any sense. Use your logic and reason and words. And by doing so, you'll strengthen your own position. And you'll hone your arguments. And maybe you'll learn something and realize you don't know everything. And you may have a new understanding, not only about what your opponents believe, but maybe what you believe. Either way, you win. And more importantly, our democracy wins. So, anyway, I know, all right. That's it, class of 2016. A few suggestions on how you can change the world. Except maybe I've got one last suggestion, and just one. And that is, gear yourself for the long haul. Whatever path you choose, business, nonprofits, government, education, healthcare, the arts, whatever it is, you're going to have some setbacks. You will deal occasionally with foolish people. You will be frustrated. You'll have a boss that's not great. You won't always get everything you want, at least not as fast as you want it. So you have to stick with it. You have to be persistent. And success, however small, however incomplete, success is still success. I always tell my daughters, better is good. It may not be perfect, it may not be great, but it's good. That's how progress happens in societies and in our own lives. So don't lose hope if sometimes you hit a roadblock. Don't lose hope in the face of naysayers. And certainly don't let resistance make you cynical. Cynicism is so easy. And cynics don't accomplish much. As a friend of mine who happens to be from New Jersey, a guy named Bruce Springsteen once sang, they spend their lives waiting for a moment that just don't come. Don't let that be you. Don't waste your time waiting. And if you doubt you can make a difference, look at the impact some of your fellow graduates are already making. Look at what Matthew's doing. Look at somebody like Yasmin Ramadan, who began organizing anti-bullying assemblies when she was 10 years old to help kids handle bias and discrimination. And here at Rutgers, helped found the Muslim Public Relations Council to work with administrators and police to promote inclusion. Look at somebody like Madison Little, who grew up dealing with some health issues and started wondering what his care would have been like if he lived someplace else. And so here at Rutgers, he took charge of a student nonprofit and worked with folks in Australia and Cambodia and Uganda to address the AIDS epidemic. Our generation has so much energy to adapt and impact the world, he said. My peers give me a lot of hope that we'll overcome the obstacles we face in society. That's you. Is it any wonder that I am optimistic? Throughout our history, a new generation of Americans has reached up and bent the arc of history in the direction of more freedom and more opportunity and more justice. And class of 2016, it is your turn now to shape our nation's destiny as well as your own. So get to work. Make sure the next 250 years are better than the last. Good luck. God bless you. God bless this country we love. Thank you.
there. Have you ever felt like something's missing in your life? Do you feel like something's missing maybe in the health aspect of your life? Something's missing maybe in the relationship aspect, like maybe you're not getting along with your husband, you're not getting along with your wife, you're not getting along with your children, not getting along with your parents, your sister, your brother, the people you work with? Or do you feel like something's missing in the financial aspect of your life? Today I want to talk to you about the greatest transformation in your life. And you know what's really interesting? The things that call our attention to the need for transformation are, generally speaking, external things. And because the things that call, what do I mean? The things that call our attention to the need for transformation are generally external things. What I mean by that is I will look at myself in the mirror and I'll think, oh, dude, when did you let that happen, right? And so I'll say, I don't like the way I look, so I'm gonna start working out. And so the external vision of me seeing what I look like and not liking that made me go, we ain't doing that no more, we're gonna do something different, right? Or maybe you have a conversation with somebody that you love and it wasn't a pleasant conversation. You're like, oh, that was really not fun. I don't want that anymore. Something's got to change, right? Or maybe you looked at your money at the end of the month and you realized you had way more month left at the end of the money than you had money at the end of the month, and you said, I'm tired of living like this, right? And so you make a decision based on some external circumstance. The problem with that is when you attempt to fix it by external means, and external means won't fix external circumstance, because the circumstance that's on the outside is the symptom of the problem. It is not the problem. It's almost never the problem. Like people say, well, I'm overweight. Well, that might be a symptom of the problem, but that's not the problem. Well, I'm broke. Well, that might be the symptom of the problem. That monitor went out, by the way. That might be a symptom of the problem, but that's not the problem. Oh man, me and my wife argue all the time. That's a symptom of the problem. That's not the problem. The problems that show up outside of us, the stuff that shows up outside of us and feels like a problem, is never the problem. The problem is something going on inside of us. And so I'm going to show you today from the scriptures how to have the greatest transformation in your life. In what area? Any area you want it in. So one of my favorite passages of scripture, Romans chapter 11, starting with verse 33, reading down to chapter 12, verse number 2. Here's what it says. Oh, the depth of the riches, both of the wisdom and knowledge of God. How unsearchable are his judgments, his decrees. God has decreed his judgments. He doesn't have to think about whether or not something's okay. He doesn't have to think about whether or not something's right or wrong. He's already declared his judgments. His judgments are what they are, right? Okay. How unsearchable are his judgments and his ways past finding out. What does that remind you of? Does that remind you of Isaiah 55, where it says, my ways are not your ways, saith the Lord, and neither are my thoughts your thoughts, for as the heavens are higher than the earth, so are my ways higher than your ways, and my thoughts than your thoughts. God has a higher, better way of doing things than we do, okay? So they're past finding out. Verse 34, for who hath known the mind of the Lord, or who hath been his counselor, or who hath first given to him, and it shall be recompensed unto him again. For of him, and through him, and to him are all things, to whom be glory forever. Amen. That tells us about the purpose of life. Does that remind you of Revelation chapter 4, verse 11? Which tells us the purpose for everything in existence. Everything in existence exists for the same reason. And we see the reason for the existential nature of life is Revelation 4:11. For thou art worthy, O Lord, to receive glory and honor and power. For thou hast created all things, and for thy pleasure they are and were created. Why? Because God is pleased. That's why he made it. So if you're not seeking to please God in your life, you're missing the whole point of you being here. If I'm not seeking to please God with my life, I'm missing the whole point of me being here. If I'm seeking to please me, I blew it. I fumbled on the 1 yard line. How's that for a football reference for a person who's only seen one professional football game his whole life? Okay, so God's glory is the purpose for everything. Okay, then it says, I beseech you, Romans chapter 12, verse 1. I beseech you, therefore, brethren. Whenever there's a therefore or a wherefore, there has to be a what? A before. So he's saying, because of these things I just told you, because his wisdom and his knowledge and his judgments and his ways are past finding out, because that he does everything for his glory, And he's worthy of that glory. Because of that, I beg you, by the mercies of God, that you present your bodies a living sacrifice, holy, which means sanctified, set apart, special, holy, and acceptable to God. Not acceptable to you, not acceptable to me, not acceptable to other people, but what do people want to think? It doesn't matter. It's supposed to be acceptable to God. That's your reasonable service. And then it says, and be not conformed. Conform means to be fashioned after the likeness of something. It has the idea of a cookie cutter. What is a cookie cutter? It's something that we use on the outside and we press it down with pressure from the outside to make it in the shape of the thing that we're pressing down on it with. The scripture says, be not conformed to the world. That word world is not the earth. It's not the ball, the planet that we're on. That's not what it's talking about. It's not the earth. It's not the dirt. It's not even the cosmos. It's talking about the age. Don't be conformed to the age, to the era. Don't let the era in which you are in shape you in its form. Don't let you make it like it. That's what we do today, right? So the world says it's okay, so it's okay. It's amazing. Like, it's what blows my mind is that people think that because somebody's a celebrity, that makes them somehow smarter. Right. Well, my observation has been almost to a fault that it's the exact opposite. Right? And so, I mean, like Oprah Winfrey, for instance. And I think Oprah's done a lot of good for a lot of people. And I think in some ways she's a great example. But in some ways she's a horrible person. How can I say that? Because she has enough nerve because she's Oprah and she owns the letter of the alphabet now, so now she can challenge God. Well, surely God can't. No, be careful. If you're going to say something other, when you say God can, if you're going to say something other than lie, you lie. Because the only thing God said God can't do is lie. Well, surely you can't believe that Jesus is the only. Surely I can, surely I do, and surely I will, is what it says in the Bible. I get it. Everybody doesn't believe the Bible. Do you? You know, everybody. I shouldn't even say everybody doesn't believe the Bible. Here's what I'm going to say. Everybody doesn't believe the Bible yet. You know, it's like children growing up in their parents' home, right? Where food grows in the refrigerator, right? Farm, what's a farm? That's where they grow the food. You mean it don't grow in there? No, it don't grow in there. I put it in there, okay? Right? So it's like children, when they become teenagers, they want to challenge their parents because they're feeling their, whatever, my manhood or their womanhood. They want to challenge their parents. It's easy for you to have an opinion. I've been blocking for you your whole life. You couldn't even hold your own head when you got here. Quit tripping. Okay, but so now we get to the point in our lives where we start feeling like so self-assured and so self-made that we can challenge our Creator. Danger, Will Robinson, danger. Okay, I got a little amped. Got a little excited. I beseech you, I beg you therefore, brethren, by the mercies of God. What is the mercy of God? I want you to think about this. People say, what kind of God would let the kind of God that don't answer to you, whatever the rest of your question is? I can't believe in a God. Oh, no, you can only believe in a God of your imagination, the one you make up. But you made him up. How good could he be? Look at your life. You made him up. I can't believe in a God that I can make up. I can't believe in a God that would do what I say. Like, oh, that would be pretty scary. Are you kidding? Are you messing with me right now? I can't believe that a God who loves people would let so much war be in the world. Really? First of all, let me help you understand something. Man severed the relationship with God. God didn't sever the relationship with man. Let's start there. There's not a just man upon the earth that doeth good and sinneth not. Let's start there. As it is written, there's none righteous, no, not one. Let's start there. Can we start with that? For all have sinned and come short of the glory of God. Our righteousness is as filthy rags. The good stuff we do is not even good stuff. Because a lot of times we're doing it for the wrong reason. I wish I had some help in here. And so what happens is we go through life, and we don't understand the mercies of God. Here's the mercy of God. Okay, grace is when I receive a gift that I don't deserve. That's grace. What's that? Talk to me, everybody. What is it? Grace. Mercy is when I don't receive judgment that I do deserve. What's mercy? What is that? Mercy. What I don't receive judgment I do deserve, that's mercy. He said, because of what I just said, I'm begging you by the mercies of God, the fact that he hasn't obliterated you already, I'm begging you for that reason, present your body a living sacrifice, holy, acceptable unto God. Some people don't like the fact that the Bible says that God doesn't love everybody. Some people don't, that really rubs people the wrong way, especially churchianity folk. No, God loves everybody. That ain't what the Bible says. Go read Romans chapter 9 and tell me God loves everybody. You're allowed to hate somebody, but God's not allowed to. All of us deserve to be hated by God. Let's start there. God doesn't have a good reason for loving any of us. So because he loves some and doesn't love others, that makes him worse? I don't think so. In fact, I submit to you, even though this is not what I'm even going to talk about yet today, that if God loved everybody, his love would be worthless. If there's no capacity for hate, love's not love, it's just default. Did I say that too fast? If there is no capacity for hate, love is not love, it is just default. Can you imagine? Go home, ask your wife, baby, you love me? And she says, I just love men. That is not what you were looking for. Say to your husband, baby, you love me? I just love women. I think women are amazing. Wrong answer. The thing that makes your spouse's love valuable is that it's yours, it's not everybody's. I beg you by the mercies of God, because God has been merciful to you, I beg you that you present, by the way, he says, I beseech you therefore, brethren. This is talking to believers. Those who have been redeemed, you've already received the mercy of eternal life. You've already received it. It's not something you receive later. You've already received it. You say, what do you mean you've already received it? Whosoever believeth in me shall never die, and whosoever liveth and believeth in me, whosoever liveth and believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live, and whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? You've already received the eternal life. Death is just a continuation of life for the believer. Okay. He said, I beg you therefore, brethren, by the mercy of God, present your bodies as a living sacrifice, holy and acceptable unto God, which is your reasonable service. He said, because of God's mercy, because Christ died for you, live for him, it's reasonable. It's reasonable. 2 Corinthians chapter 5, verse 14. I beseech you, it says, the love of Christ constraineth us. It holds us together because we thus judge that if one died for all, then they which live should not henceforth live unto themselves, but unto him which died for them and rose again. What does that mean? That means because Christ died for me, I am supposed to live for him. Okay. And then he says, so, which is your reasonable service, and be not conformed to this world, but be transformed by the renewing of your mind. Here it comes. The way the transformation happens is by renewing your mind. Be not conformed. You're presenting your body, you're sacrificing your body as a living sacrifice. How? By renewing your mind. Letting your mind, getting your idea of the way things should be from the word and not from the world. I did a YouTube video called Get the L Out of Your Mind. Because when you take the letter L out of the word world, it becomes the word word. And most people who should be fashioning their lives after the word are fashioning their lives after the world. You should go watch that video. It's really good. Okay. Be not conformed to this world, but be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind, that you may prove what is that good and acceptable and perfect will of God. So I'm going to make some assertions here. God, the God that made you, has a plan for your life. The world system, the age in which we live, also has a plan for your life. You are going to yield to one of those plans. You might as well yield to the one that has your best interest in mind. See, The world system wants to make you a copy of 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 a copy. What do you get when you get a copy of 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 a copy? What do you get? Here's what you get. Something that's unreadable and unrecognizable. And that's what most people's lives are. They're not what they're supposed to be. They're not what they could be. They're not what they were, but they're not even what they are. They're just a copy of 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 a copy. Do you understand God is the ultimate original? And when he made you an original from an original. He didn't even make you a copy of an original. He made you an original of an original. Part of my brain just melted, leaked down in my eye. He made you an original of an original. God put a different aspect of his creativity inside of each of us. And he didn't put the same aspect of his creativity inside of any of us. I've got 6 brothers. None of us are the same. We're all the same. We all look a little bit like James and Carolyn, right? We all act a little bit like James and Carolyn. We all like some of the stuff they like and don't like some of the stuff they like and don't, but we're all different. 6 brothers, we're all different. My children, they're different. They're way different than me. Both of them are way different than me. They're different than the mama. Why? Because God didn't make you a copy of a copy. God made you an original of an original. Why would you want to live and die as a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy of a copy? That's got to be a painful existence. You want to get in where you can fit in and sign the banana and be one of the bunch and join the gang. No, just be yourself and let the chips fall where, hey, let them fall where they may. So, how do we have this transformation? Well, the first thing we have to do is we have to get an idea about what the purpose of our life is in the first place. And I already said the purpose of our life is to please God. It's really interesting that people make the mistake of thinking that the Bible is a book about religion. Don't make the mistake, you two. The Bible is not a book about religion. The Bible is a book that contains religion, but it's not a book about religion. The Bible is a book about a king and a kingdom and a royal family and the culturalization of a foreign land. That foreign land is called earth. And the whole Bible is about expanding heavenly culture to earthly realm. And if every human being on earth became obsessed with that objective, all of the social ills in the world would go away in one day. The Bible's not a book about religion, it's a book about government. The first 5 books are called the Torah. They're called the Torah, right? And the Torah is the what? It's the law. Are laws religious or are they governmental? They're governmental. God is a king. Jesus is he's not a religious figure, he's a governmental figure. He's the King of Kings, the King of all kings. He's the King of King Myron, he's the King of King Ryan, he's the King of King Mark, he's the King of King Leggett, he's the King of King Tom. He's a king who, when you yield to him, he will make you the king of your thing. And when you yield to him, ladies, he will make you the queen of your scene. God is a king who wants to make you a king or a queen. Satan is a fake king who wants to make you a slave, ride you hard until you die. Understand the objectives. So when I understand the purpose of life, I understand the objective of life. The objective of my life is to please God. And because, how is God pleased? God is pleased when I represent him. How do I represent him? Well, by being like him. Well, how can I be like him? Well, what's the first thing he ever told us about himself? In the beginning, God created the heaven and the earth. So when I'm creating something, I am being more like God. So I am pleasing God when I'm creating. But God said, when he made everything that he made in Genesis chapter 1, he said, and God said, here's what it says over and over. Go read Genesis chapter 1. And God said, and it was so, and God saw that it was good. God said it was so, and God saw it was good. So when God says something and it's so, God sees that it's good. So God made all this stuff and said it was good. And he made one thing and he said, that ain't good. What was it? It is not good for man to be alone. So God created us for creation, but he didn't just create us for creation. He created us for creation, but he also created us for connection. How did God know it wasn't good for man to be alone? Well, because he's God and he knows everything. I get that. But what's the other reason? God knows it's not good for man to be alone because God knew it wasn't good for God to be alone, and man is made in the image of God. So God made man a companion called a wife, and together they could populate the earth, so we would all have companions. When, specifically speaking, when God said it's not good for a man to be alone, it was talking about a man having a wife. In general, when God said it's not good for man to be alone, he was talking about humans need humans. You don't think you need humans? If you were the only person left on earth, everybody else on earth was obliterated, you're the only person left, you'd be the richest person in the world and you'd be miserable. Why? Because you'd have to be the farmer who grows the food. You'd have to be the packer who packs the food. You'd have to be the person who delivers the food to the store, who delivers the food, and the person who owns the store, who stocks the food. And then you go be the customer who buys the food and the cashier who checks out the person who's buying the food. And that's just food. We ain't even talked about gas. We ain't talked about building houses. We ain't talked about cars. People need people. That's why people, it's easy. It's one of the reasons why it's easier to create wealth in a city than it is to create wealth in the country, out in the rural areas. Why? There are more people. There are more people to serve. When there are more people to serve, there are more people who can pay you for the value you deliver to them at that level. Are y'all tracking? Okay. So, I'm supposed to not be conformed. Don't let the world make me like the world with pressure. Hey, so I'm going to get really specific here, okay? Parents, don't let the cultural hypnotic societal mechanism, don't let the miseducational, misdirectional system and the other people who have their children in that system, don't let them peer pressure you in to thinking that your children are stupid because they can't learn the way the system pseudo teaches. That too tough? Like, I knew I was smart. This F that I got, those Fs didn't mean I wasn't smart. They just meant I didn't like school. Like, they should have gave the school an F. I deserved at least a C for my creativity. I'm just saying, what they give me? Y'all give me an F for? Y'all the one didn't teach me. Y'all the one getting paid. Why you tripping? Okay. So, and by the way, when my children were small, oh no, I was not helping and my children went to Christian school. I'm not helping y'all beat up on my kids to help you validate your degree. Quit tripping. My child is not stupid because you're a bad teacher. Mr. Golan, your son didn't get his homework done. It ain't homework. Quit tripping. Schoolwork, y'all didn't finish teaching them at school. I'm paying y'all. Do your job. Don't expect me to do your job when they come home. Did you tell them that? Just like that, with that much attitude, just like that. And I told the principal one day, if you don't want me to send my son to school with a backpack full of dishes they didn't get washed last night, stop sending all this junk to my house. We got stuff we want to do. We got a family. We want to do stuff together. My son comes home, works on so-called homework for 6 hours, memorizing a bunch of stuff he'll never use in his life. And you want me to think I'm not a bad parent because I won't go back and relearn it to waste, now you're going to waste their time and my time? You are some kind of out your mind. And yes, I have an attitude about it. I didn't want you to miss it. So understand you stop letting the world system pressure you into making your children feel stupid or less than. Don't do that. One of the parents' jobs, your job as a parent is to make your children feel smart and to make them feel safe and to make them feel loved and to make them feel honored and to guide them in the direction of their giftedness, not their teacher's giftedness. I'm saving somebody's child's life with this message right now. Schools and parents put so much pressure on their children to validate the teacher's degree. And that's what I believe the whole emphasis. Well, I'm a teacher, I went to school, I'm right. Well, you go be right by yourself and leave my child alone. Okay. I'll do a Bible study on that later. But right now, if you want to change the output of anything, you got to change the input. The way you change the output is not by using the same input you've been using and trying harder. Trying harder is not the formula for success. It's the formula for exhaustion. This isn't working, so I'm going to try harder. maybe we should come get your family and take them to safety. That does not make sense. This isn't working. I'm going to try harder. No, this isn't working. I'm going to learn a new skill. This isn't working. I'm going to develop a new ability. We have to be transformed. How? By renewing of our mind. Now, here's what's really interesting. The word renew is the same word as the word renovation. If you've never renovated anything, you really can't appreciate the significance of this passage. Because the word renovate means to tear out the old, clean up the mess, and put in the new. When we were renovating this building, it was a disaster. We had plaster and dust everywhere. Why? You got to rip out a bunch of old stuff. There were 4 offices right along this. They're gone now. Right? You got to tear out some stuff. Do you understand? There are some ideologies, some beliefs that your grandmother and your grandfather and your mother and your dad and your aunts and your uncles and your siblings and your teachers and your bosses and your coworkers have installed in you that are not serving you, and you haven't even examined those thoughts and what they're doing in your life. It's amazing. It's amazing. Don't be made like the world, like the current age with pressure from the outside. Be transformed. How? By the renewing of your mind. The inside. Tear out those old thoughts that don't line up with Scripture. Tear out those old thoughts that don't line up with the direction you desire your life to go in. Okay, so when I was growing up, my dad smoked. My mom smoked too for a little while. So children want to be like their parents. I wanted to smoke. People always laugh when I say I quit drinking when I was 11. But I'm serious. I quit drinking when I was 11. I gave it up. I'm done. Been on the wagon ever since. Okay. And I quit for a different reason than just I don't like because I was drinking beer when I was 3 and 4 years old. I was allowed to go get out of the refrigerator and drink it like it was soda. It was the culture. It was the era in which I grew up. I could tell you about the roots of that. Maybe one of these days I'll do a video and talk about all the roots of that and how the far-reaching tentacles of slavery have impacted the lives of black families in the United States of America with regard to alcohol and a whole bunch of other stuff. It's mind-blowing when you see where it comes from. But it wasn't abnormal at all for me to drink alcohol as a 3-year-old or 4-year-old. And I loved going to work with my dad. Strongest man I've ever seen in my life. Like, oblivious to pain. It was like he didn't feel pain. He could cut his finger off with a saw almost and just, boy, give me that tape. Who are you? Right? You're gonna put electrical tape? Dude, it's not even white, it's not even like medical tape. It's electrical tape, bro. All right, let's go. Aren't you going to the hospital? I ain't got time. Anybody got tired of the hospital? I'm like, okay. All right. I don't know, bro. Maybe there was some tendons or something. I don't know. Okay. Anyway, my dad, toughest guy I ever knew. I love going to work with my dad. And I love building things. My dad loved to build things. I love fixing things. My dad loved to fix things. I loved hammering nails and cutting boards and sweating pipe and all of that, man stuff, right? And I remember one day I was with my dad. We were working on this roof with his friend, Mr. Buck, working on this roof. I'm 11. And I'm just cutting boards, hammering nails, bringing him every tool he asked for, like clockwork. And I hear him bragging to one of his friends. Yeah, man, my son's the hardest worker you ever seen in your life. I thought he was talking about me. I'm right there with him. I got 6 brothers. I'm the only one there. And then he said, yeah, that Michael sure can work. Boy, he cleans the house better than anybody. I'm like, and then he saw me looking at him. He caught me looking at him like, I'm confused. And here's what he said. And that Myron sure can drink some beer. My dad's was a great guy. I'm not putting him on Front Street. He was great man. One of the greatest men I've ever known. And I said to myself, you will never be able to brag on me about that again. Ain't touched it since. Ain't had a can of beer, Mad Dog 2020, Johnny Walker Red, none of it. None of it. Colt 45, only 45 I got. Anyway. It has more to do with calibers and stuff. Okay. Okay. So you say, Byron, what are you saying? I changed what I thought about it. I'm done. I'm 62. As the guy who I bought a piece of medical equipment from said, 62-year-old, moderately athletic. I wanted to punch him in his head when he said that. How's that for moderate? Okay. Anyway, he's moderately athletic. I'm like, bro, I ain't 33. Okay. Anyway, I'm 62. I'm in fairly good shape for a 62-year-old. But I used to weigh 225 pounds. That's like 47 pounds more than I weigh right now. Not a lot. But in order for me to change my physicality, my physical fitness, I wasn't going to do it by using willpower to make myself stop eating all that stuff I love. You know what I had to do? I had to use my mind power to stop loving the stuff I loved. I had to figure out a way, how can I hate the stuff that hates me and love the stuff that loves me? Y'all picking up what I'm putting down? So I changed how I thought about it. So, for instance, some of y'all are not going to like me for doing this, but like the thought of pork or shrimp or crabs or lobster or something touching my food, it just makes me nauseous. The thought of, like, not it happening, just thinking about it happening, it's just so disgusting on so many levels. Like, there's like, oh yeah, this has bacon in it, you can just take it out. I can't take it out and eat it. When I was a little kid, we were having a cookout. A fly landed on a piece of bread, and then it flew away. My mom tore off the piece of the bread that the fly landed on and threw away. Why'd she do that? I didn't realize how, y'all know what flies do, right? Anybody not know? Anybody not know? Okay, because I can explain it to you. Okay, you don't know? Okay, I'm gonna explain it to you. So what flies do, I was hoping there was somebody, because I really wanted to explain this clearly. So when a fly lands on something, the way it ingested it, it throws up on it. And then it sucks that regurgitation back inside of itself so it's pre-digested. So my mom knew that the fly didn't just land on a piece of bread and leave. It left something when it left. It contaminated the food. So this is why if you have a fly in your orange juice, you don't take the fly out and drink the juice, you just throw the juice out. You got a fly in your oatmeal, you don't take the fly out and eat the oatmeal, you just throw the oatmeal out, right? Y'all tracking? Well, when I learned that a hog is in the animal kingdom what a fly is in the insect kingdom, I'm done. I'm through. A fly exists for the purpose of removing filth out of the environment. A hog exists for the same reason. A shrimp exists for the same reason. A lobster, same reason. A crab, same reason. They're bottom feeders. They eat the refuse. I could use another word. Starts with P, ends with P, has two O's in the middle. I won't say the word. Of other animals. They eat it. They eat it. You take a roach, you turn it upside down. You take a shrimp, you turn it upside down. They look exactly the same, one's just bigger. They're the same thing. Like roaches or shrimp or roaches of the sea. I'm not trying to mess it up for y'all. Some of y'all forget. But if I did mess it up for you, congratulations. Now you don't have to eat that mess no more. Okay. So why am I telling you this? Because when you change what you think about something, it changes how you interact with that thing. A person who can't quit smoking, you know what they need to do? They need to go to the cancer ward and go visit some people who have to talk through a tracheotomy because they couldn't quit smoking. Go visit those people and hang out with them and ask them if they wish they were going to live longer. And ask them if they wish they could tell their grandchild they love them without sounding like you sound when you talk through a tracheotomy. Right? All you have to do is, like, if you change how you think about a thing, it requires no willpower whatsoever to stop doing it. You renew your mind. You tear out the old thoughts. Oh, this is so good. You put in some new thoughts. This is really terrible on a lot of levels, right? So you renew your mind by taking out old thoughts and putting in new thoughts. Now, so he said, I beseech you therefore, brethren, by the mercy of God, that you present your bodies. So you're presenting your body. Your body is a sacrifice. There's a reason our body is down here and our head's up here. Because this is supposed to serve this. This is not supposed to serve this. Are y'all tracking? And what happens when you want your life to end in disaster, let this run this. You capitulate to every appetite this has, you will be dead in short order. It won't take very long. This is here to serve this. This is why, so human beings, like animals, lower their head to their food, generally speaking. Human beings, not only do we raise our food to our face, we use utensils to raise our food to our face. Why? It's a picture of the body rising to the head. That's what it's a picture of. It's like the lower part of everything should serve the higher part. We should serve God, our body should serve our mind should serve our spirit, and we should serve God. That's how we do it. That's how we yield. We make sure everything's under authority. Okay, now, if I'm gonna transform, here's the problem. Like the very first thing, we didn't, when God made man, he didn't need to transform because he was already innocent. So all man had to do was be fruitful and multiply. He had to be fruitful, do multiply, do replenish, do subdue, and then he could have dominion. So here's the problem. When man sinned, this power was thwarted. The power to be, do, and have was thwarted. We are not as good at being, doing, and having as Adam was. We're not as good at being, doing, and having as Eve was. So here's the problem. It's not even a problem. Here's just the way it is. Your desire to have. By the way, how many of you would like to have more strength in your body than you have? Or is it just me? Everybody in here except Andre. Like, I want the strength in my body he has in his. I'm just saying, bro. I literally have to close my eyes when I watch you work out sometimes, but I can't even look. I'm like, surely his arm's gonna break off. Okay, and so I close my eye, and then I peek. Anyway, so how many of you want, but seriously, how many of you like to have more health in your body? How many of you would like your relationship with the people you love to be better? Right? How many of you would like to have more clients who love you more and buy more stuff from you and are happy they bought it? Right? Okay. How many of you would like to have, live in a nicer house or drive a nicer car? Right? Okay. Guess what? I'm going to tell you something. Your desire to have nicer and better experiences of life is something God gave you. It is the gift of God. God gave you that desire. It's natural. Your desire to have is natural. But here's the challenge. We don't get to have by trying to have. Trying to have doesn't help us have. What? Anything. I want to have a better relationship. Wanting to have a better relationship won't give you one. Did you hear what I just said? I want to have more health in my body. I want to have more strength. Wanting to have more strength won't give it to you. Are you tracking? Wanting to have more money won't give it to you. See, if you don't like the output, change the input. What's the input? Well, being is the input for doing, doing is the output. Doing is the input for having, having is the output. We all want to have this as an output, but it's impossible to have this until we yield to doing whatever's right in order to have it. See, some of you may be wondering, because my wife asked me this question.
Get everything you need to grow online with the $49 a month.
देखो आजकल तुम सबका एक दोस्त होगा ना जो बोल रहा होगा ब्रो इन्फ्लेशन इज राइजिंग हर जगह न्यूज में इन्फ्लेशन इज राइजिंग ब्रो मेरे को समझ नहीं आता होती कैसे इन्फ्लेशन यार जब हमारे स्कूल में हमारी मैडम इन्फ्लेशन के बारे में सिखा रही थी मैंने उनको एक सिंपल सवाल पूछा कि मैडम एक बात बताओ अगर पैसा प्रिंट करने की मशीन इंडिया के पास ही है तो कितना पैसा प्रिंट कर लो बहनचोद तो मैडम ने कहा देखो समय बहनचोद मत बोला करो क्लास में और फिर क्लास से निकाल दिया उसने मेरे को मैं कभी सीख ही नहीं पाया इन्फ्लेशन फिर यार और आजकल बहुत जरूरी हो गया सब सीखना पता है तो मैंने एक सीए रख लिया ठीक है वो मुझे कुछ खरीदने नहीं देती भाई मैंने उसको बोला मुझे गाड़ी खरीदनी है भाई कह रही डोंट बाय अ कार यार अ कार इज अ डेप्रिशिएटिंग एसेट मैंने कहा मतलब कह रही है देख समय, तू आज गाड़ी खरीदेगा 2 लाख रुपए की, कल जब तू उसे बेचने जाएगा तुझे सिर्फ उसके 1 लाख रुपए मिलेंगे, हो गया लॉस। मैंने कहा फिर मैं सेकेंड हैंड खरीद लेता हूँ। कह रही है तो जैसे ही सेकेंड हैंड खरीदेगा वो गाड़ी थर्ड हैंड हो जाएगी, उसकी वैल्यू और गिर गई। मैंने कहा फिर मैं थर्ड हैंड खरीद लेता हूँ। तो ये बकचोदी 10 मिनट करी हमने। आज ऑटो में आया हूं मैं शो करने, वो भी चला के। इतना प्रेशर क्यों है पैसा कमाने के लिए यार? मुझे लगता है अगर इन्वेस्ट करना ही है ना यार, खुद में करो ना। Everybody has got nice। शायरी चल रही है नाइस, वाह वाह वाह। और एक बार राइम भी कर देता हूँ अगले सेंटेंस भाई। मुझे लगता है, आपको ऐसा लगता है मैम पर आपने नाइस बोला, क्या है आपका हिडन टैलेंट? कुछ तो होगा ना यार। यू हैव नो क्लू, यू नॉट फाउंड इट आउट येट। होगा, क्या करते हो आप? स्टिल स्टडीइंग, डूइंग व्हाट?
मास कम्युनिकेशन।
मास कम्युनिकेशन, आपको बात करने पसंद है। शो के बीच में मत करो ना बस। All the best with your journey. I find it. I feel everybody, yaar, everybody, including you, bhai, has got a hidden talent. But some talents need to be kept hidden. तुम देखो इंडियाज गॉट टैलेंट में हर साल एक बंदा आके ट्यूबलाइट खा रहा है। ये कैसा टैलेंट है? उसका बच्चा कहीं स्ट्रीट लाइट कहीं से पढ़ रहा है कि बाप ने फिर ट्यूबलाइट खा लिया यार। बाप को रोको यार, कैसे बनूंगा मैं आईएएस? और तुमने देखा होगा जब भी कोई इंडियाज गॉट टैलेंट में ऐसा कुछ रिस्की करता है ना, कोई ट्यूबलाइट खा रहा है, कोई तलवार खा रहा है, किरण खेर पहले ही डर जाती है। मैं नहीं देख सकती हूँ ये, क्या पता उससे कुछ हो जाए। अरे आप देखो ना यार, क्या पता उससे कुछ हो जाए। मजा भी तो आएगा। एक्सीडेंट देखने में थोड़ा तो मजा तो आता है ना यार। मान लो तुम्हारे सामने कोई बंदा बिजली का खंभा चढ़ के करके भस्म हो जाए, थोड़ा बुरा लगेगा कि वो मरा, पर क्या मरा यार? क्या देखा हमने आज, फ्री में देख लिया है, मजा है कि नहीं? बुरी चीज में भी एक मजा है ना यार, इसलिए तो बुरी है वो। जैसे सब लॉन्डो सच बताना, तुम सबने बचपन में बिस्तरगिली करी। मेरा एक ऑब्जर्वेशन है कि जब हम लोग नींद में मूत रहे होते हैं ना, एक पॉइंट आता है जब हमको पता चल जाता है कि हम मूत रहे हैं, लेकिन मजा भी आ रहा है तो हम बहा देते हैं उसको मजे में। किरण कह रही है मजा ही नहीं ले रही है यार। इसलिए मुझे अमिताभ बच्चन पे फुल रिस्पेक्ट है। पता वो नहीं डरता ऐसे कोई भी सिचुएशन से। तुम लोगों ने कौन बनेगा करोड़पति देखा है? उसमें अमिताभ बच्चन पे कितना प्रेशर होता है, कभी सोचा है? इतना बड़ा आदमी, करोड़पति आदमी, उसके सामने वो गरीब बंदा आया रहता है अपनी वही सैड ट्रैजिक स्टोरी लेके। सर मेरी माँ की एक ही टांग है, वो फिर भी मुझे वॉक पे ले जाती है। मेरी बहन टकली है सर, उसकी मांग नहीं मिलती। कहाँ डालेगी वो सिंदूर सर? तुम लोग हंस रहे हो बेशर्म, उसकी बहन टकली है भाई, गरीबों पे हंसोगे तुम? नरक जाना है क्या तुम्हें? अमिताभ बच्चन हंसता है क्या? ओ गरीब, कैसा लगा महंगी कुर्सी पे बैठ के? करता है क्या? नहीं करता है। अमिताभ बच्चन में जिगरा है भाई। तुम देखो कभी भी गरीब को ऐसा लगने देता कि वो दोनों ऐसे इतना उनमें वो डिफरेंस है पैसे का ना, वो कभी भी गरीब को होप देता है। अगर आप यहां से 1 करोड़ रुपए जीत के जाएं तो इतनी धनराशि का क्या करेंगे आप? जो गरीब कभी नहीं जीतता है। तुमने नोटिस नहीं किया होगा कौन बनेगा करोड़पति में? करोड़पति सिर्फ अमिताभ बच्चन बनता है। फिर भी हर हफ्ते वो आता है, आज कौन बनेगा करोड़पति? तुम बन रहे हो करोड़पति, हर हफ्ते तुम्हें पैसे मिल रहे हैं, शो का नाम रखो और कौन बनेगा करोड़पति। और तो कोई भी नहीं बनता है भाई। फिर भी वो गरीब को हर हफ्ते पूछता है क्या करेंगे आप यहां से 1 करोड़ रुपए जीत के? अब गरीब को पता नहीं सार्केज़म है। गरीब आंसर लिख के आया घर से, सर मेरी माँ का इलाज कराऊंगा सर, मेरी माँ बहुत बीमार है सर, मेरे गांव में बिजली नहीं है सर, पापा ने सारी ट्यूबलाइटें खा ली, मेरी माँ बहुत बीमार है सर, और पीछे पूरी पीपीटी चल रही होती, उसकी माँ मर रही होती उसमें। माई पॉइंट इज पूरी ट्रैजिक सैड स्टोरी बताने के बाद जब ये गरीब सेकंड क्वेश्चन का आंसर ही गलत लॉक करा के बैठा है, तब अमिताभ बच्चन को तो पता है ना कि अब इसकी मां मरने वाली है। वो थोड़ी ना ऐसी आने देता कि अफसोस गलत जवाब, आपकी मरती है मां, जिसकी मरी मम्मी उसका भी बड़ा नाम है। घबराइए मत बेटे, कभी नहीं कहता ऐसे वो गरीब को, और ना ही वो किरण खेर की तरह डर जाता कि वो मैं क्या करूं, उसकी मां मर जाएगी। नहीं, अमिताभ बच्चन हैज द बॉल्स। उस मोमेंट में तुम देखो, जब भी ऐसे गरीब एक गलत आंसर पे लॉक्ड रहता है ना, अमिताभ बच्चन उसकी आंखों में आंखें डालता है और बोलता है, देखिए आपके पास 2 लाइफलाइन जीवित है और आपकी मां के पास एक भी नहीं। क्या गंदे लोग आ गए हो तुम लोग यार, तुम तो सरब नरक जा रहे हो भाई। अब अगर हम नरक जा ही रहे हैं तो चलें क्या और एक कदम आगे, फिर चलना है, ठीक है। देखो चैरिटी जो है ना, अच्छी बात है, करनी चाहिए यार, लेकिन हर चैरिटी नहीं। मतलब जैसे मैं एक चैरिटी देख रहा था, ठीक है, उसमें एक 2 महीने का बच्चा है, ठीक है, और उसको कुछ तो क्रेजी हो गया है।
Abba, you know this has been the
जिसके इलाज के लिए उसको 16 करोड़ रुपए का इंजेक्शन चाहिए, 2 महीने के बच्चे को 16 करोड़ रुपए का इंजेक्शन चाहिए, 2 महीने का बच्चे को। मैम आप बताओ, ठीक है, अगर आप वो माँ होती और आपके बैंक में 16 करोड़ रुपए आ जाते और 2 महीने का बच्चा होता, एक बार तो अपने पति को देख के बोलती ना, इन्फ्लेशन इज राइजिंग। क्योंकि कोई गारंटी नहीं है बच्चा बचेगा और इंजेक्शन के बाद ना यार, मर भी सकता है। सोचो क्या लॉस होगा मर गया इंजेक्शन के बाद, और उससे भी खराब सोचो 16 करोड़ के इंजेक्शन के बाद बच्चा बच गया और फिर बड़े होके बोलता है आई वॉन्ट टू बिकम अ पोएट। मैं तो झूठा लगा, नहीं 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 नहीं, कुछ तो क्रेजी कर, नहीं 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 नहीं, 16 करोड़ दिया, चल एक लंड पे पुशअप मार तू, चल अभी चांद पे जाके 2 बार मार, चल एक बार भी कम है तेरे को, एक बार वहां भी लंड पे पुशअप मार। बीकॉम करेगा साले, 16 करोड़ दिया है ना यार, कुछ तो रिटर्न है। एंड दिस इज नॉट ट्रू ओनली फॉर किड्स, ओके, इवन फॉर ओल्ड पीपल। अब जैसे मेरी नानी है, ठीक है, शी इज 95 एंड अलाइव। अब अगर इस बालिश उम्र में मेरी नानी को कुछ क्रेजी हो जाए जिसका इलाज ऐसे 1 करोड़ रुपए भी है, मैं थोड़ी उसमें पैसे डालूंगा, बिकॉज आई नो दैट नानी इज अ डेप्रिशिएटिंग एसेट। अब तो नरक जा रहे हो भाई, अब तो हमारे पौधे भी नरक जाएंगे, हमारे पौधे सारे पुण्य करके नरक क्यों आ गए? मैं जो तुम्हारे दादा ने हंसा था एक क्रेजी जोक पे।
Hello and welcome to India's Got Talent, एक unnecessary reality show इस शो का कोई पॉइंट नहीं है, जस्ट लाइक लाइफ।
वाइल्ड शो में आए हो तुम।
It is a pointless reality show, but it has a very interesting point system. इंडिया के कोने कोने से लोग इस शो में अपना टैलेंट दिखाने से पहले को छोड़ देंगे। अगर पहले तो कितना
जेन्युइनली आज मेरे पापा भी आए हैं जेन्युइनली। मेक सम नॉइज फॉर अमित टंडन एवरीबॉडी, कम ऑन। सर कैसे हो आप यार?
बहुत बढ़िया। हम स्टेज पे आ रहे थे ना, एक लड़की बोली कौन है ये?
शिट। किसने बोला?
यहाँ किसी ने बोला, अपने पापा को पूछना।
नहीं, मम्मी से पूछना। मम्मी
We also have Nidhi ji. Mix में also Nidhi Palta everyone. Nidhi ji, इस उम्र में how you are looking so fresh यार? Such a good skin care. What's your skin care routine? Mama Earth बोल रहा है कोई वहाँ से. We also have Dada Earth. मैंने महीप जी को बोला था आप कब आ सकते हो? कह रहे हैं मैं अभी भी आ सकता हूँ या अगले महीने भी आ सकता हूँ। मैं कहा रिस्क नहीं लेते हैं। 2 दिन में ही छोड़ दिया मेरे भाई। कैसे हैं सर महीप जी?
बहुत बढ़िया, बहुत बढ़िया। अच्छा सर,
सब सही चल रहा है?
आपके घर में?
मेरे घर में अच्छा चल रहा है। मेरे घर में we'll move on. तो थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग यार। आप लोग आए इतने दूर से, दिल्ली से आए एक बार यार, जोरदार तालियां इनके लिए यार। तो should we begin India's Got Latent? So the first act, Btcusd. That's his name, Btcusd.
बाचा है।
बाचा।
ये मतलब नाम है कि ये क्या है?
Whatever it is, round of applause for Btcusd.
ये तो बच्चा किडनैपर लग रहा है भाई।
वाकई में बाचा है।
सॉरी भाई, शुरू कर दिया। सॉरी मेरा बच्चा मत चुरा रहा भाई।
चलो करो यार, करो।
सॉरी भाई।
Let him do it. Yo, check. Let's go. मैं तेरा रंग और तू है मेरी सीता, बन तेरे बालों में लाल रंग फीता। कोई दिक्कत होगा तो पढ़ भगवत गीता। मीठा नहीं खाता क्योंकि खाता हूँ तीखा। जो कुछ भी सीखा मैं सड़कों से सीखा। अलग है मेरा जीने का तरीका। ए सुनीता, आजा बैठ जा साथ में, पिक्चर दिखाऊंगा, गाड़ी में घुमाऊंगा, शॉपिंग कराऊंगा, तेरे सारे नखरे उठाऊंगा, जो तुम बोलोगी वो लेकर आऊंगा। चांदी की जगह पे सोना पहनाऊंगा, धरती से तुमको आसमान घुमाऊंगा, जो भी लिखूंगा पहले तुमको सुनाऊंगा। हर सोमवार को मंदिर में जाऊंगा, राम नाम का टीका लगाऊंगा, तेरी लंबी उम्र के लिए रोज दिए जलाऊंगा, जयकारा लगाऊंगा, प्रसाद बटवाऊंगा, वादा जो करूंगा उसे पूरा निभाऊंगा, छोड़ के तुमको कहीं नहीं जाऊंगा, जहर भी दोगी तो हंस कर खाऊंगा, मरते दम तक साथ निभाऊंगा। दिल मेरा बस तुझको ही चाहता है, बातें करता तेरी और तुझी में खो जाता है। कैसे बताऊं तुझे कितना है चाहता है, तेरे लिए ही ये गाने बनाता है, देख के तुझको बड़ा शर्माता है। कैसे बताऊं तुझे कितना है चाहता है, तेरे लिए ही ये गाने बनाता है। यो वो बच्चा नहीं है, भांचा है वो। मैं 1 सेकंड
भाई मैंने क्या बोला भाई?
मैं ये बोल रहा हूँ, आप जो बच्चा बोले ना वो भांचा है।
मैंने बाचा बोला भाई।
बाचा मतलब आपका,
मैंने करेक्ट किया भाई को।
आपका असली नेम है बाचा? नहीं, रोहित है। स्टेज नेम बाचा है।
आपका ये नाम कैसे पड़ा बाचा?
वो क्या, मेरे गांव में ना मेरे जितने भी दोस्त यार सब बाचा ही बोलते हैं, क्योंकि मैं अपने मामा गांव में रहता था, तो उधर सभी लोग
बाचा का कुछ मतलब है? बाचा का कुछ मतलब है?
नहीं, मतलब तो नहीं है। बस इस स्टेज नेम रखने के लिए रख लिया, बाचा अच्छा लगता था।
भाई बहुत ही क्या मस्त गाया आपने यार, एक्सपेक्टेशन एकदम पार दिया आपने भाई।
ये मेरा पहला था, मतलब फर्स्ट टाइम कर रहा हूँ ये कभी भी।
एक सेकंड, उसने खुद ही लिखा अपने रिज्यूमे में, मैं झूठ बहुत बोलता हूँ।
नहीं, आई स्वेयर ये फर्स्ट टाइम है, ये फर्स्ट टाइम, लेकिन बाकी चीजें बहुत झूठ बोलता हूँ।
तो रोहित, आप कितनी दूर से आ रहे हो यहाँ पे ये करने?
मैं छत्तीसगढ़ से हूँ।
छत्तीसगढ़ से ना?
हाँ।
तो ये मेरा बाचा नहीं है।
यार तूने ये लिखा है, ये मैं अपने दोस्तों को कभी माँ की गाली नहीं देता, बाकी देर
बाकी सारी, बस माँ की नहीं।
माँ की क्यों नहीं?
एनी पर्टिकुलर
नहीं, अच्छा नहीं लगता माँ का, मतलब
सीख रहे हो कुछ महीप सर?
मैं अपने दोस्त की माँ को माँ मानता हूँ, तो माँ को कैसे माँ की गाली दे सकता हूँ, इसलिए।
क्या बात है?
तो बाप की तो गांड मारते हो।
उनकी बहन को क्या मानते हो?
हाँ,
बहन को क्या मानते हो?
उसकी बहन को बहन, अरे माँ उसकी बेटी है तो बहन ही मानूंगा ना।
तो गाली किसको देते हो फिर आप?
हाँ,
गाली किसको देते हो फिर? किसी रिश्तेदार को देते हो? अरे बताओ ना यार,
कोई एग्जाम्पल देना जो जो देता है, जो अलाउड है तेरे मन में गाली।
जो तो अभी मुझे दे रहा है दिमाग में।
भाई खुल के दे दे, मांग रहे हैं।
दूसरी टीम से तो नहीं खेलते आप? बाप की गाली, मतलब तेरे बाप की गांड मार दूंगा, ऐसा तो नहीं कुछ?
नहीं, वो सब मानने की आदत नहीं।
झूठ बोल रहा है।
नहीं है भाई, सच्ची आदत नहीं है वो सब चीज की।
पड़ जाती है, 21 दिन में पड़ जाती है, 21 डेज में कोई भी आदत पड़ जाती है।
रोहित भाई, आपकी एज क्या है?
मैं 18 साल का हूँ।
18 साल के हो आप? झूठ बोल रहा है।
अरे तो इस गाने में एक लड़की का नाम भी लिया ना तुम?
हाँ, वो मेरे दोस्त की गर्लफ्रेंड है। अरे एक सेकंड, अरे सुन लो।
वो भी तो किसी की बहन है भाई।
अरे
तो ये दोस्त की माँ को माँ मानता है, बहन को बहन मानता है, और गर्लफ्रेंड को गर्लफ्रेंड मानता है। ऐसा है क्या?
वो मेरा दोस्त है ना, अमन नाम है उसका। उसने बोला था मेरे लिए सॉन्ग लिखना, तो वो उस लड़की से बहुत ज्यादा प्यार करता है। उसकी गर्लफ्रेंड का नाम सुनिए था, तो उसी के लिए लिख दे, अभी वो सुनेगा।
अगर आपको दोस्त से गर्लफ्रेंड के लिए गाना लिखना था, तो ये इतना लव सॉन्ग क्यों लिखा आपने?
अरे तो वो ज्यादा प्यार करता है ना उससे।
आप भी करते हो?
नहीं भाई, नहीं, अपने को नहीं।
झूठ बोल रहा है। आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड है? नहीं, ये तो सच बोल रहा है।
आपके सारे दोस्त छत्तीसगढ़ में हैं। आप यहाँ पे बॉम्बे में क्या कर रहे हो?
बस घूम रहा हूँ, टाइम पास। अभी उम्र ही क्या
आप यहाँ पे काम करने आए हो, क्या करने हो? मतलब बॉम्बे आए हो?
एक्सपीरियंस ले रहा हूँ, घूम रहा हूँ इधर उधर, बस गाने लिखता हूँ घूमते घूमते।
कहाँ गए हो आप?
हाँ, पूरा मुंबई घूम चुका हूँ।
अच्छा,
वो भी फास्ट में काम करता हूँ ना।
आप टाइम कब निकालते हो ये गाने लिखने का? मतलब आप कितने घंटे काम?
जब आता ना डिलीवरी फेल्ड, तब ये लिख रहा होता है जो सुनीता आएगी क्या? सही है भाई, बाचा भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग यार। तो शुड वी स्कोर बाचा? तो मैंने दिया बाचा को 9.5। 10 from नीति जी, 10 from महीप जी,
10 from my side.
अरे let's go. That makes your average 9.5. Bacha. 8.5. Come on, बाचा। ये कम क्यों दिया यार? ये तो आपके नंबर थे, आपकी वी फास्ट की रेटिंग थोड़ी थी।
यहाँ आने के बाद ऐसा कॉन्फिडेंस है।
यहाँ आगे कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया आपको।
हाँ।
अरे कोई नहीं भाई, बाचा भाई, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर ज्वाइनिंग बाचा भाई।
शिवानी रे, can we have a big round of applause for Shivani?
शिवानी रे।
हेलो यार, देखो बकचोदी तो बाद में होती रहेगी, पहले परफॉर्म करती हूँ, ठीक है? तो ऑल मिसोजिनिस्ट एंड सूडो फेमिनिस्ट, ध्यान यहाँ पे। कमाने वाला हाथ किसका, ये है कौन जानता। देखो मुझे एक्स्ट्रा टाइम नहीं देने वाला है, ठीक है? लो बाद में देना यार समय।
आप वापस रिस्टार्ट
प्लीज। मैंने तुम्हें मिसोजिनिस्ट नहीं बोला।
नहीं, मैंने खुद को बोला।
ओके गाइस प्लीज सीरियस। हाँ, कमाने वाला जेब किसका, ये है कौन जानता। कि कमाने वाला जेब किसका, ये है कौन जानता। खिलाने वाले हाथ की भी अब नहीं है मानता। औरतों और मर्द में अब छिड़ चुकी एक जंग है। कि औरतों और मर्द में अब छिड़ चुकी एक जंग है। किसकी जेब है भरी और कौन रोटी सेकता। और देखो तो ये जंग अब गलत नहीं समाज में। कि देखो तो ये जंग अब गलत नहीं समाज में। आधा आधा बट गया तो आसानी होगी काज में। पर सच में है ये आधा या बस कहने की एक बात है। और दोनों ने है खुद चुना या थोपे बस हालात हैं। कहते हैं मर्द के हाथों में सुई धागा जचता नहीं। कि कहते हैं मर्द के हाथों में सुई धागा जचता नहीं। मेरे कुछ लिबास में उसने ही है जेबी सिली। कुछ वो कमा के लाता है, कुछ मैं भी लेके आती हूँ। कि कुछ वो कमा के लाता है, कुछ मैं भी लेके आती हूँ। फिर साथ उसके ही पका उसे प्यार से खिलाती हूँ। वो स्वाद ना ही उसके हाथ का है ना ही मेरे हाथ का। कि वो स्वाद ना ही उसके हाथ का है ना ही मेरे हाथ का। वो स्वाद तो है साथ का जो आधा आधा बट गया। जो मर्द और औरतों की जात से है हट गया। वो स्वाद तो है प्यार का जो अब सिर्फ इंसानियत में सिमट गया। थैंक यू सो मच।
क्या बात है शिवानी राय।
Very wholesome. I have something to ask Shivani ji. When you go out on a date, who pays the bill?
यार मुझे कोई डेट पे ले ही नहीं गया है, मैं क्या करूं?
But if you go out on a date, then like would you be footing the bill? Would he be footing the bill? Would
आधा आधा।
आधा आधा?
Yes.
स्प्लिट वाइज यूज करते हैं आप?
वैसे the correct answer to that question is the person who asked you out has to pay.
But no one is asking me out ना, तो कोई पूछ लेगा तो मुझे दया आ जाएगी। भाई पूछ लिया, आधा दे ही देती हूँ।
देखो आप भी सिंगल हैं और वो बादशाह भी सिंगल था। तो मैं कहता हूँ आधा आधा कर लेते हैं, है ना? नहीं, लुक्स मैटर मतलब।
Yes.
बड़ी गंदी सोच है आपकी यार। इतने अच्छे विचार है आपकी कविता
समय
के।
यार तुमसे ज्यादा गंदा नहीं हो सकता।
नहीं, मैं तो बहुत ही गंदा हूँ। मेरे से गंदा भी है इधर। अभी हम आधा आधा कर रहे हैं।
मैं इतनी देर से सोच रहा हूँ कि दिस इज नॉट कमिंग राइट एक्चुअली वट एवर यू आर सेइंग कि आधा वो दे देगा आधा मैं दे दूंगी। तो मतलब समय रैना के स्टैंडर्ड से ये गलत है। ठीक है, पोएट्री के हिसाब से ठीक है कि तू आधा दे दे मैं आधा दे दूं। जब समय रैना ऐसा बोलता है तो वो आधा कभी नहीं देता, या तो वो पूरा देता है या नहीं देता।
किस बारे में बात हो रही है अभी? बात किस बारे में हो रही है? हम पेमेंट की बात कर रहे हैं।
Shivani, have you asked anybody out?
No, yeah, not yet.
You have never asked anyone out.
नहीं।
आप चाहते लड़का ही पूछे आपको?
Yes.
फिर ये सारी फेमिनिज्म कहाँ से आ गई भाई? हैं? ये गलत नहीं है। पूछे लड़का। यही है। और तुम कह रहे हो लड़का ही पूछे तभी ठीक है, पर दे दूंगी मैं आधे आधे पैसे।
अभी इन्होंने बोला ना कि the one who ask out who have to pay full, इसलिए मैं नहीं पूछती।
देखो टपरी की चाय भी डेट हो सकती है, ठीक
फिर
है?
मैं पूछ लूँगी।
हाँ
पक्का। अच्छा दिखने वाला स्मार्ट वार्ड कोई अच्छा मिल जाए तो।
सब चाहिए आपको, लुक्स भी चाहिए और
ठीक तो दिख ही
पूछे
जाए
भी अगला वही।
पूछे भी वही।
हाँ।
ये तो बहुत, आप तो सिंगल ही रहेंगे यार मुझे लग रहा है। तो कब से रह रहे हैं आप?
कहाँ?
डिल्यूजन में।
लिखा
बहुत वक्त हो गया है।
खुद डिल्यूजन में रहकर पूछ रहे थे।
बहुत वक्त हो गया है आपको।
हाँ।
पर बढ़िया था यार। एंड्रू टेट के बारे में क्या विचार हैं आपके?
सॉरी?
एंड्रू टेट इनके बारे में क्या विचार हैं आपके?
मैं सिंगल रह लूंगी।
भाई मैं सुनता है यार बॉडीगार्ड।
If you find someone who you really like, will you not go ask them out?
I will of course. बट अफसोस ये है कि मैंने जैसे ही सोचा कि मैं बता दूं, वो इंसान कमिटेड हो गया उसी पॉइंट पे।
तो महीप जी को पूछा क्यों आपने? कोई अपनी एज का।
अरे यार बकचोदी नहीं करो यार फालतू की। लिखो 98। No, शिवानी, I really liked the thoughts के आपका imaginary boyfriend है। आप किसी को मिसोजिनिस्ट कहना चाहती थी, पर यहाँ पे किसी को मिसोजिनिस्ट के स्पेलिंग नहीं आते।
तो आपका क्या है गोल लाइफ में?
मैंने लिखा है ना कि डिल्यूजन को हकीकत में बदल देना।
ओह, तो आपका क्या है? व्हाट्स योर बिगेस्ट डिल्यूजन?
आई फील कि जैसे कि मैंने पोइट्री सुनाई, तो वो पोइट्री काफ़ी मीनिंगफुल है। तो मुझे लगता है वैसे नहीं चलती। यही मैं रील्स पे जाके बोल दूँ कि अक्कड़ बक्कड़ बम्बे वो अपनी इज्जत मुझको दो, तो ये वायरल चला जाएगा। मतलब जो चीज़ें सही हैं वो नहीं चलती। तो इसके बाद भी
बिल्कुल ठीक बात है। शी इज राइट यार। मैंने 10 साल मीनिंगफुल कॉमेडी की। एक बार पूछा मम्मी कैसी है।
तो शिवानी राय जी, तो यू थिंक देयर इज लाइक अ स्कोप इन पोएट्री?
आप अगर क्वालिटी कंटेंट छोड़ दो, बकवास करने लगो, तो हाँ है। और वो मुझसे हो नहीं पा रहा, बट आई विल ट्राई।
मैं आपको एक शेर सुनाता हूँ आपके ऊपर फिट। अरे सीरियस है ये। अच्छा
इरशाद।
हकीकत नहीं हो, हकीकत नहीं हो तुम मेरा भरम हो, हकीकत नहीं हो तुम मेरा भरम हो, झूठे तो सब हैं तुम थोड़ी कम हो।
क्या बात है महीप जी।
ठीक था ना? ये शेर अच्छा था,
बहुत प्यारा था।
लिखो 98।
Shivani Rai, bro. Amazing, yaar, Shivani Rai. Thank you so much for joining, yaar. Your poetry was amazing. And, तो मैंने दिए हैं आपको 9। मैं आपने 7।
तो आई टेल यू व्हाई। कंटेंट अच्छा था, बट डिलीवरी आई थिंक यू नो इज समथिंग दैट यू रियली नीड टू वर्क ऑन। वो कन्विक्शन नहीं थी, वो कोशिश ये थी कि हाँ थोड़ा मैं शॉक कर दूं, बट द इन पोएट्री आई थिंक द डिलीवरी इज एज इम्पोर्टेंट एज।
गुलजार साहब बैठे हैं हमारे साथ। नीति जी,
देखो इंडिया में सब औरतों से डिलीवरी मांगते रहते हैं।
औरतों से ही मांग सकते हैं यार।
आजकल तो भैया,
आजकल आधा तुम आधा में। 9 फ्रॉम नीति जी ऑल्सो। 2 चीजें काट के 9 दिया इन्होंने। हाँ,
पहले 9 था, फिर 8 था, फिर 9।
अच्छा, आपने भी 9 दिया है। आप नंबर तो नहीं लिख रहे अपना?
8
9 8 तो आ गया। तो आपका एवरेज होता है 8.5।
वेरी क्लोज।
शिवानी जी यार, थोड़ा सा रह गया यार, काश आधा मैं और देता। Make some noise for Shivani Rai, everyone. All right, up next we have भारत का ऑस्कर।
वाह, राउंड ऑफ अप्लॉज फॉर भारत का ऑस्कर एवरीवन।
हाय कैसे हो सब? थैंक्स फॉर कमिंग गाइस। एक बार आप खुद के लिए थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग। यस या हाय गाइस, मेरा नाम ही ऑस्कर है। हमारे घर पे कुत्ता है, उसका नाम भास्कर है। नाम का मतलब होता है कि नहीं? नाम का मतलब होता है। जैसे भाई आपका नाम क्या? इजरान। इजरान नाम का भी कुछ मतलब है कि नहीं? मैंने एक दिन घर पे आकर घर वालों को पूछा कि आप लोगों ने मेरा नाम ऑस्कर क्यों रखा? वो नहीं, हॉलीवुड का अवार्ड देखा रहेगा ना आप लोग ने। तो घर वाले बोलते कि ऑस्कर जब भी तो पैदा हुआ था ना, जब भी तो पैदा हुआ था तभी तो ऐसे बाहर आया था। मैं बोला अच्छा हूँ, ऐसा बाहर नहीं आया। कितने लोग ट्रेन से ट्रैवल करते? गिव मी चेयर। सब लोग यार, आप लोग ने देखा रहेगा कुछ लोग नहीं आते वो ट्रेन में ताली बजा के पैसा मांगते हैं। वो नहीं, लोकल ट्रेन के एयर होस्टेस। वो आया मेरे पास, ताली बजा पैसा मांगा, मैंने उसको दिया। तो मेरे लिए ऐसा कुछ तो मंत्र पढ़ रहा था, कुछ तो ऐसा आशीर्वाद दे रहा था और गया। मैं बोला रुक इतना करके, मैंने उसको पूछा तेरा इस मंत्र का रिजल्ट नहीं है तो रिफंड मिलेगा क्या? मेरे को बोलता अरे भाई ये मेरा कार्ड रखना, इस पर मेल आईडी है, अगर रिजल्ट नहीं है तो मुझे मेल कर देना। मैंने बोला भाई तू पढ़ा लिखा जॉब भी कर, ये सब क्यों कर रहा है? बोलता है ब्रो मैं पहले जॉब ही कर रहा था, मुझे बॉस के लिए ताली बजाना पड़ रहा था। अब मैं खुद के लिए बजा रहा हूँ। ये है मेरा स्टार्टअप। दिखाओ क्या पीपीटी मिला? चल भाग ऐसे, मुझे नहीं बनना तेरा को फाउंडर। थैंक यू, दैट्स माय टाइम। यू हैव बीन लवली।
लेट्स गो। कब से कर रहे हो आप कॉमेडी?
2021
लॉकडाउन।
हाँ
4 साल से भाई।
4 साल में थोड़ा आगे तो पहुंचना चाहिए था इससे।
बड़ा ब्रूटल हो यार आप यार।
अरे
हाँ वीडियो डाला हो तो गाइस आप लोग देख सकते हो मेरा वीडियो। हाँ भारत का ऑस्कर नाम है उसका, यूट्यूब पे आपको मिलेगा।
तो व्हाई इंडियाज गॉट टैलेंट भाई?
बस फन करना था, एंजॉयमेंट थोड़ा।
बड़े सीरियस हो यार आप एकदम, फॉर अ पर्सन हु लाइक्स टू डू फन। इतना सीरियस क्यों है भाई? लाइक यू नो योर गांड फट रही है, कसाई लग रहे हो भाई आप।
हाँ लग रहे हैं फुल फुल।
कितना अच्छा लगता है स्माइल करते हो भाई, स्माइल किया करो भाई।
क्या एज है यार आपकी?
मैं 27।
शादी हुई है आपकी अभी तक?
नहीं
गर्लफ्रेंड भी नहीं
है।
गर्लफ्रेंड है आपके पास? जितना किलसा हुआ है लग रहा है सुनीता ही ऐसी गर्लफ्रेंड। बैंड शो मेरे बंदे के गाने बन रहे हैं अब। कॉमिक्सान में अप्लाई किया था आपने?
भाई उन्होंने 2021 में तो उन्होंने काम चालू किया भाई।
तो आया था ना सीजन 2, तभी आया था।
सीजन 2?
हाँ सीजन 3
आया था।
आप कौन से सीजन में जीते हो भाई?
मैं सेकंड सीजन में हारा था।
0 में
आकाश गुप्ता विनर था, सच बताऊं तो।
Co-winner.
वो भी have a judge here from Comic-San guys, yeah.
नीति जी, let me ask you the same question. मेरा अच्छा चल रहा है कि आपका खराब चल रहा है?
यार ये कश्मीर में इनको वाईफाई काटनी नहीं चाहिए, ये हो जाते हैं।
ओ भाई, कॉमिक्सान 3 में अप्लाई नहीं किया आपने? क्यों?
क्या फायदा?
भाई बन जाता है भाई, देख सोलंकी थे कितना फेमस हो गया।
फिर भी रोज बनाना पड़ा ना।
किलसा हुआ है भाई, ऐसा कुछ हुआ है? क्या है तेरा ट्रॉमा? क्या है बता दे अब। क्या मामा ने छुआ है बचपन में? कुछ है ट्रॉमा भाई? क्या ट्रॉमा है?
मेरे को पत्थर नहीं पड़े।
पत्थर नहीं पड़े? तेरी दाढ़ी थी ना इसलिए। सीजन 2 विनर भाई।
इसलिए आप आजकल निकाल के घूम रहे हो।
यार रख दे
भाई,
ये वाला काट देंगे, ये वाला काट देंगे। ऑलराइट भाई, भारत का ऑस्कर जी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर कमिंग टुडे यार, एंड कीप स्माइलिंग एंड आई हैव टाइम टू स्कोर हिम यार। मैंने आपको दिए 8, बहुत अच्छा लगा मेरे को आपका सेट। अमित सर ने दिए 5.5, Mahib ji with the 6,
8,
Balraj with an 8, that makes your average of 7. ऑस्कर, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग मेरे भाई.
He was very close to being self-aware.
Are we ready for a rapper, guys? Come on. Make some noise for पुनीत मल्होत्रा. भाई जोरदार तालियां पुनीत मल्होत्रा के लिए.
क्या सीन?
तो गुंडा ही लग रहा है भाई.
फूकते हो क्या? I just want to start. भाई ये जो स्माइल जो दे रहा है ना, ये फालतू जोक पे क्या तो सीरियसली दे सकता था सोबर होके? जरा सोच, ये ट्रिप तुझे कहाँ ले आई है. हाँ, एक अलग डिमेंशन, एक अलग वर्ल्ड में. तो तू सोच ले, क्या ये आँख हिलाल है या तू बेहाल है? पर जो फीलिंग है ना बंटी, एक नंबर जमाल है. जमाल का मतलब सोच रहे हो कमाल हो बंटी तुम. जेब में कुछ नहीं बस माल है. ओ ये माला माल हो तुम. ढाल लो तुम अपने परिवार की, या सिर्फ एक सवाल हो तुम. और अगर ये सवाल भी तुम्हारे मन में उत्पन्न हो रहा है तो भाई बवाल हो तुम. कुछ सच्चाई व्यक्त करना चाहूँगा मैं आपकी इजाज़त से, जिसे इंग्लिश में कहते हैं फैक्ट. शायद सबने की एक्सपीरियंस इन फैक्ट कि दुनिया में हर चीज़ एक नशा है, और नशा एक एहसास. तो तेरे में मेरे में फ़र्क क्यों ढूंढ रहे हो? क्यों लाना चाहते हो खुद में क्लास? क्योंकि खुद में क्लास लाना भी एक नशा है, और नशे में रहना भी एक क्लास. तो क्या ही फ़र्क पड़ जाएगा दुनिया को बता के तुम्हारे ये हालात. सो भंड रहे बिंदास और रहे इसे अकेला हो के भी सबके साथ है तू, क्योंकि स्टोरी तेरी ट्रेजेडिक है. कोई नहीं समझेगा तुझे जब तक तेरे शूज में नहीं आया था. सिर्फ वन सेज यू अंडरस्टैंड. भाई तेरे बहुत शॉर्ट फ्लिक है. और दुनिया का क्या पता है क्या? दुनिया साली मादर चोद है. दुनिया साली पीछे से वार करती है, क्योंकि खड़ा उनका डिक है. इसलिए परवाह मत कर और बोल बिंदास. भंडी हुआ हूँ मैं भंडी. सच बता रहा हूँ मैं भंडी. ऐसे एक जगह पे देख रहा है जैसे मैरिज डॉक्टर स्ट्रेंज है, और अभी हाथ घुमाऊंगा ले जाऊंगा तुझे एक अलग इस फ्रेम में. ऐसा ही होएगा बेडू व्हेन आई पास दिस टू यू. जगह
ऑलराइट. तो पुनीत जी, आप ड्रग्स करते हैं? नहीं, ये सवाल नहीं है, स्टेटमेंट है ये. आप ड्रग्स करते हैं तो कितने टाइम से हैं आप इस जोन में? माइक
5-6 साल.
5-6 साल से हो इस जोन में. हाउ ओल्ड आर यू मेरे भाई?
27.
अच्छा.
तो घर का क्या क्या सामान बेचा इसके लिए?
कुछ नहीं बेचा.
तो आपको कभी डर नहीं लगता?
किस चीज का?
भाई ये लीगल नहीं है इंडिया में जो आप कर रहे हैं.
हाँ, तो खुलेआम थोड़ी करता हूँ.
8 कैमरे लगे हैं इधर भाई.
फूक तो नहीं.
आपको तो 16 दिख रहे होंगे. आपके घर में और भी कोई है?
हाँ है ना.
रियल में
ये अगर रात में चल दिया घर में भंडी तो गांड फट जाएगी घर वालों की भाई. इसकी वजह से गांजा और 20 साल बाद लीगल होगा इंडिया में. भंडी. तो आपको सपने आते हैं?
हाँ भाई.
नहीं जागते हुए नहीं.
सच में आपने जो ये परफॉर्म किया, ये आपका रैप था, ब्रेक डाउन था, क्या था ये? क्योंकि कुछ क्रेजी किया भाई आपने. मुझे क्या जॉनरा था ये कोई आइडिया ही नहीं. आप शुरू आए, बातें की आपने, पहले मेरे को कुछ बोला, फिर कुछ बोला, फिर सडनली आप गाना चले गए. क्या था ये?
रैप ही था.
रैप था ये. अच्छा, बीट आपके दिमाग में बज रही होगी. तो पुनीत जी यार, तो आपको लगता नहीं कि नशे करना गलत बात है?
हाँ
लगता तो है,
पर मजा आता है. तो कभी आपने क्विट? भाई क्या हो रहा है भाई?
गर्दन दुख रहा था.
गर्दन मुझे लगा अंदर से.
आपने क्विट करने का कोशिश किया?
हाँ मैं अभी नहीं फूक रहा हूँ.
नहीं रैपिंग.
अभी शायद वही करना पड़ेगा.
नहीं भाई, बट नेसी भाई के बारे में क्या लगता है आपको?
मतलब
मतलब यू फॉलो हिम?
या सुनता हूँ थोड़ा।
सुनते हो आप?
पहले अच्छा लगता था, अभी थोड़ा डाउनफॉल हो गया है, खास नहीं है।
वो क्यों हुआ पता है आपको? गा रहा है भाई वो।
भाई सही टाइम पे ये सब फूकना उपना छोड़ देना चाहिए।
हाँ।
नहीं तो भूल जाते हैं छोड़ना।
वाह जीनियस। बलराज भाई ऑन फायर टुडे भाई, ऑन फायर। तो और यू स्मोक सिगरेट्स एंड ऑल? या अल्कोहल? तो आप ये हैकिंग कब करते हैं फिर? ये
जॉब है ना, 9 घंटे का जॉब है ना,
उसमें आप सेट रहते हैं?
नहीं, उसमें जॉब में टाइम काम करता हूँ भाई।
बट लाइक आपको ऐसा लगता कि नशे नहीं करने चाहिए?
हाँ मतलब
नहीं करना चाहिए।
नशा नहीं करना चाहिए।
नहीं करना चाहिए।
हाँ बिल्कुल। अभी छोड़ के जाओ, यहाँ पे छोड़ के जाओ जितना भी। इधर दे के जाना, ठीक है?
भाई मुझे डर है कि ये जीत गया ना वह जो नशे ही खरीद लेगा सारे। कुछ भी करके जीतना नहीं चाहिए भाई। अगर भगवान है तो ये नहीं जीतेगा भाई।
कैन डांस ओनली व्हेन ड्रंक। तो अभी तो नहीं नाच पाओगे, तो कुछ मंगाएं क्या?
बट यार आई एम वेरी वरीड अबाउट योर हेल्थ भाई। थोड़ा ध्यान रखो हेल्थ का यार। आप थोड़ा ना कमजोर से लग रहे हो। शेव वेव करो, सुंदर लगो। शेव करके सुंदर लगते हैं लोग। नीति जी को देखो।
चलो भाई मार्क्स करें।
मार्क्स देते हैं इनको भाई।
भाई मैंने दिया है 420।
बलराज भाई ने दिए 4। मैंने दिए हैं, मैं नहीं चाहता ये जीते भाई, फॉर योर ओन हेल्थ। मैं दे रहा हूं आपको 3, 1.5, 1 फ्रॉम नीति जी।
मैंने दिया स्कोर।
कितना लेकिन?
जितना मिल जाए।
कुछ तो दे दो यार। मैंने दिए हैं 2, तो दैट मेक्स योर एवरेज ऑफ 2।
अनाउंस
9.5।
पांचों का मिला के पहुंच रहा था 9.5 क्या?
एक बार जोर तालियां पुनीत मल्होत्रा के लिए। 9.5। बंडी, थैंक यू सो मच फॉर जॉइनिंग यार।
Can I get some claps? Never rub it off, give it on further, let them read it. What you wanna do this years, you just need to save it. It's just not a white on black color combination. Solution knowledge filled with experiences and education. We don't need a bright on our future and our present. We don't need your help, yeah, we just need your aid. So let's give it on to me. So let's start it all we need. Yeah. Pass on your tactics, pass on your feedback, pass on your thunder, pass on. Make some puzzles hard to solve but easy to realize it. Pack marks off your footsteps will lead us to march and crave it. It's just not white and black color combination. Solution knowledge filled with experiences and education. We don't need a bright and a future and a present. We don't need your help, yeah, we just need your aid. So let's give it on to me. So let's start it all we need. Slate, pass on. Thank you.
Alright. किरण होलकर जी।
होलकर या।
होल तो कर दिया आपने हमारे।
हाँ ना, कान में। इधर से उधर।
पर कहाँ रह गए?
क्या रह गए?
सुर।
हाँ ना? सुर, माइक टेस्ट नहीं मिला ना पहले।
अच्छा, माइक तो टेस्ट कर लिया आपने पूरा?
हाँ, पूरा टेस्ट कर
अगर
लिया।
ये
आगे
बंदा-
वाले परफॉर्मेंस अच्छे होंगे शायद।
भाई आप बहुत ही इंटिमिडेटिंग लग रहे हो मेरे को यार।
Oh, really?
Yeah, really.
Thank you anyway.
तो ये आपने कहाँ सीखा?
खुद सीखा?
खुद सीखा आपने?
हाँ, थोड़ी ट्रेनिंग भी ली।
अच्छा।
हाँ जी।
You took like professional training?
Yeah.
From a mosquito?
Yeah. Singing in my ears. Yeah.
मेरे को एक्सेंट बड़ा अच्छा लगा।
Thank you.
मेरे को बोलो वो मेरे को चाहे 2 ही वर्ड समझ आए, say it.
Sleep. It's sleets.
सही में।
Sleets. It's sleets.
हैं?
Sleets. Party.
Slates.
Sleets.
तो एक्चुअल वर्ड्स
मतलब जो मुझे अच्छा
Sleeps.
लगा वो था भी नहीं वो।
But I told you what is the correct word.
हम दोनों को सेट लगा।
हाँ।
देखो क्या है कि आपका स्टेज प्रेजेंस 10 on 10
Okay.
from me. Your style 10 on 10. The way you are commanding the audience 10 on 10.
सुर 0.
कदाई अगर माइक टेस्ट मिल जाता तो थोड़ा कुछ और हो जाता।
तो अब आपने माइक टेस्ट कर लिया आराम से? Do you want to try again?
Okay, if you want.
No कर नहीं देता।
आप सिर्फ इंग्लिश में ही गाती हैं?
हाँ जी।
और कोई भाषा में नहीं गाती?
नहीं।
तो आपको मतलब ये अंग्रेजी में गाने का कहाँ से इंस्पिरेशन मिला है?
पहले से अंग्रेजी गाने सुनती थी बहुत।
पहले से मतलब क्या?
पहले से
पैदा होने के पहले?
चाइल्डहुड या
From your childhood.
मेरे पापा भी सुनते हैं इंग्लिश गाने, so it just came.
पापा आए?
नहीं। Don't worry. He's not here.
किरण जी ये गाना आपने खुद लिखा है?
हाँ जी।
खुद गाया क्यों लेकिन?
आप गा लो, अभी आप ही गा लो मेरा गाना। मैंने लिखा, आपको दे देती हूँ, आप गा लो।
नहीं
आप एक बार ना लिरिक्स इसके धीरे धीरे बोल के बताओ क्या लिरिक्स है।
समझ में नहीं आया आपके।
इस गाने का ये मतलब है कि हम पेरेंट्स लोग जो पेरेंट्स जो होते हैं वो आगे देते नहीं बहुत सारी चीज़ें। ये मेरे साथ हुआ है तो ये मेरे बच्चे के साथ नहीं होना चाहिए। सो ये थॉट है।
तो आपके पेरेंट्स क्या करते हैं?
My dad is in entertainment business.
Is he a singer?
Yes, he is.
Oh, तो उनने जो सुर सीखे वो आपको उन्होंने नहीं पास ऑन किए बेसिकली।
Kind of, you can say.
अब मैं समझ गया।
That's why I wrote the song, you can say, yes.
Who are your favorite singers?
Michael Jackson, yeah. Shakira. And I like Yanni's voice, so yeah. His music is good, but
Yanni.
I like his voice, yeah.
And amongst Indian artists, like upcoming new Indian artists?
New, not much, but Nazia Hassan, yeah.
She's Pakistani.
Yeah, but I like her voice. Pakistan
Indian
was a
artist.
part of India, so...
No, but she started singing after the partition.
Sorry? What do you want me to take? Sorry, what did you say?
She started singing after the partition.
Okay.
I was there.
I understand. I was not there, obviously.
So how do you make money right now?
No income right now. But trying my level best to, as you said, the singing is not that good. I'm trying to make career in singing. So
Hey, I never
obviously,
said it was not that good. I said it was bad.
It was bad. That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
This is my job.
Yeah. I missed the words.
कोई नहीं किरण होलकर जी, you are very such a good sport है। मैं किरण जी के लिए
Thank
दुआ
you.
था।
Thank you.
तो किरण जी आपको स्कोर देने का टाइम आ गया है।
Oh, okay.
तो मैंने आपके
So you are evaluating on everything. Okay.
तो मैंने इसलिए आपके 5 नंबर बढ़ा दिए।
Oh. Thank you.
मैंने दिए 5।
Thank you.
7 from Amit sir. 7 from Nidhi ji. 3. 3. 2. Your average is 5.
Okay. So what?
आपको दिखाना
Oh,
भी
I
है?
don't have that. I left it somewhere, I
तो
guess.
क्या दिए थे आपने खुद को?
10.
Oh, I like the honesty, but I also like the delusion. Thank you so much for joining, Kiran ji.
Thank you. Thank you.
Up next, we are down to the last two acts. We have Shahid Khan. शायरी सुनाएगा ये भी? शाहिद खान को बता दिया एक बार.
Round of applause for Shahid Khan, everyone. Come on.
कैसे हो सारे? बढ़िया. और महीप सर कैसे हो? बढ़िया. महीप सर मम्मी ठीक है मेरी. पता है महीप सर ना हर किसी से पूछते रहते हैं मम्मी कैसी है, मम्मी कैसी है. You know it is the sign of महीप सर having mommy issues. पता है दादा पता है महीप सर दादा बनने की उम्र में डैडी बनने की सोच रहे हैं. You know महीप सर कितने ओल्ड है आप देख सकते हो. महीप सर जब सेक्स करते हैं ना तो इनकी वाइफ की मौन से ज्यादा इनकी हड्डियों की आवाज आती है. आपको पता अपने समय ब्रो डिड नॉट इवन हेसिटेट. यू नो इंडिया इज नॉट रेडी फॉर सामे रहना ह्यूमर. सही कहते हैं. पता सामे भाई कॉलेज फेस्ट में जाके बोलते हैं माँ चुदाने गई प्लेसमेंट, माँ चुदाने गई प्लेसमेंट. अच्छा है महीप सर ने समय भाई से नहीं पूछा और मम्मी कैसी है, वरना समय भाई बोलते माँ चुदी बढ़िया भाई. और टाइम है ठीक है. तो ना मैंने अपने दोस्तों को बताया कि ना यार मैं ऐसे महीप सर पे इन सब पे जोक करूँगा. तो उन्होंने बोला कि जब वो तेरी लेंगे ना तो सह नहीं पाएगा. मैंने कहा बात तो ठीक है, मैं मरवर आना जाऊँ. तो मैंने ना सिर्फ सुसाइड हेल्पलाइन पे जाके मैंने वेबसाइट पे ना स्क्रॉल किया तो मुझे ना एक बहुत इंटरेस्टिंग फैक्ट पता चला कि जब आप इंडिया की सुसाइड हेल्पलाइन नंबर पे कॉल करते हो तो आपको हेल्प ऑफर करते हैं. बट जब आप अफगानिस्तान की हेल्पलाइन सुसाइड हेल्पलाइन पे
Alright, Shahid Khan, that was a really good joke on Mahib ji यार हड्डियों वाला. वो funny था यार वो.
इसमें अच्छा बात.
Are you like a comedian or it's your first time doing comedy?
No, I'm doing stand-up comedy for 2 years. 10th क्लास से कर रहा हूँ.
तब ये हाल. तूने टॉकिंग पॉइंट्स में ऐसी चीजें लिखी है. बिना हिलाए नींद नहीं आती. मेरे को रिश्तेदारी निभाना नहीं पसंद पर फिर भी मैं रिश्तेदारों के घर जाता हूँ फेस्टिवल पर क्योंकि पैसे मिलते हैं.
एक करके आते हैं ना भाई.
मुझे नहीं पसंद. मैं कह रहा हूँ ये ज्यादा फनी वाला सेट लिखा हुआ है यहाँ पे.
ह्यूमर की बात है भाई.
आपको बिना हिलाए नींद नहीं आती?
मतलब नहीं आती. ऐसा स्ट्रेस रहता है माइंड में.
तो किसका हिलाते?
नहीं मतलब मैं इतना ओल्ड तो हुआ नहीं हूँ कि मेरा खड़ा ना होता, अपने हिला लेता हूँ.
महीप जी मैं नहीं सहता.
नहीं मैं सह लेता हूँ. नादान है अभी है ना. ऐसे नहीं बोलते बेटे. पापा को ऐसे नहीं बोलते. ठीक है.
मैं मुसलमान हूँ.
हैं? तो तुझे क्या लगता है मैं धर्म देख के चोता हूँ? सरकार किसी की भी हो देश में.
मैं भी पंजाब से हूँ.
मैं धर्म के बेस पे कोई डिस्क्रिमिनेशन नहीं करता. ठीक है ना.
Oh man, आ गया मजा. शाहिद खान.
अब ये शाहिद खान से शहीद खान हो गया.
आज बिना हिलाए नींद आएगी तुझे.
नहीं मैं हिला के आया अभी.
हिला के आया हो.
इसका माइक बंद कर रखा है ना.
माइक बंद कहाँ?
मैंने वो नीचे वाले की बात कर रहा था.
नीति मैंने बहुत रिलेट किया।
मेरे को जेन्युइनली माइक को हाथ लगाने का मन नहीं कर रहा।
शाहिद खान, आ गया मजा। हाँ आ गया। आपने लिखा है कि आपको नहीं पसंद कि आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड का कोई मेल फ्रेंड हो। पर मैं खुद 5-6 लड़कियों का मेल फ्रेंड हूँ। आपकी भी गर्लफ्रेंड है?
हाँ। मतलब अब आपकी छोड़ गई तो फिर मैं
मेरी तो है। अच्छा, उसके मेल फ्रेंड भी है। आई एम सिक्योर लाइक दैट। बिग डिक एनर्जी। तो आप क्या गर्लफ्रेंड को बाहर नहीं जाने दोगे आप तो?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं है।
जाने देते?
अब है ही नहीं ना गर्लफ्रेंड, अब नहीं है।
अब नहीं है?
जहाँ मर्जी जाए, माँ चुदा मुझे क्या।
नहीं, माँ चुदाने के लिए कहीं नहीं जाना पड़ेगा।
तो आपको कैसी लड़की चाहिए फिर फाइनली?
मेरे को कैसी लड़की चाहिए? मतलब अच्छी हो, अंडरस्टैंडिंग हो। हाँ बस
भाई, अगर
घर वालों का ख्याल रखे।
नाक में सेप्टम वाली चलेगी आपको?
हाँ,
वो नाक में जो वो होल होता है जो।
हाँ फिर क्या दिक्कत है, वो तो औरत गहने पहनती है तो
चलेगी। उसमें आप रस्सी डाल के बांध भी सकते हो।
नहीं।
आपको अंडरस्टैंडिंग लड़की चाहिए ना?
हाँ।
अगर उसको भी अंडरस्टैंडिंग लड़का चाहिए हो तो?
आपको रिश्तेदारी निभाना नहीं पसंद?
नहीं।
रिश्तेदारी नहीं पसंद तो शादी किससे करोगे फिर?
मतलब रिश्तेदारी में कोई लड़की नहीं है ना, इसलिए रिश्तेदारी नहीं पसंद है।
तो लड़कियां पैदा क्यों नहीं होने देते तुम?
भाई क्योंकि
लग रहा है कुछ
नहीं बुरा नहीं।
पक्का ना भाई?
पक्का
3 बार बोलो।
पक्का।
लव यू मेरे भाई। भाई शायद अगर ताली आई भाई, क्या स्पोर्ट है भाई। मुझे लगता है आपने बहुत कुछ देख लिया है इतनी छोटी उम्र में। आपकी गर्लफ्रेंड ने चीट कर लिया आप पे।
हाँ।
ये सब हो गया तो आप ना थोड़ा पत्थर दिल हो गए हो अब।
हाँ कह सकते हैं ऐसा।
थोड़ा पिघलो यार। बड़े क्यूट हो, इतनी अच्छी स्माइल है आपकी। सोच क्यों इतने गंदे हैं?
वो जोक्स लिखने के लिए सोच गंदी है।
तो असली में नहीं हो ऐसे?
असली में नहीं हो ऐसा मैं।
असली में कैसे हो आप?
असली में अच्छा आदमी,
डिसेंट। तो ये सब झूठ है
क्या? नहीं मतलब ये सब झूठ नहीं है, ये सब मेरा पास्ट है ना। अब मुझे ऐसा रियलाइज हो रहा है कि नहीं यार, सारी ऐसी नहीं होती।
पिछले 5 मिनट में हो रहा है ना रियलाइज?
नहीं ऐसा कुछ नहीं।
शाहिद भाई, who inspired you to do stand-up comedy?
ऐसा मतलब कोई नहीं।
कोई भी नहीं?
मतलब ऐसे हार्ट ब्रेक हुआ तो सोचा क्या बनूं, तो शायर तो मैं बन नहीं पाया क्योंकि वो शायरी वायरी नहीं।
मतलब आपने stand-up ऑनलाइन देखा है, नहीं देखा?
हाँ ऑनलाइन stand up देखा। लाइक
किसका सबसे पसंद है?
मैं गौरव गुप्ता।
फिर उसके बाद
जाकिर खान, फिर मुनव्वर, फिर सामे भाई।
वाह यार,
5वें नंबर पे हो तुम।
नहीं मतलब सामे भाई को मैंने ऐसा लेट डिस्कवर किया ना, इसलिए।
अरे थैंक यू मेरे भाई, मेरे को डिस्कवर तो किया उसने।
तो मैं तो अभी आया हूँ ना।
इनको भी बहुत पहले डिस्कवर किया था किसी ने। क्रिस्टोफर कोलंबस ने किया था इनको डिस्कवर। भाई चलो, टाइम टू स्कोर शाहिद खान मेरे भाई। कम ऑन, मेक सम नॉइज फॉर शाहिद खान।
ग्रेट स्पोर्ट।
मैंने आपको दिए हैं 7। 4 फ्रॉम अमित जी, क्योंकि अमित जी की बेटी भी है। 5.5 फ्रॉम नीति जी।
मैंने दिए 3.
3 फ्रॉम महीप सिंह। 6 फ्रॉम बलराज। दैट मेक्स योर एवरेज of 5.
Oh man, I'm so happy you didn't win, man. Make some noise for Shahid Khan, everybody. Come on, make some noise for him. Jao, bhai. Okay, down to the last act of the night. Are you ready? Make some noise for Hard Shivam.
So I'm a stand-up beatboxer. अब बहुत सारे लोग पूछ रहे होंगे कि स्टैंड अप बीटबॉक्सर क्या होता है. वेल बीटबॉक्सिंग तो लेट के बैठ के भी की जा सकती है. वेल सेम सवाल मेरा स्टैंड अप कॉमेडियन से भी है. एनीवेज बीटबॉक्सिंग करने के कई फ़ायदे हैं. लाइक आप किसी को भी मुंह पे गाली बक सकते हो एंड एट द एंड वो आपके साथ वाइब भी करेगा. कैसे, मैं बताता हूँ. क्या है, बीटबॉक्सर्स को ना हर जगह बीटबॉक्सिंग करने की आदत लग जाती है. लाइक आप खा रहे हो तो बीटबॉक्सिंग कर रहे हो, हग रहे हो तो बीटबॉक्सिंग कर रहे हो. ऐसे ही एक दिन मैं उसके साथ बेड पे था एंड शी स्टार्टेड मॉर्निंग लाइक my ex does it better.
बिना बीट बॉक्सिंग के बोलना चाहूंगा. Ben Shores. Let's go. Crazy.
Thank you so much, sir.
बहुत बढ़िया यार. ये मॉर्निंग वाला कहीं सुना वाले.
Oh man, Hard Shivam, you really lived up to your name, bro.
Thanks so much, sir.
That was really, really wild, right?
Means a lot, sir. Means a lot.
बेचारे क्लीन कॉमेडियन अमित टंडन. आज रिदम में गालियां सुनी है इन्होंने. तो ये आइडिया कहाँ से आया था आपको?
बेड पे.
बेड से आइडिया आया था?
यस सर. खाते हैं तो बीट बॉक्सिंग करते हैं.
आप कहाँ पे बीट बॉक्सिंग करते हो?
जहाँ मन करता है. लाइक यहाँ पे भी मन किया तो कर दिया.
बेड में भी करते हो आप?
हाँ, सोते हुए हकते. लाइक एवरी टाइम इट्स लाइक माय स्ट्रेस बस्टर.
हकते हुए मुंह से ही करते हो आप?
हाँ, घर वालों को लगता है 10 लगे.
या हर जगह से कर लेते हो आप बीट बॉक्सिंग?
उससे भी मैं मैच कर लेता हूँ. लाइक
ओह शिट भाई.
यस शिट.
भाई के पास टाइमिंग तो है भाई.
ये तो एक बात बता, तू मेरे टट्टे छू के क्यों गया?
अरे हाइट वहीं तक पहुंची ना मेरी.
मीट बॉक्सिंग.
हाँ, वो मम्मी भी यही कहती थी यार.
आपके घर वालों ने सुना है?
नहीं नहीं, अभी तक तो नहीं. और मैं सजेस्ट भी नहीं करूंगा कि ना ही सुने तो बढ़िया है, वरना मेरे को घर में घुसने नहीं देंगे.
आप उनको क्या बोल के यहाँ आए?
हसल का ऑडिशन देने आया हूँ.
तेरे ये हसल में तेरी फसल कटेगी अच्छी तरह से. तू जा एक बार. अरे यार, मैं सच में बहुत इम्प्रेस हूँ. इतनी छोटी उम्र में इतनी गालियाँ सीख ली. आगे जाके तो क्या क्या करेगा ये? माँ चोट देगा भाई.
Hard Shivam.
Yes, sir.
You're also a videographer.
Video editor and graphic designer.
Why, bro? You have this talent.
पैसे नहीं मिलते ना इसके, इतनी इज्जत बीट बॉक्सर को कोई नहीं देता जितनी आप दे रहे हो।
अरे ब्रो यार ऐसा नहीं यार।
I want this guy to win.
I want him to win.
I want him to win.
इसको बार देखना है, इसको तू पहले इससे पूछ ले कितने नंबर दिए इसने।
नहीं भाई, नहीं वो unfair है।
हाँ नहीं पर यार really
हम लोग भी तुक्का लगाते हैं ना भाई।
Man, hard Shivam, I really from bottom of my heart I hope you win भाई।
अरे सर आपने कह दिया ना तो मैं जीत गया।
ये तो सेंटी कर रहा है भाई अभी यार, ये माँ बहन की गालियाँ देके सेंटी कर रहा है अभी। एकदम कंफ्यूज कर दिया है तूने मेरे को भाई अभी। आप सच में मध्य प्रदेश से आए हैं ये शो करने?
हाँ जी हाँ जी।
मतलब आपको देख लड़कियाँ चली गई देखो, तो शायद लेट हो रहा होगा। Why are you going? देख लो बिजी आ जाएगा अब 2 मिनट में अभी। क्या ब्रांडिंग बन गई है आपकी यार भाई। मैं जी यार क्या देख लिया यार ये।
ये तो अच्छा ही देखा यार, पहले वो जो देखा था वो प्रॉब्लम।
तू इकलौता टैलेंटेड आदमी आया है पता है आज।
मैं रैप भी करता हूँ ऐसे।
रैप भी करता है? हो जाए फिर तेरी मर्जी है भाई।
इतनी है डेयरिंग जैसे महल है कश्मीर में, कांच का कुर्सी पे भी बैठू तो आल्टी पाल्टी मारता, मेरे लेवल का नहीं तू मुझसे रखना फासला, बेटा हार के न बैठू मैं भी एक ही बाप का पाले स्नेक भी आस्तीनों में, पर जहर नहीं बांटता जब भी खाने को ना मिले तभी पैन नहीं पास्ता, पास मारू हैवी अभी हूँ 12वीं पास, मैं छोड़ूंगा नहीं मैं जब तक मेरा प्राण निकापता करूँ घर, तेरा बेड़ा पूरा नर्क में रहेगा वर्चुअली स्वर्ग से कनेक्ट जैसे मेटा, हर शब्द जैसे मेहता, हर वर्ष मेरा महंगा जैसे हर्षद मेहता, पर ना फक्ड अप बेटा इनका छूट गया मूड जैसे ब्लैडर गया फूट हुआ पाए इज्जत मेरी खिलाफ मिला ना प्रूफ, मेरी हवा में मैं घूम पकड़ू जैसे मैं लूज स्पिट फास्ट करूँ तू तेरी बिगाड़ू मैं तू, I'm waiting for the time गाने फटे जैसे माइक स्टेक पूरा मेरा होगा कैश आउट करे जब क्लाइंट टेक सेक थिंक ट्वाइस डबल आर ऑन माय राइट डॉलर साइड में अगानी होगा पूरा वाइट मचा दूं टैल का शहर का बेटे शहर जा फैलता जैसे जहर सा टैलता जैसे राजा हूँ महल का, I'm losing myself साइज भी आता नहीं बेल्ट का, आधा साल निकल गया मैंने पढ़ा नहीं तो का ओ शिट कैसे करूँ प्रोसेस या करूँ कोशिश, मे बी I'm hopeless, should I open my books or close it? Let me know that बंदे न कलची हो रहे कल्टी चलेंगे तेज तो पड़ेंगे जल्दी बिना सबके लगेगी हल्दी मसल टपोट जैसे मसल की हमें हमारा भले बजे 12 तू जल्दी से 12 में भी जल्दी आ रहा पर किधर जाना पता ना ठिकाना सिखाना मत रात के 3 के सुबह के 12 तक हटा दो बैरिकेशन चाहिए ना नेविगेशन देना मत वैलिडेशन फक दैट वैलिडेशन मैट बिलो द एवरेज कछुए से लगा था ट्रैक रेस गुड के काफी हैं गुड डे एंड आई बी ट्रिपन ऑन अ बैड डिस भरूंगा बोरी में बोलूंगा सैक रेस मिली नहीं रहा मेरा बैगेज तेरी बंटी बेटी मेरे लैब पे ठीक करा के दे आज जो क्रैक है ओह शिट दैट वाज क्लासिक बेंड कर दिया हार्ड डिस्क तुझे दिखी नहीं रहा मेरा पेन फिजिकल हिला दिया संतुलन सीखूं मैं बहुत लिखूं मैं बहुत सीखूं मैं और ढीठूं मैं बहुत पता नहीं क्या करूं मैं क्या
भाई आपको सच में हंसल ही जाना चाहिए था
भाई गलत शो पे आया हुआ भाई
यही ऑफर हुआ
अप्लाई नहीं किया है असल में
किया था
They didn't select you.
पता नहीं देखा भी नहीं है देखा
आपने रफ्तार भाई का ये ऑनलाइन वाला शो में पार्ट लिया नहीं
हाँ लिया था ये अभी जो किया ना यही वाले एंट्री डाली थी
क्या नंबर आया था आपने
सिलेक्ट नहीं किया
था ऐसे नहीं डिस करते रफ्तार को लोग समझ में आया क्या आपको भाई क्या था ये भाई
बहुत क्रेजी भाई बहुत क्रेजी once again guys भाई क्रेजी बहुत हार्ड शिवम
थैंक यू
आज से आप मेरे लिए बहुत हार्ड शिवम हो
बस आज से बहुत हार्ड
आपका गोल इन लाइफ है टू बी अ ग्रेट रैपर तो वो तो हो गया अब क्या गोल है
अब जीतना
ब्रो आई रियली विश यू विन मेरे भाई
काश मैं भी
तो ठीक है तो भाई शुरू करते हैं वहां से इस बार ब्रो लेट्स गिव हार्ड शिवम सम मार्क्स नाउ ब्रो आई रियली विश ही विंस मैन so let's start from Balraj this time
brother it's a full 10 on 10
10 on 10 10 from Mahib Singh 10 from Neeti ji
मैंने 10 को काट के 9 करा है बिकॉज आई वांट हिम टू विन कि 9.5 शायद इसने विश किया हो, शायद 10 ना किया हो।
तो आप दोनों 9 कर रहे हो?
नहीं मैं सोच रहा हूँ अभी, पता है
सर प्लीज सोच समझ के
तो कुछ मत बोल
अभी माइक दूर रखो।
तो कुछ मत बोल। देख, मैंने एक चीज देखी है, जो भी आदमी असली में टैलेंटेड होता है ना, वो कभी खुद को 10 नहीं देता। पर वो बंडी जो आया था देखो, वो 10 देता है वो। The more you learn, the more you know that you don't know. तो ये वैसा आदमी लग रहा है मेरे को। तो अभी तक हिस्ट्री ऑफ लेट नाइट में जब भी कोई रियली टैलेंटेड आया है, उसने खुद को 8.5 ही दिए। भाई चैट, मुझे तुम्हारी
Okay. You guys. Just listen to what I'm saying.
I'll now I need your help. ठीक है? Should I give him? How much should I give him? 9. 10. 9.
Okay.
ठीक है, रुक जाओ।
Give it. So okay, cheer for 8. Okay, cheer for 9. Okay, cheer for 10.
ठीक है, 9 is what you're saying. ठीक है, तो I need 45, so अभी 39 हुआ है. I am giving you a 6. ठीक है,
Brother is giving you 6.
your average is 9. दिखा वहाँ से.
Go on.
इसने 8.5 दिया होगा।
इस पे जाना है क्या?
Yeah.
I'm hypnotized by you. I can't do what you say. I'm hypnotized by you. Love in my I don't wanna look
It's undefinable to know where you are. Why can't you find your way to sunny star? Sunny star.
I'm hypnotized by you. I can't do what you say. I'm hypnotized by you. I'm hypnotized by you. I can't do what you say. I'm hypnotized by you.
It's undefined until the way you are. Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark. Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? It's undefined until the way you are. Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? It's undefined until the way you are. Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark. Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? Why can't you hide away the sun is dark? It's undefined until the way you are.
Yeah.
I'm hypnotized by you.
was. Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? It's time to find out to the way it was. Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? It's time to find what to the way it was. Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark. Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? It's time to find out to the way it was. Why can't you hide where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark. Close to me.
I'm hypnotized by you. I count the words you say. I'm hypnotized by you. Love in my I'm hypnotized by you. I count the words you say. I'm hypnotized by you. Love in my
find it when the sun is dark? It's undefined until the way you are. Why can't you find it when the sun is dark? The sun is dark. close to me. Stay close to me.
Yeah.
hide when the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is Why can't you hide when the sun is dark? It's undefinable to the way we're loved. Why can't you hide when the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun Why can't you hide when the sun is dark? It's undefinable to the way we're loved. Why can't you hide when the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark. Why can't you hide when the sun is dark? Why can't you hide when the sun is dark? Close to me.
Stay close to me.
Yeah.
I can see
hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's time to find what you know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? It's time to find what you know where you are. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? The sun is dark. The sun is dark. Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark? Why keep you hiding where the sun is dark?